Devargas, plural of devaloca. Devalorize, alternative form of devalorize. Devalorize, simple past and past participle of devalorize. Devalorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devalorize. Devalorizing, present participle and gerund of devalorize. Devalorization, the process of devalorizing. Devalorizations, plural of devalorization. Devalorize, to devalue. Devalorize, simple past and past participle of devalorize. Devalorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devalorize. Devalorizing, present participle and gerund of devalorize. Devaluable, able to be devalued. Devaluate, to devalue, reduce in value. Devaluated, simple past and past participle of devaluate. Devaluates, third person singular simple present indicative of devaluate. Devaluating, present participle and gerund of devaluate. Devaluation, the removal or lessening of something's value. Devaluational, of or relating to devaluation. Devaluationary, of or relating to devaluation. Devaluations, plural of devaluation. Devaluative, relating to or producing devaluation. Devaluator, one who or that which devaluates. Devaluators, plural of devaluator. Devalue, to lower or remove the value of something. Devalued, simple past and past participle of devalue. Devaluer, one who or that which devalues. Devaluers, plural of devaluer. Devalues, third person singular simple present indicative of devalue. Devaluing, present participle and gerund of devalue. Devaluings, plural of devaluing. Devon, a surname, alternative spelling of Devon. Devanagari. Of the Devanagari script or of a Devanagari alphabet. Devanagari numeral, any of the 10 symbols that represent numbers in the Devanagari script. Devanagari numerals, plural of Devanagari numeral. Dove, a surname from Marathi and a prominent group within the Maratha clan system. Devaney, a surname from Irish. Devanis, plural of Devaney. Devan, simple past and past participle of Devan. Devaning, present participle and gerund of Devan. Devan, a surname. Devans, third person singular simple present indicative of Devan. Devapamil, a calcium channel blocker. Evaporation, condensation, the change of vapor into water, as in the formation of rain. Devaprasnam, an astrological ritual carried out to interpret the will of the gods. Devaprasnams, plural of Devaprasnam. Devargas, a surname from Spanish. Devargases, plural of Devargas. Devas, plural of Deva. Devascularization, alternative spelling of devascularization. Devascularization, the destruction or blocking of blood vessels and concomitant loss of blood supply to an organ. Devascularizations, plural of devascularization. Devascularize, to remove or damage blood vessels. Devascularized, from which the blood vessels have been removed. Devasena, the goddess of aspiration. Devast, to devastate. Devastate, to ruin many or all things over a large area, such as most or all buildings of a city or cities of a region or trees of a forest. Devastated, ruined, ravaged. Devastates, third person singular simple present indicative of devastate. Devastating, causing devastation. Devastatingly, in a devastating manner. Devastation, the act of devastating or the state of being devastated, a laying waste. Devastational, of or pertaining to devastations. Devastations, plural of devastation. Devastative, devastating, highly destructive. Devastator, one who devastates. Devastators, plural of devastator. Devastave, waste or misapplication of the assets of a deceased person by an executor or administrator. Devastation. Devastavit, plural of devastavit. Devastate, simple past and past participle of devas. Devastate, present participle and gerund of devas. Devasts, third person singular simple present indicative of devas. Devata, a kind of good spirit similar to a guardian angel or a lesser deity. Devatas, plural of devata. Devadan, a village and community in Monmouthshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 4899. Devan, a male given name of African American usage. Devai, a surname. Devat, a surname. Devat, plural of devault. Devazepine, a benzodiazepine drug that acts as a cholecystokinin antagonist. Devazepide, misspelling of devazepide. Devandi, alternative form of diabandi. Dadeth, a grieving male lover. Devbasis, plural of devtas. Deveau, a surname from French. Devas, plural of Deveau. Devegian, a surname from Armenian. Devegians, plural of Devegian. Devedan, a surname from Armenian, variant of Devegian. Devegetate, to remove vegetation. Devegetated, simple past and past participle of devegetate. Devegetates, third person singular simple present indicative of devegetate. Devegetating, present participle and gerund of devegetate. Devegetation, the removal of vegetation. Devein, to remove the vein-like colon from shrimp. Deveined, having had the veins removed. Deveiner, a small knife used to remove the colon from the back of shrimp. Deveiners, plural of deveiner. Deveining, present participle and gerund of devine. Deveins, third person singular simple present indicative of devine. Devadan, a surname from Armenian. Devadans, plural of Devagian. Devout, alternative spelling of devil, a hard blow. Develin, the common swift. Develent, plural of develin. Devout, simple past and past participle of devel. Develing, present participle and gerund of devel. Develop, to discover, find out, to uncover developability. The quality of being developable. Developable, suitable for development, often specifically for construction. Developable surface, a surface in more than 2 dimensions. A plane is trivially developable that can be flattened into a plane without distortion. Developable surfaces, plural of developable surface. Developables, plural of developable. Develop, archaic spelling of develop. Developed, wealthy and industrialized, not third world. Developed countries, plural of developed country. Developed country, a country with an advanced, high-income, industrialized economy. Developedness, the quality of being developed. Development, obsolete spelling of development. Developments, plural of development. Developer, a person or entity engaged in the creation or improvement of certain classes of products. Developer exit, a hidden exit or shortcut that a video game developer places in a level of a platform game as an easy way to complete the level for those who know the secret. Developer exits, plural of developer exit. Developer experience, a developer's feeling about their tools, processes, constraints, etc., and how it impacts productivity. Developer program, an initiative by a company to promote the development of software for one of its platforms or systems. Developer programs, plural of developer program. Developers, plural of developer. Develops, third person singular simple present indicative of develop. Developing, third person singular simple present indicative of develop. Developing, pronunciation spelling of developing. Developing, present participle and gerund of develop. Developing countries, plural of developing country. Developing country, a country with low to medium income although substantial industrialization, sometimes derogatory a country with less industrial base and thus often consequently widespread poverty and low human development index HDI. Developings, plural of developing. Development, the process of developing, growth, directed change. Development aid, financial aid given by developed countries to promote the development of underdeveloped or developing countries. Development hell, the situation where a movie, a piece of software, etc. is mired in problems that delay its production and release. Development limbo, synonym of development hell. Development mule, a testbed vehicle equipped with prototype components requiring evaluation. Development mules, plural of development mule. Developmental, related to development. Developmental biologies, plural of developmental biology. Developmental biologist, one who studies developmental biology. Developmental biologists, plural of developmental biologists. Developmental biology, the study of the physiological changes that occurs within individual organisms from their conception through reaching physical maturity. Developmental disabilities. Plural of developmental disability. Developmental disability, any lifelong disability attributable to mental and/or physical impairments manifested during childhood or later in the human development age, variously given as being before age 16, 18, or 21. Developmental disorder, a psychiatric condition impairing a human individual's childhood development. Developmental disorders, plural of developmental disorder. Developmental position, a job that is designed to train or develop employees in preparation for further career advancement. Example, management trainee. Developmental positions, plural of developmental position. Developmental psycholinguistics, a branch of psycholinguistics that studies the acquisition of language in children. Developmental psychologists, a type of psychologist who focuses on systematic psychological changes, emotional changes, and perceptual changes that occur in humans over the course of their lifespan. Developmental psychologists, plural of developmental psychologists. Developmental psychology, the scientific study of the psychological, emotional, and perceptual changes that occur in human beings over the course of their lifespans. Developmentalism, an economic theory which states that the best way for third world countries to develop is through fostering a strong and varied internal market and imposing high tariffs on imported goods. Developmentalists, of or related to developmentalism. Developmentalists, plural of developmentalists. Developmentally, in terms of development. Developmentals, plural of developmental. Developmentary, pertaining to development, developmental. Developmentation, development. Developments, plural of development. Develop, alternative form of developpe. Developpe, a movement in which the leg is lifted to quadruped or retere and then fully extended outward, passing through attitude. Developed, misspelling of developed. Developer, misspelling of developer. Developers, plural of developer. Develops, plural of develop. Developes, plural of develope. Developing, misspelling of developing. Develops, third person singular simple present indicative of develop. Developed, simple past and past participle of develop. Devals, plural of devel. Devender, a male given name from India. Devenish, a surname. Devenishes, plural of Devenish. Deveni, a surname from Irish. Devenis, plural of Deveni. Devenport, a surname from Irish. Devenports, plural of Devenport. Devens, a surname from Irish. Devenses, plural of Devens. Deventer, a city in Overijssel, Netherlands. Deveni, a surname. Dever, a surname. Devera, a surname. Deveras, plural of Devera. Deverau, a surname from Anglo-Norman. Devero, a surname. Deverbal, derived from a verb. Deverbal noun. Deverbal. Deverbalization. Alternative form of deverbalization. Deverbalizations, plural of deverbalization. Deverbalize, alternative spelling of deverbalize. Deverbalized, simple past and past participle of deverbalize. Deverbalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of deverbalize. Deverbalizing, present participle and gerund of deverbalize. Deverbalization, the act or process of deverbalizing. Deverbalizations, plural of deverbalization. Deverbalize, to make nonverbal, to strip of words. Deverbalized, simple past and past participle of deverbalize. Deverbalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of deverbalize. Deverbalizing. Present participle and gerund of deverbalize. Deverbally. In a deverbal manner. Deverbals. Plural of deverbal. Deverbative. Derived from a verb. Deverbatives. Plural of deverbative. Devir. A surname from French. Devereux. A surname from Anglo-Norman. Devereux. A surname from Anglo-Norman. Devereux. Plural of Devereux. Devereux. Alternative letter case form of Devereux. Devereux. A surname. Devereux. A surname from Anglo-Norman. Divergence. Obsolete form of divergence. Divergences. Plural of divergence. Divernalization. The reversal of a previous vernalization. Divernalize. Modified by divernalization. Deveren. A river in Moray Council area and Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, which flows into the Moray Firth at Banff. Devers. Plural of dever. Devescovinid. Any product of the order Devescovinidae. Devescovinids. Plural of Devescovinid. Devesel. A village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Devesen. A surname. Devescent. Plural of devesen. Devest. To divest. To undress. Divested. Simple past and past participle of divest. Divesting. Present participle and gerund of divest. Divest. Third person singular simple present indicative of divest. Devetsky. A surname. Devex. Abbreviation of developer experience. Devex. Bending down. Sloping. Devexities. Plural of devexity. Devexity. A bending downward declivity. DEVGR. Abbreviation of United States Naval Special Warfare Development Group. Shakti, the female aspect of the divine, as conceptualized by the Shakta tradition of Hinduism. She is the female counterpart without whom the male aspect, which represents consciousness or discrimination, remains impotent and void. Divikanya Kumari, an avatar of Mahadvi. Devyel, able to deviate or be deviated. Dance, actions or behaviors that violate formal and informal cultural norms such as laws and customs. Deviances, plural of deviance. Deviances, plural of deviancy. Deviancy, the state of being deviant, abnormal or anomalous. Deviant, alternative letter case form of deviant, a member of the online art community Deviant Art. Deviantization, the process of deviantizing. Deviantize, to make into or begin to treat as a deviant. Deviantize, simple past and past participle of deviantize. Deviantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of deviantize. Deviantizing, present participle and gerund of deviantize. Deviants, plural of deviant. Deve, to go off course from, to change course, to change plans. Deviate, simple past and past participle of deviate. Deviate, Third person singular simple present indicative of deviate. Deviate. Third person singular simple present indicative of deviate. Deviate. Present participle and gerund of deviate. Deviation. The act of deviating, wandering off the correct or true path or road. Deviation conjugate. Forced deviation of the eyes to one side, i.e. towards the side of a destructive lesion. Deviation ratio. The ratio of maximum permitted frequency deviation, sigma max to the maximum permitted modulating frequency, FIMAX. Deviation ratios. Plural of deviation ratio. Deviational. Of pertaining to, involving, or inclining towards some form of deviation. Deviationism. Deviation from accepted beliefs or policies, especially from a prescribed form of communism. Deviationisms. Plural of deviationism. Deviationist. One who deviates from accepted beliefs or policies, especially from a prescribed form of communism. Deviationists. Plural of deviation. Deviations. Plural of deviation. That which deviates or causes deviation. Deviatore. Or pertaining to a deviator. Deviators. Plural of deviator. Deviatory. Tending a deviate. Devic. Relating to a diva. Device. Any piece of equipment made for a particular purpose, especially a mechanical or electrical one. Device driver. Software usually supplied with the operating system or by a hardware manufacturer that communicates between the operating system of a personal computer and a specific hardware device. Device drivers. Plural of device driver. Device file. An interface to a device driver that appears in a file system, allowing an application program to interact with a device by using its device. Driver via standard input SUNS output system calls. Device under test. A manufactured product undergoing testing, either at first manufacture or later during its life cycle as part of ongoing functional testing and calibration checks, which can also include a test after reparation to establish that the product is performing in accordance with the original product specification. Deviceful. Full of devices, inventive. Devicefully. In a deviceful manner. Devicefulness. The quality of being deviceful. Deviceless. Without a device. Devices. Plural of device. Devices under test. Plural of device under test. Victimize. To divest of the status of victim. Devictimized. Simple past and past participle of devictimize. Devictimizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of devictimize. Devictimizing. Present participle and gerund of devictimize. Nevi. Obsolete form of divide. Dividing. Simple past and past participle of divide. Divides. Third person singular simple present indicative of divide. Dividing. Present participle and gerund of divide. Devigorate. Deliberately reduce vigor of vines. Devigorated. Simple past and past participle of devigorate. Devil. An evil creature, the objectification of a hostile and destructive force. Devil a bit. Synonym of not at all. Devil bird. An avian cryptid of Sri Lanka, said to emit human-sounding shrieks that portend death, possibly the spot bellid eagle owl bubonapalensis or Ceylon highland nightjar caprimulbus indica. Devil birds, plural of devil bird. Devil bolt, a sham, defective, or faulty bolt used to deceive an inspector regarding the quality of the material. Devil bolts, plural of devil bolt. Devil chase, a musical instrument idiophone made from a split stalk of bamboo struck against a performer's hand, originating in South Asia. Devil dance, a lively masked and costumed dance associated with some sects of Tibetan Buddhism, often offering moral instruction relating to compassion for sentient beings. Devil dancer, one who performs a devil dance. Devil dancers, plural of devil dancer. Devil dances, plural of devil dance. Devil dancing, risky, reckless, or potentially immoral behavior. Devil, an evil spirit in traditional Aboriginal belief. Devils, plural of devil. Devil dodger, a clergyman, especially a military chaplain. Devil dodgers, plural of devil dodger. Devil dog, a U.S. Marine. Devil dogs, plural of devil dog. Devil facial tumor disease, a deadly facial cancer affecting Tasmanian devils. Devil fry, Beelzebub UFO. Devil grass, Bermuda grass, Cynodactylon. Devil grasses, plural of devil grass. Devil in disguise, a person or thing that appears to be good, honest, or upstanding, but is inherently nasty, evil, or damaging. Devil in music, the tridone. Devil in one's eyes, a look that reflects an underlying trait that is associated with the devil. Devil is beating his wife and marrying his daughter. Synonym of devil's beating his wife. Devil is kissing his wife. Synonym of devil's beating his wife. Devil lies in the details. Synonym of devil is in the details. Devil ray, any of the rays of the genus Mobula, especially Mobula birostris. The manta ray. Devil rays, plural of devil ray. Devil screecher, a swift. Devil screechers, plural of devil screecher. Devil seam, a particularly difficult seam to caulk on a ship's hull, specifically the curved seam where the deck planking meets the side of the ship near the scupper gutters. Devil seams, plural of devil seam. Devil sign, a hand gesture formed by closing the middle two fingers and the thumb and extending the index finger and pinky so as to indicate devil horns. Devil signs, plural of devil sign. Devil smoke, crack cocaine. Devil stick, singular of devil sticks. Devil sticks, a juggling prop consisting of two hand or control stick dowels and a third larger, hourglass-shaped stick baton or center stick. Devil strip, the grassy area between the sidewalk and the street. Devil strips, plural of devil strip. Devil take the hindmost, alternative letter case form of devil take the hindmost. Devil to pay, synonym of hell to pay. Devil to pay and no pitch hot, synonym of hell to pay. Devil wagon, a car seen as a source of vice or sin. Devil wagons, plural of devil wagon. Devil's advocacy, the act of playing devil's advocate. Devil's advocate, one who debates from a viewpoint which one may not actually hold, usually to determine its validity or simply for the sake of argument. Devil's advocated, simple past and past participle of devil's advocate. Devil's advocates, plural of devil's advocate. Devils advocating, present participle of devils advocate. Devil's antlers, misshapen antlers that grow on injured or malnourished elk. Devil's apple, Jimson we Dach SBP. Devil's avocado, devil's advocate. Devil's backbone, a perennial succulent spurge native to tropical and subtropical North and Central America, of species Euphorbia tithymaloides, formerly known as Petalentus tithymaloides. Devil's beating his wife, said when it rains while the sun is shining, that is, when a sun shower occurs. Devil's bit, devil's bit Scabius successipratensis, native to Europe. Devil's bolete, synonym of Satan's bolete. Devil's bones, dice used for gambling. Devil's books, playing cards regarded as sinful because of their connection with gambling. Devil's bread, Cania maculatum, poison hemlock. Devil's bread, Scopolamine. Devil's Bridge, a village in Pontarfinac community, Ceredigion, Wales, Owesgrid Ref SN 7376. Devil's Broom Fire, synonym of Big Burn. Devil's Buttermilk, Wisby. Devil's Candle, the plant mandrake, especially when used in black magic. Devil's Candles, plural of Devil's Candle. Devil's Claw, a plant, Harpegophytum procamens, native to southern Africa, whose tuberous roots are used in folk medicine to reduce pain. Devil's Claws, plural of Devil's Claw. Devil's Club, Oplopanax hortus, devil's walking stick, large understory shrub. Devil's Claws, plural of Devil's Claw. Devil's Club, Oplopanax hortus, devil's walking stick, large understory shrub, native to the Pacific Northwest and the islands of Lake Superior. Devil's Coach Horse, a large black European rove beetle, Staphylinus olens or Ossipus olens. Devil's Coach Horses, plural of Devil's Coach Horse. Devil's Corkscrew, a meters deep, corkscrew-shaped formation of compact earth found in the American Midwest that is the infilled burrow of an ancient beaver genus Paleocastor. Devil's Corkscrews, plural of Devil's Corkscrew. Devil's Cotton, and Southeast Asian plant, Abroma augustum, which is used to make fiber. Devil's Cucumber, Gemsimwe. Devil's Cut, the portion of a distilled alcoholic spirits volume that is lost by being absorbed into the wood of the barrels it matures in. Devil's Dandruff, Cocaine. Devil's Darning Needle, Clematis virginiana, a vine native to the United States. Devil's Darning Needles, plural of Devil's Darning Needle. Devil's Delight, Eriathero. Devil's Doorbell, the clitoris. Devil's Doorbells, plural of Devil's Doorbell. Devil's Dozen, 13, Baker's Dozen. Devil's Dozens, plural of Devil's Dozen. Devil's Dawn, the Savidida. Devil's Dust, any type of powder or dust-like substance whose use or effect is considered to be harmful or malevolent. Devil's Dyke, a deep V-shaped valley, an area of the South Downs in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. Owesgrid Ref TQ 2611. Devil's Ear, Iricema trifilum. Devil's Ears, plural of Devil's Ear. Devil's Fig, synonym of Susamber solenum torvum. Devil's Figs, plural of Devil's Fig. Devil's Finger, a belenite, any of various extinct species of cephalopod in the order Belenitida. Devil's Fingers, a spherifish, especially Estias rubens. Devil's Flute, the saxophone. Devil's Food Cake, a particularly rich form of chocolate.
Breathe in email summarizations. Breathe out contextual smart replies. calming energy of Gemini. Building a spreadsheet for you. The peace of mind of 2 expansive terabytes of storage. Wide open space.
Plants. Devil's Gardens, plural of Devil's Garden. Devil's Gold, sulfur element. Devil's Grip, hormone disease. Devil's Hand, 3 of a kind 6s. Devil's the herb form of cilantro / coriander. Devil's Hole, alternative form of Devil's Hole. Devil's Hole pupfish, alternative form of Devil's Hole pupfish. Devil's Horse, synonym of prairie alligator. Devil's Interval, the tritone. Devil's Intervals, plural of Devil's Interval. Devil's Island, former name of Bermuda, an archipelago of North America in the Atlantic. Devil's Eye, any of species Epipremum aureum of vines, often used as ornamentals. Devil's Lane, a portion of land of disputed ownership at the boundary of the adjoining lands of 2 landowners. Devil's Lanes, plural of Devil's Lane. Devil's Lettuce, marijuana. Devil's Livery, the color combination of black and yellow. Devil's Luck, astounding good luck. Devil's Needle, a dragonfly. Devil's Nettle, a Achillea millefolium or common yarrow, a flowering plant native to temperate regions of the northern hemisphere. Devil's Night, a particular night, commonly the night of the 30th to the 31st of October, during which young people play pranks and do mischief in their neighborhoods. Devil's Night, plural of Devil's Night. Devil's Number, a score of 87 runs, sometimes regarded as unlucky because it is 13 runs short of a century. Devil's Own, particularly devilish, highly unpleasant or evil. Devil's Paintbrush, the orange hawkweed Palacella oidiaca. Devil's Picture Books, synonym of Devil's Books. Devil's Proof, a legal requirement to achieve an impossible proof. Remedies are reversing the burden of proof or giving additional rights to the individual faced with this requirement. Devil's Proofs, plural of Devil's Proof. Devil's Purse, the egg case of some sharks, skates, and chimeras chondrichthyes. Devil's Purses, plural of Devil's Purse. Devil's Rings, any of several circular markings on flat ground, some supposed to have been made by the Druids celebrating their religious rites. Devil's Rope, mortal sin. Devil's Ropes, plural of Devil's Rope. Devil's Sea, an area of the Pacific Ocean, sometimes considered to be a paranormal location. Devil's Shoestring, the Plantifloria virginiana goat's rue, catgut. Devil's Snuffbox, puffball fungus. Devil's Staircase, a waterfall in Wasson Creek, Devil's Staircase Wilderness, Ciesla National Forest, Oregon, United States, a multi-tiered low-cascading waterfall. Devil's Staircase, synonym of Cantor function, a type of monotonic increasing function. Devil's Strip, alternative form of Devil's Strip. Devil's Strips, plural of Devil's Strip. Devil's Tattoo, a drumming with the fingers or feet. Devil's Tattoos, plural of Devil's Tattoo. Devil's Teeth, dice used for gambling. Devil's Threesome, sexual intercourse between one woman and 2 men. Devil's Threesomes, plural of Devil's Threesome. Devil's Three-Way, synonym of Devil's Threesome. devil's toenail. A Gryphia, a kind of extinct oyster. Devil's tongue, synonym of konjac. Devil's triangle, an area of the Atlantic Ocean where many ships and planes have disappeared under allegedly mysterious circumstances. Devil's triangle, an area that is dangerous and where people or vessels may disappear. Devil's triangles, plural of devil's triangle. Devil's trumpet, Jimson we SBP. Devil's tuning fork, synonym of impossible trident. Devil's twine, either of two Australian plants, Cassitha glabella or Cassitha pubescens. Devil's vine, any of species Epipremum aureum of vines often cultivated as a houseplant. Devil's walking stick, Aurelia spinosa, a woody plant native to eastern North America. Devil's walking sticks, plural of devil's walking stick. Devil's wheel, an amusement ride consisting of a circular platform that rotates rapidly while riders try to stay on it. Devil's bit, alternative spelling of devil's bit. Devil's bits, plural of devil's bit. Devil's glove, alternative form of devil's club. Devil's food cake, alternative form of devil's food cake. Devil's food cakes, plural of devil's food cake. Devil's grass, alternative form of devil grass. Devil in a bush, alternative form of devil in the bush, the plant love in a mist. Devil in a mist, synonym of devil in the bush, the plant love in a mist. Devil in the bush, love in a mist, Nigella damascena. Devil lore, knowledge, study, doctrine, or history regarding devils and science or demons, demonology. Devil lores, plural of devil lore. Devil may care, carefree, reckless, irresponsible. Devil on the neck, an old instrument of torture applied to the neck and legs. Devil ridden, plagued or dominated by the devil or devils. Devil stick, singular of devil sticks. Devil sticks, alternative form of devil sticks. Devilbis, a surname. Devildom, a realm of devils. Devildoms, plural of devildom. Deddle, simple past and past participle of devil. Deviled egg, a hard-boiled chicken egg that has been shelled, cut in half, and filled with a paste made from the yolk mixed with other ingredients such as mayonnaise, mustard, or spices. Deviled eggs, plural of deviled egg. Deviled ham, a mixture of ground ham with seasoning, making it spicy. Deviled hams, plural of deviled ham. Deviless, a female devil. Deviluses, plural of devilus. Devilit, a little devil. Devilfish, any of several not closely related marine animals. Devilfishes, plural of devilfish. Deviling, present participle and gerund of devil. Devilings, plural of deviling. Devilish, resembling a devil. Devilishly, in a devilish manner. Devilishness, the state or quality of being. Devilish. Devilishness is plural of devilishness. Devilism, the character or doctrines of the devil or devils. Devilry. Devilisms, plural of devilism. Devility, the quality of being a devil or like a devil, devilishness. Devilize, to represent as a devil. Devilize, simple past and past participle of devilize. Devilize is third person singular simple present indicative of devilize. Devilizing, present participle and gerund of devilize. Devilkin, a little devil. Devilkind, the totality of all devils as a whole, devils collectively. Devilkins, plural of devilkin. Novella, obsolete spelling of devil. Novella, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Devillagization, the reversal of the process of villagization. Novelle, a commune in Ardennes department, Grand Est, France. Devil, simple past and past participle of devil. Deviled egg, British standard spelling of deviled egg. Deviled eggs, plural of deviled egg. Deviled ham, British standard spelling of deviled ham. Deviled hands, plural of deviled ham. Deviled kidneys, a British dish consisting of lamb kidneys cooked with cayenne peppers, mustard, and various other ingredients. Deviled sausages, a stew of sausages, onions, tomatoes, gravy, and spices. Devils, plural of devil. Devilless, without devils. Deviliers, a surname, alternative form of de Villiers. Develite, like a devil, diabolical. Develine, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Devele, present participle and gerund of devil. Devilish, obsolete spelling of devilish. Devilite, synonym of deviline. Devils, plural of devil. Devilment, devilish action or conduct, wickedness, more generally trouble-making behavior, mischief, countable an instance of this. Devilment, plural of devilment. Devila, an alternative hairstyle where the sides and back are kept short while the front is kept long and combed forward. Devilocks, plural of devila. Devories, plural of devilry. Devory, mischief. Devils, plural of devil. Devil's doorbell, misspelled. Of devil's doorbell. Devil's Hole, a geologic formation located in a detached unit of Death Valley National Park and surrounded by the Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge in Nye County, Nevada, in the southwestern United States. Devil's Hole pupfish, a species of pupfish, Cyprinatum diabalis, found only in a single water-filled canyon in Nevada. Devils in disguise, plural of devil in disguise. Devil's Lake, the name of various lakes in the United States. Devils on horseback, dried fruits such as dates or prunes, stuffed with cheese or nuts, etc., and wrapped in bacon, preciado, or pancetta. Devil's Postbile, an unusual rock formation of columnar basalt near Mammoth Mountain in eastern California, United States, the site of a national monument. Devil's Club, alternative form of Devil's Club. Devilship, the character or person of a devil or Satan. Devilships, plural of devilship. Devilsome, in manner like the devil, characterized or marked by devilry, by extension causing mischief or trouble, problematic. Devilstick, singular of devil sticks. Devil sticks, alternative form of devil sticks. Deviltries, plural of deviltry. Deviltry. Devilry. Devilward, toward the devil. Devilweed aster, a spiny flowering plant of the western United States, Mexico, and Central America related to asters, Chlorantha spinosa. Devilwood, a tree Cartrum americana, formerly Osmanthus americanus, allied to the European olive. Devilwoods, plural of devilwood. Davy, a surname from Irish, an anglicization of Irish o acute damhain descendant of a person named Fawn. Delvensat, a surname from Italian. De Vincentis, a surname from Italian. De Vincentizes, plural of De Vincentis. De Vincents, plural of De Vincent. Devi, a surname from Irish. Devons, plural of Devine. Devine, a surname from Irish. Devines, plural of Deviny. Devac, a civil parish on the coast of southeast Cornwall, England. Diameter, synonym of strabismometer. Diameters, plural of diameter. Dias, cunning or deceiving, not straightforward or honest, not frank. Devious lick, the act of vandalizing or stealing one or more items in a school. A video depicting this act or the stolen items. Devious licked, simple past and past participle of devious lick. Devious licking, present participle and gerund of devious lick. Devious licks, plural of devious lick. Deviously, in a devious manner. Deviousness, the characteristic of being devious, sneakiness, underhandedness. Deviousness is, plural of deviousness. Devipatan, one of 18 units of Uttar Pradesh, India. Devipatan Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Devirginate, to deprive of virginity, to deflower. Devirginated, simple past and past participle of the virginate. Diverginates, third person singular simple present indicative of diverginate. Diverginating, present participle and gerund of diverginate. Divergination, the loss of a girl or woman's virginity. Diverginations, plural of divergination. Diverginator, one who diverginates, a deflowerer. Diverginators, plural of diverginator. Divergenization, alternative form of divergenization. Divergenizations, plural of divergenization. Divergenize, alternative form of divergenize. Divergenized, simple past and past participle of divergenize. Divergenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of divergenize. Divergenizing, present participle and gerund of divergenize. Divergenization, the act or process of divergenizing. Divergenizations, plural of divergenization. Divergenize, to cause no longer to be a virgin, to deflower. Divergenized, simple past and past participle of divergenize. Divergenizer, someone who divergenizes. Divergenizers, plural of divergenizer. Divergenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of divergenize. Divergenizing, present participle and gerund of divergenize. Devirilization, the process of devirilizing. Devirilize, to take away the virility of, to emasculate. Deviralize. Simple past and past participle of deviralize. Deviralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of deviralize. Deviralizing. Present participle and gerund of deviralize. Devirtualization. The process of devirtualizing. Devirtualizations. Plural of devirtualization. Devirtualize. To make no longer virtual. Devirtualize. Simple past and past participle of devirtualize. Devirtualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of devirtualize. Devirtualizing. Present participle and gerund of devirtualize. Divest. Plural of divi. Divisibility. The quality of being divisible. Divisible. That can be devised or invented. Devisal. An act of devising. Devisals. Plural of devisal. Devise. To use one's intellect to plan or design something. Devised. Simple past and past participle of devise. Devised. Second person singular simple past indicative of devise. Devesi. The person or entity to whom property is devised in a will. Devesis. Plural of devisi. Devisement. Something devised or invented. Devisements. Plural of devisement. Devisant. Foreign currency. Deviser. A person who devises something, a planner or inventor. Devisers. Plural of deviser. Devises. Plural of devise. Devisest. Second person singular simple present indicative of devise. Deviseth. Third person singular simple present indicative of devise. Devising. The act of creating a plan of some object, especially a will. Devisings. Plural of devising. Division. Obsolete spelling of division. Divans. Plural of division. Obsolete spelling of divisions. Devire. A testator. Devires. Plural of deviser. Divisity. A technique introduced by Alexander Grothendieck for comparing invariants about coherent sheaves on Noetherian systems. Divida. A surname. Dividable. Avoidable. Devitalization. Alternative form of devitalization. Devitalize. Alternative form of devitalize. Devitalized. Simple past and past participle of devitalize. Devitalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of devitalize. Devitalizing. Present participle and gerund of devitalize. Devitalization. The act or process of devitalizing, its results. Devitalize. To deprive of vitality, to make lifeless, to weaken. Devitalized. Simple past and past participle of devitalize. Devitalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of devitalize. Devitalizing. Present participle and gerund of devitalize. Devitation. In avoiding or escaping. Devitations. Plural of devitation. Devitalinized. Misspelling of devitalinized. Devitalinnated. Synonym of devitalinized. Devitalinized. Alternative form of devitalinized. Devitalinization. The removal of vitalin. Devitalinized. From which the vitalin has been removed. Davido, a surname from Italian. Davido, a surname from Italian. Davidoit, a triclinic mineral containing barium, iron, phosphate, carbonate, and silicate. Davidas, plural of Davido. Devitrification, the formation of small crystals in a glass as a result of slow cooling from the molten state. Devitrifications, plural of devitrification. Devitrify, simple past and past participle of devitrify. Devitrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of devitrify. Devitrify, to become crystalline and brittle. Devitrifying, present participle and gerund of devitrify. Devitrite, a crystalline phase with a formula Na 2 Ka 3 C50. Devet, a surname transferred from the given name. Devival, in the Church of the Subgenius Parity Religion, an event including sermons, music, etc. Devivals, plural of devival. Devi, to render lifeless. Devi, simple past and past participle of devive. Devise, third person singular simple present indicative of divide. Dividing, present participle and gerund of divide. Devise, misspelling of devise. Divisi, misspelling of divisi. Devise, plural of divisi. Devises, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Wiltshire, England. OS grid ref as Su 0061. Devises pie, a traditional pie of offal cooked in a case of huff paste. Devises pies, plural of devises pie. Davke, a set of development tools that allow the creation of software for a particular platform or framework. DevKit, plural of DevKit. Devledger, a surname. Dowle, a surname from Irish. Devlins, plural of Devlin. Deli, a diary or blog, vlog, etc. that updates the audience on the development progress of something, usually a video game, website, or app. Devlogs, plural of devlog. Devthode, a handle to a hardware device in a tree data structure representing the connections between devices on the system. Devnodes, plural of devnode. Devnull, alternative form of dev/null. Devo, devastated. Devomax, full fiscal autonomy for Scotland. Devomax, alternative form of Devomax. Devocalize, alternative form of devocalize. Devocalized, simple past and past participle of devocalize. Devocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devocalize. Devocalizing, present participle and gerund of devocalize. Devocalization, act or process of devocalizing. Devocalizations, plural of devocalization. Devocalize, to make tomas, to deprive of vowel quality. Devocalized, simple past and past participle of devocalize. Devocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devocalize. Devocalizing, present participle and gerund of devocalize. Devocation, a calling off or away. Devocations, plural of devocation. Devotchka, alternative form of devotchka. Devotchkas, plural of devotchka. Devo, A surname. Devo, devastated. Bus, plural of devo. Devoice, to pronounce a sound with little or no vibration of the vocal cords, especially a sound that is normally pronounced with such vibration, i.e. a voice sound. Devoiced, simple past and past participle of the voice. Devoices, third person singular simple present indicative of the voice. Devoicing, present participle and gerund of the voice. Devoicings, plural of devoicing. Devoid, completely without, having none of. Devoid, simple past and past participle of devoid. Devoid, present participle and gerund of devoid. Devoidness, the state or condition of being devoid. Devoids, third person singular simple present indicative of devoid. Devoir, duty, business, something that one must do. Devoirs, plural of devoir. Devolatilization, alternative form of devolatilization. Devolatilizations, plural of devolatilization. Devolatilize, alternative form of devolatilize. Devolatilized, simple past and past participle of devolatilize. Devolatilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devolatilize. Devolatilizing, present participle and gerund of devolatilize. Devolatilization, the removal of volatile material. Devolatilizations, plural of devolatilization. Devolatilize, to remove volatile components from. Devolatilize, simple past and past participle of devolatilize. Devolatilizer, any material added to something to reduce its volatility, or a machine accomplishing the same. Devolatilizers, plural of devolatilizer. Devolatilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devolatilize. Devolatilizing, present participle and gerund of devolatilize. Devolute, to devolve. Devolutes, third person singular simple present indicative of devolute. Devolution, a rolling down. Devolutional, of or relating to devolution. Devolutionary, of pertaining to, advocating or permitting devolution. Devolutionist, a proponent of devolution. Devolutionists, plural of devolutionists. Devolutions, plural of devolution. Devolvable, capable of being devolved. Devolve, to be inherited by someone else, to pass down upon the next person in a succession, especially through failure or loss of an earlier holder. Devolve, simple past and past participle of devolve. Devolvee, one to whom a right is transferred by devolution. Devolvees, plural of devolvee. Devolvement, the act or process of devolving. Devolvements, plural of devolvement. Devolver, a devolutionist. Devolvers, plural of devolver. Devolves, third person singular simple present indicative of devolve. Devolveth, third person singular simple present indicative of devolve. Devolving, present participle and gerund of devolve. Dun, a county of England bordered by Cornwall, Somerset, Dorset, the Bristol Channel and the English Channel. Devon Colic, Plumbism. Devon Island, a large island in Baffin Bay, Kikiktaluk region, Nunavut, Canada. Devon Pie, synonym of Hamidi Pie. Devon Rex, a domestic cat of a particular medium-sized breed with rippled or swirling hair, originated in Britain in the 1960s. Devon Rex says, plural of Devon Rex. Devon wrestling, a form of wrestling popular in the 19th century in which competitors could kick each other with hardened footwear. Devoter, a person from Devon, England. Devoners, plural of Devoner. Devonian, of a geologic period within the Paleozoic era, comprises lower, middle, and upper epochs from about 415 to 360 million years ago. Devonians, plural of Devonian. Devonport, an urban area and naval dockyard in Plymouth, Devon, England, named Plymouth Dock until 1823 OS Grid Ref SX 4555. Devonports, plural of Devonport. Devons, plural of Devon. Devonshire, a place name. Devonshire cream, clotted cream. Devonshire split, a sweet bun split in half and filled with cream and jam. Devonshire splits, plural of Devonshire split. Devonshire stew, a stew of meat, onion, cabbage, etc. Devonshire tea, synonym of cream tea, specifically as traditionally served in Devonshire. Devonshire teas, plural of Devonshire tea. Devonshires, plural of Devonshire. Devon tea, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Devonwall, the merger of local government structures in Devon and Cornwall. DevOps, a software development method that stresses communication and collaboration between software developers and other information technology professionals. Devor, a surname from Irish. Devoren, a village on a tidal creek in Feak Parish, Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 7939. Devoration, the act of devouring. Devorations, plural of devoration. Divorce, obsolete form of divorce. Divorced, simple past and past participle of divorce. Divorces, plural of divorce. Divorcing, present participle and gerund of divorce. Divorce. Or a surname. Devor, a surname. Devore, a fabric technique particularly used on velvets, where a mixed fiber material undergoes a chemical process to dissolve the cellulose fibers to create a semi-transparent pattern against more solidly woven fabric. Devor, simple past and past participle of devor. Divorce, third person singular simple present indicative of devor. Devoring, present participle and gerund of devor. Divorce, plural of devor. Devas, a surname from Dutch. Devas, a surname from Dutch. Devasses, plural of devas. Devotaries, plural of devotarie. Devodary, a votary. Devochka, a girl, especially one of Russian descent. Devochkas, plural of devochka. Devote, to give one's time, focus one's efforts, commit oneself, etc. entirely for, on, or to a certain matter, to consecrate. Devoted, simple past and past participle of devote. Devotist, superlative form of devoted, most devoted. Devotedly, in a devoted manner. Devotedness, state of being devoted. Devotednesses, plural of devotedness. Devotee, an ardent enthusiast or admirer. Devotee, uncommon form of devotee. Devoteeism, the role or state of a devotee. Devotees, plural of devotee. Devotees, plural of devotee. Devotement, the state of being devoted or set apart by a vow. Devotements, plural of devotement. Devoter, one who devotes or commits something to a cause, etc. Devoters, plural of devoter. Devotes, third person singular simple present indicative of devote. Devotus, second person singular simple present indicative of devote. Devoteth, third person singular simple present indicative of devote. Devoting, present participle and gerund of devote. Devotion, the act or state of devoting or be devoted. Devotional, a brief religious service. Devotionalism, devotional behavior. Devotionalisms, plural of devotionalism. Devotionalists, one given to devotion, especially to excessive formal devotion. Devotionalists, plural of devotionalists. Devotionalities, plural of devotionality. Devotionality, the practice of a devotionalist. Devotionally, in a devotional manner. Devotionals, plural of devotional. Devotonists, alternative form of devotionalist. Devotonists, plural of devotonists. Devotionless, without devotion. Devotions, plural of devotion. Devoto, I devotee. Devotas, plural of devoto. Devoter, a worshipper, someone given to devotion. Devoters, plural of devoter. Devotas, plural of devoto. Devour, to eat. Quickly, greedily, hungrily, or ravenously. Devourable, able to be devoured. Devoured, simple past, and past participle of devour. Devourer, one who devours. Devourers, plural of devourer. Devouress, a female devourer. Devouresses, plural of devouress. Devourer, third person singular simple present indicative of devour. Devouring, present participle and gerund of devour. Devouringly, in a devouring manner, rapaciously, consumingly. Devouringness, the quality of something that devours. Devourings, plural of devouring. Devourment, the act of devouring something. Devourments, plural of devourment. Devours, third person singular simple present indicative of devour. Elath, devoted to religion or to religious feelings and duties. Pious, extremely religious, godly. Devoted, obsolete form of devoted. Devouter, comparative form of devout, more devout. Devoutest, superlative form of devout, most devout. Devoutful, full of devotion, devoted or pious. Devoutless, without devotion, undevoted. Devo. Simple past and past participle of devo. Devo is third person singular simple present indicative of devo. Devoving, present participle and gerund of devo. Deva, to give up, to devote. Deva, simple past and past participle of devow. Devouing, present participle and gerund of devow. Devat, third person singular simple present indicative of devow. Devoy, a surname from Irish. Devois, plural of devoy. Devrel, developer relations. Devru, a surname from Anglo-Norman. Des, plural of dev. DevSecOps, an augmentation of the DevOps approach that allows for the integration of security practices. Devjur, systematic collection of non-Muslim boys or young men from rural Christian populations of the Balkans, practiced by Ottomans. The boys were taken to Istanbul, converted to Islam, and educated for military profession or religious disciplines. Devshirme, alternative form of Devshirm. Dev, abbreviation of development. Devulcanize, alternative form of devulcanize. Devulcanized, simple past and past participle of devulcanize. Devulcanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devulcanize. Devulcanizing, present participle and gerund of devulcanize. Devulcanization, to process of treating vulcanized rubber so as to restore the materials that were present prior to vulcanization. Devulcanize, to treat vulcanized rubber with processes designed to restore the materials that were present prior to vulcanization. Devulcanized, simple past and past participle of devulcanize. Devulcanizer, a machine that devulcanizes. Devulcanizers, plural of devulcanizer. Devulcanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devulcanize. Devulcanizing, present participle and gerund of devulcanize. Devulgarization, alternative form of devulgarization. Devulgarize, alternative form of devulgarize. Devulgarized, simple past and past participle of devulgarize. Devulgarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devulgarize. Devulgarizing, present participle and gerund of devulgarize. Devulgarization, the process of devulgarizing something. Devulgarize, to free from what is vulgar or obscene. Devulgarize, simple past and past participle of devulgarize. Devulgarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of devulgarize. Devulgarizing, present participle and gerund of devulgarize. Devil, a hard blow. Delve, simple past and past participle of devil. Deviling, present participle and gerund of devil. Devils, plural of devil. Davod, alternative spelling of devote. Devi, alternative form of deviate. Tut, acronym of distant early warning. Tut, a surname. Duclaw, alternative form of Duclaw. Duclaws, plural of Duclaw. Do computing, cloud computing by means of a personal computer, mobile phone, etc. Dewdrop, alternative form of dewdrop. Dewdrops, plural of dewdrop. AW line, a system of radar stations in the northern Arctic region of Canada, with additional stations along the north coast and Aleutian Islands of Alaska. Dew point, the temperature at which the air becomes saturated and water vapor condenses to form dew. Dew points, plural of dew point. Dew poison, ground hitch. Dew water, water originating in the form of dew. Dew worm, alternative form of dew worm. Dew clod, alternative form of dew clod. Dew drink, a portion of beer drunk before beginning the day's harvesting work. Dew eye, alternative form of dew yard. Dew fall, alternative spelling of dew fall. Dew falls, plural of dew fall. Dew worm, alternative form of dew worm. The, an ancient province of Japan. Da, a Hindu temple or mandir. Das, a surname. Das, plural of dual. Dole, obsolete form of Diwali Indian festival. Diwali, alternative form of Diwali. Dole, obsolete form of Diwali Indian festival. Dos, plural of dual. Duat, a surname. Duats, plural of dualt. Dun, a holder of any of various offices in various usually Islamic countries, usually some sort of counselor. Durni, alternative form of Diwani. Duanis, plural of Duani. Duani, the role or office of Duan. Duanis, plural of Duani. Duania, alternative form of Diwania. Duanias, plural of Duania. Duanes, plural of Duani. Duani, alternative form of Duani. Duans, plural of Duan. Duanshep, the role or office of Duan. Duansheps, plural of Duanshep. Door, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Dew or flasks, a type of double-walled vacuum flask with silver lining. Dew or flasks, plural of dew or flask. Dew or vessel, a type of double-walled vacuum flask with silver lining. Dew or vessels, plural of dew or vessel. Dew or cowrie shells formerly used as currency in parts of Papua New Guinea. Dewars, plural of dewar. Dot, alternative form of devata. Dotas, plural of duata. Duater, to remove water from. Deuterabilities, plural of deuterability. Deuterability, the condition of being deuterable. Deuterable, capable of being dewatered. Dewater, simple past and past participle of dewater. Deuterer, a machine for removing water. Deuterers, plural of deuterer. Deutering, present participle and gerund of dewater. Deuterings, plural of deutering. Dewaters, third person singular simple present indicative of dewater. Dua, alternative form of duan. Duans, plural of duan. Duras, to remove wax from a material or surface. Duras, simple past and past participle of duax. Duraxer, a substance or device used to remove wax. Duraxes, third person singular simple present indicative of duax. Duraxe, present participle and gerund of duax. Duraxens, plural of duaxing. Dewberries, plural of dewberry. Do vary. A village in Alberta, Canada. Ducat? A tube that protrudes beyond the objective of a telescope or camera, etc. to prevent dew from forming on it. Ducatus, plural of ducat. Dupa, a vestigial digit, hoof or claw that does not reach the ground. Duclaw, having dew claws. Dupaws, plural of dewclaw. Alternative spelling of dude. Dewdrop, a droplet of water formed as dew. Dewdrops, plural of dewdrop. Dude, plural of dude. Deweaponization, the process of deweaponizing. Deweaponize, to make no longer a weapon, to remove the harmful aspects of. Deweaponized, simple past and past participle of deweaponize. Deweaponizes, third person singular simple present indicative of deweaponize. Deweaponizing, present participle and gerund of deweaponize. Full of or covered in dew. To remove weed from. Tueer, a surname from Dutch. Tueers, plural of duweerd. Tuis, a surname. Duises, plural of deweys. Deweys, to reduce the weighting of. Duede, simple past and past participle of duate. Duene, present participle and gerund of duate. Duates, third person singular simple present indicative of duate. Duel, a surname. Duels, plural of duel. Dewesternization, the process or action of dewesternizing something. Dewesternize. To remove Western influence or render less Western. Dewesternize, simple past and past participle of dewesternize. Dewesternizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dewesternize. Dewesternizing, present participle and gerund of dewesternize. To undergo or cause the rupture of a thin liquid film on a liquid or solid substrate. Duets, third person singular simple present indicative of duet. Duet, simple past and past participle of duet. Duty, present participle and gerund of duet. Duet, a surname from Old French. Dewey County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Taloga, named after George Dewey. Dewey Decimal Classification, a proprietary library classification system that allows new books to be added to a library in their appropriate location based on subject. Dewey Decimal System, synonym of Dewey Decimal Classification. Dewey Decimal Systems, plural of Dewey Decimal System. Dewey, Cheatham and Howe, a generic name for a law firm, or occasionally any financial institution. Dewey's, Cheatham and Howe, alternative form of Dewey's, Cheatham and Howe. Dewey, Cheatham and Howe, alternative form of Dewey's, Cheatham and Howe. Dewey's, Cheatham and Howe, alternative form of Dewey's, Cheatham and Howe. Dewey Humboldt, a town in Yavapai County, Arizona, United States. Dewey, or pertaining to Melville Dewey 1851-1931, American librarian and educator, and inventor of the Dewey Decimal Classification. Dewians, plural of Dewian. There is a system of education emphasizing social interaction and group learning, and employing the look-say method of learning to read. Dewey, a proponent of Deweyism. There plural of deweyite. Dualite, a mixture of lizardite and stevensite. Dualites, plural of dualite. There's plural of dewy. Dewfall, the forming of dew. Dewfalls, plural of dewfall. Dewfall, obsolete spelling of dewful-dew. Durst, a surname. Duhisger, to remove the whiskers from. Duhisger, simple past and past participle of duhisker. Duhiskering, present participle and gerund of duhisker. Durst, a surname from Old English. Durst, plural of duhers. Duty, a surname. Dewy, comparative form of dewy, more dewy. Dewid, superlative form of dewy, most dewy. Dewikification, the removal of wiki markup formatting, such as internal links. Dewikify, simple past and past participle of dewikify. Dewikifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dewikify. Dewikify, to remove wiki markup formatting, such as internal links. Dewikifying, present participle and gerund of dewikify. The synonym of unwild, to make something not wild. Dovid, simple past and past participle of duald. Doving, present participle and gerund of duald. Dodos, third person singular simple present indicative of duald. Hui, in a dewy manner. Duntag, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Dewine, a surname. Dewines, plural of dewine. Dernas, the state or quality of being dewy. Dewy? A surname. Duth, from which the wings have been removed. Wire, for the pantograph or trolley pole, etc. to become unintentionally detached from or entangled with the overhead lines such that the power to the vehicle is lost. Dewire, simple past and past participle of dewire. Dewirement, an instance of an electric train, tram, or trolleybus becoming dewired. Dewirements, plural of dewirement. Dewires, third person singular simple present indicative of dewire. Dewiring, present participle and gerund of dewire. De Witt, a surname from Dutch, an anglicization of De Witt. De Witt, a surname from Dutch. DeWitt County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Clinton, named after DeWitt Clinton. Dewitt, simple past and past participle of Dewitt. Dewitt, present participle and gerund of Dewitt. Dewitt, plural of Dewitt. Doa, the pendulous skin under the neck of an ox or a similar feature on any other animal. Dulat, having dewlaps of a specified kind. Dulate, the extension and contraction of the throat in certain animals. Dulatus, plural of dewlap. Dulat, obsolete form of dewlat. Duas, what not do? Duosiness, absence of dew. Duak, resembling or characteristic of dew. Duokify, simple past and past participle of duokify. Duokifies, third person singular simple present indicative of duokify. Duokify, to make something or someone no longer woke. Duokifying, present participle of duokify. Dehumanization, alternative form of dehumanization. Dehumanize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of dehumanize. Dehumanized. Simple past and past participle of dehumanize. Dehumanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dehumanize. Dehumanizing. Present participle and gerund of dehumanize. Dehumanization. The act or process of dehumanizing. Dehumanize. To deprive a woman of womanly or female qualities or characteristics. Dehumanized. Simple past and past participle of dehumanize. Dehumanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of dehumanize. Dehumanizing. Present participle and gerund of dehumanize. Do-woody. A surname. Do-woodies. Plural of do-woody. Do. To remove the wool from. Do. Simple past and past participle of duel. Dueling. Present participle and gerund of duel. Duels. Third person singular simple present indicative of duel. Or to cause an animal to excrete any worms in the digestive tract by the administration of drugs. Or simple past and past participle of deworm. Dewormer. Medicine used in deworming an animal. Dewormers. Plural of dewormer. Deworming. Present participle and gerund of deworm. Dewormings. Plural of deworming. Deworms. Third person singular simple present indicative of deworm. Dubite. Alternative spelling of dewpoint. Dewpoints. Plural of dewpoint. Initialism of Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Dure. To subject to the process of stewarding. Duret. Third person singular simple present indicative of duret. Durede. Simple past and past participle of duret. Durede. The process of decomposing the gummy matter of flax and hemp and setting the fibrous part by outdoor exposure to dew, rain, and sunshine. Dewrinkle. To remove the wrinkles from, to smooth. Dewrinkled. Simple past and past participle of dewrinkle. Dewrinkles. Third person singular simple present indicative of dewrinkle. Dewrinkling. Present participle and gerund of dewrinkle. A surname. Duza. A rural locality and civil parish served by Callow and Haywood Group Parish Council in South Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 4833. Deuceville. Alternative spelling of Deuceville. Dewsbury. A minster town in the metropolitan borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 2421. Deuceville. Alternative spelling of Deuceville. Deuceville. Alternative spelling of Deuceville. Dewshine. The shining of the dew. Dewwater. Alternative spelling of dewwater. Dewer. The earthworm. Dewworms. Plural of dewworm. Covered by dew. Dew. Having eyes with a moist, glistening appearance, especially as indicating that one is on the verge of crying or that one is experiencing strong emotions. Dex. Alternative form of dexterity. Dex. An order or factor of 10. Dex. Alternative form of dextro, denoting a dextrorotatory form. Dexa. Acronym of dual energy X-ray absorptiometry. Dexamethasone. A synthetic member of the glucocorticoid class of steroid hormones, having the chemical formula CHFO5 and used especially as an anti-inflammatory agent. Dexamethasones. plural of dexamethasone. Dexamethasone, alternative form of dexamethasone. Dexamethasones, plural of dexamethasone. Dexamethasone, misspelling of dexamethasone. Dexamethasone, misspelling of dexamethasone. Dexamphetamine, alternative spelling of dexamphetamine, dextroamphetamine. Dexaminid, any amphipod in the family Dexaminidae. Dexaminids, plural of dexaminid. Dexamycyl, an anthelmintic drug. Dexamphetamine, synonym of dextroamphetamine. Dexamyl, drinamyl. Dexbrompheniramine, a particular antihistamine drug, the dextrorotatory isomer of brompheniramine. Dexchlorpheniramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergic conditions such as hay fever and urticaria. Dexdomitor, the veterinary drug dexmedetomidine. Dexacadatrol, an enzyme inhibitor. Dexedrins, plural of dexedrine. Dexaferoxin, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Dexelvucitabine, a failed experimental drug for the treatment of HIV. Dex, plural of Dex. Dexas, plural of Dex. Dexedimine, a piperidine anticholinergic. DXEU, the department for exiting the European Union. Dexfenfluramine, a serotonergic anortic drug used for weight loss in the 1990s, later withdrawn because of cardiovascular side effects. Dexthamer, a surname from German. Dexhamers, plural of Dexhamer. Dexabuprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, the active dextrorotatory enantiomer of ibuprofen. Dexy, alternative form of Dexy tablet of dexedrine. Dexys, plural of Dexy. Dexify, simple past and past participle of dexify. Dexifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dexify. Dexify, defend, explain, slash, or justify. Dexifying, present participle and gerund of dexify. Dexendoprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Dexatropical, misspelling of dexiatropic. Dexiatropic, having the form of a right-handed spiral. Dexiatropically, in a dexiatropic manner. Dexa, the hypothetical withdrawal of Germany from the European Union. Dexavacaine, an anesthetic drug. Dexcatoprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. Inflammatory drug. Dexlansoprazole, a drug CHF3N3O2S that acts as a proton pump inhibitor to reduce gastric acid secretion and is administered orally in the treatment of heartburn associated with gastroesophageal reflux disease and to promote healing of acid-related erosive esophagitis. It is the dextrorotatory enantiomer of lansoprazole and is marketed under the trademark Dexilin. Dexloxidine, an alpha-adrenergic agonist. Dexlexaglumide, a drug that acts as a cholecystokinin antagonist. Dexmedetomidine, an aromatic imidazole derivative that is used as a sedative and analgesic. Dexmethylphenidate, a psychostimulant, a dopamine reuptake inhibitor that affects the central nervous system and is used to treat ADHD. It is judged to have a high potential for abuse. Schedule Roman II in the US. Chemical formula, CHNO2. Dexamethasone, an antidepressant drug. Dexamethasone, a calcium channel blocker. Dexasome, an exosome produced by dendritic cells. Dexasomes, plural of dexosome. Dexaxadrol, a dissociative anesthetic drug and NMDA antagonist. Dexpanthenol, the dextrorotatory form of panthenol. Dexpramyxol, an experimental drug being investigated for the treatment of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Dexpropranolol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug, the dextroisomer of propranolol. Dexproxibutine, an analgesic drug. Dexrazoxane, a particular cardioprotective drug used to protect the heart against the cardiotoxic side effects of anthracyclines. Dex, plural of DX. Dexacovarine, an antimuscarinic drug. Dextamphetamine, alternative form of dextroamphetamine. Dexter, a surname originating as an occupation for a female dyer. Dexter Chief, the upper left corner of the shield from the viewer's perspective. Dexter Chiefs, plural of Dexter Chief. Dexas, misspelling of dexterous. Dexterities, plural of dexterity. Dexterity, skill in performing tasks, especially with the hands. Dexterous, skillful with one's hands. Dexterously, in a dexterous manner, skillfully with precision. Dexterousness, the state or quality of being dexterous. Dexters, plural of dexter. Dexterwise, dexter on or toward the right-hand side from the wearer's perspective. Dextrofenapan, an antispasmodic drug. Dextra, a female given name. Dextered, toward the right side, dextrally. Dextral, of or pertaining to the right side. Dextral fault, a strike slip fault that shows right lateral movement. Dextral faults, plural of dextral fault. Dextrality, the state of being dextral. Dextroly, towards the right. Dextrals, plural of dextral. Dextromer, any of a group of multimers derived from dextrin. Dextromers, plural of dextromer. Dextrin, a biopolymer of glucose produced by enzymes of certain bacteria, used as a substitute for blood plasma and as a stationary phase in chromatography. Dextranase, an enzyme that catalyzes the endohydrolysis of 1,6-alpha-D-glucosidic linkages in dextrin. Dextranases, plural of dextranase. Dextranate, a metallic compound of a dextrin. Dextranated, simple past and past participle of dextranate. Dextranates, plural of dextranate. Dextranomer, a cicatrizant used in dressings and to treat fecal incontinence. Dextrans, plural of dextrin. Dextran sucrase, an enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction sucrose plus 1,6-alpha-D-glucosyl and D-fructose plus 1,6-alpha-D-glucosyl N plus 1. Dextran sucrases, plural of dextran sucrase. Dextrose, situated on the right instead of the normal left position. Dextrose, any of the enzymes that catalyze the conversion of dextrose into lactic acids. Dextroses, plural of dextrose. Dextraural, hearing more distinctly with the right ear than with the left. Dextraurality, the state of being dextraural. Dextroferrin, a colloid of ferrin. ferric hydroxide and partially hydrolyzed dextrin used in the treatment of anemia. Dextrimaltose, synonym of maltodextrin. Dextrin, any of a range of oligomers of glucose intermediate in complexity between maltose and starch produced by the enzymatic hydrolysis of starch used commercially as adhesives. Dextrinase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a dextrin. Dextrinases, plural of dextrinase. Dextrin, dated form of dextrin. Dextrins, plural of dextrin. Dextrinize, alternative spelling of dextrinize. Dextrinize, simple past and past participle of dextrinize. Dextrinization, the process of dextrinizing. Dextrinization time, the amount of time required for a starch molecule to be converted to dextrin. Dextrinization times, plural of dextrinization time. Dextrinizations, plural of dextrinization. Dextrinize, to convert starch molecules to dextrin. Dextrinize, simple past and past participle of dextrinize. Dextrinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dextrinize. Dextrinizing, present participle and gerund of dextrinize. Dextrinizing time, synonym of dextrinization time. Dextrinizing times, plural of dextrinizing time. Dextrinogenic, that produces dextrin. Dextrinoi, applied to a mushroom that turns reddish brown upon application of Melzer's reagent. Dextrinoidity, the condition of being dextrinoid. Dextrinosis, a form of glycogenosis. Dextrinase, containing large amounts of dextrin. Dextrins, plural of dextrin. Dextra, dextrorotatory. Dextra, right, on the right, toward the right. Dextroamphetamine, alternative spelling of dextroamphetamine. Dextroamphetamine, one of the stereoisomers of amphetamine with the chemical formula C9HN that is used to stimulate the central nervous system. Dextroamphetamines, plural of dextroamphetamine. Dextrocardia, a congenital abnormality in which the heart is transposed to the right side of the chest. Dextrocardiac, one who has the heart on the right-hand side of the body. Dextrocardiacs, plural of dextrocardiac. Dextrocardias, plural of dextrocardia. Dextrocardiogram, an electrocardiogram on the right side of the heart. Dextrocardiograms, plural of dextrocardiogram. Dextroper, a right arm, typically holding a sword. Dextrocular, having the right eye dominant over the left eye. Dextrocycloversion, a condition in which the top of the eye rotates to the right. Dextrodepression, eye movement down and to the right. Dextrodopa, the counterpart of levodopa that has opposite chirality. Dextrolevation, eye movement up and to the right. Dextrofloxacin, the biologically inactive enantiomer of levofloxacin. Dextroglucose, dextrose D-glucose form of glucose. Dextroglucoses, plural of dextroglucose. Dextrogram, an electrocardiogram of the right side of the heart. Dextrograms, plural of dextrogram. Dextrodure, dextrorotatory. Dextrogyre, dextrorotatory. Dextrogyres, plural of dextrogyre. Dextrogyrus, dextrodure. Dextrolateral, on the right side of, toward the animal or human's right. Dextromanual, right-handed. Dextromental, the dextroauditory enantiomer of menthol. Dextromethorphan, an opioid that is used as an antitussive drug found in many over-the-counter cold and cough preparations and as an NMDA blocker used to treat pseudobulbar effect. Dextromorphin, a particular narcotic painkiller. Dextronic acid, a syrupy substance obtained by the partial oxidation of various carbohydrates, such as dextrose. Dextrophobia, fear of things located to one's right. Dextroposition, an abnormal displacement to the right. Dextropositions, plural of dextroposition. Dextropropoxyphene, a particular narcotic painkiller. Dextroauditory, 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 alternative form of dextroauditory. Dextrorotation, rotation in a clockwise direction, especially such rotation of the plane of polarized light. Dextrorotations, plural of dextrorotation. Dextroauditory, that rotates the plane of polarized light to the right or clockwise. Notation, plus or formerly lowercase d. Dextrorpha, a psychoactive morphine drug that acts as an antitussive and dissociative hallucinogen. Dextrorphanol, a psychoactive drug of the morphine class which acts as an antitussive and dissociative hallucinogen. Dextrorsal, synonym of dextrose. Dextrose, growing in a pattern that spirals clockwise around a central support, turning to the right when growing taller. Dexterously, in a dexterous manner. Dextroscoliosis, a form of scoliosis in which the spine curves to the right. Dextrose, the naturally occurring dextroauditory form of glucose monosaccharide molecule. Dextroses, plural of dextrose. Dextrosinistral, moving or directed from the right to the left. Dextrosinistrally, in a dextrosinistral manner. Dextrosulfonidol, thiamphenicol. Dextrosulfonidol, thiamphenicol. Dextrotartaric acid, the naturally occurring form of tartaric acid as opposed to levotartaric acid and mesotartaric acid. Dextroauditory, dextroauditory. Dextrothyroxine, a drug that increases hepatic lipase. Dextrotorsion, an abnormal twisting to the right. Dextrotorsions, plural of dextrotorsion. Dexterous, alternative spelling of dexterous. Dexterously, alternative form of dexterously. Dexterousness, alternative form of dexterousness. Dextroverse, written from left to right. Dextroversion, a turning to the right. Dextroversions, plural of dextroversion. Dexrapamil, a particular calcium channel blocker. Dexy, a tablet of dexedrine. Dexys, plural of dexy. The 10th solar month of the Persian calendar. They play, suggesting that somebody is being delusional. There, a prefecture-level city of Sichuan, China. That's an English surname originating as a patronymic. Dela, alternative form of Dalam. Dalamite, alternative form of Dalamite. Dalamites, plural of Dalamite. Dale, a surname. Dale. A surname. Deos, plural of Deo. Deo, to remove the yoke from. Deoct, simple past and past participle of deoc. Deoking, present participle and gerund of deoc. Deox, third person singular simple present indicative of deoc. Da, a surname. Deos, plural of Deo. Denya, a surname from Dutch. Daar, a surname from Dutch. Deers, plural of Dayan. Des, plural of Day. Deuciaville, alternative spelling of Deuciaville. Daisy, a surname. Dayton, a surname. Daytons, plural of Dayton. That, initialism of Dithelsing. That, a diminutive of the male given name Desmond. Da, clipping of desinformatia disinformation. Desiduanine, a particular antipurine antimetabolite. Dedale, a surname from French. Dejanave, a municipality of Croatia. Dedenski, a surname. Dezenskis, plural of Dezenski. That, the IPA of the obsolete literature. That's, plural of Dash. Daer, a prefecture-level city of Shandong, China. Daek, to deprive of zinc. Desenst, simple past and past participle of dezinc. Desensification, the act or process of freeing from zinc. Desensifications, plural of desensification. Desensify, simple past and past participle of desensify. Desensifies, third person singular simple present indicative of desensify. Desensify, to deprive of zinc. Desensifying, present participle and gerund of desensify. Desensing, present participle and gerund of desinc. Dedic, simple past and past participle of desinc. Desenking, present participle and gerund of desinc. Dedex, third person singular simple present indicative of desinc. Desinformatia, disinformation, especially in the context of the former Soviet Union. Dezionification, a process of rendering something less Zionist, the abandonment of Zionist ideology or the removal of Zionists from power. Dezionization, the decrease or elimination of the Zionist or Israeli character of something. Deionize, to decrease the Zionist character of. Deionized, past participle of desionize. Deionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of desionize. Desionizing, present participle and gerund of desionize. Dea, a commune, village, and river in Arad County, Romania. Desasane, a particular narcotic painkiller. Dezombification, the process of dezombifying somebody or something. Dezombify, simple past and past participle of dezombify. Dezombifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dezombify. Dezombify, to restore from a zombie or zombified state, to bring back to life, awareness, etc. Dezombifying, present participle and gerund of dezombify. De, a diminutive of the male given name Desmond. F, abbreviation of Distrito Federal, a state of Brazil. F, alternative form of DOF degree S of freedom. F, initialism of deterministic finite state automaton. Deva, initialism of designated female at birth. Deva, abbreviation of dining facility. Deva, plural of defa. DAS, Initialism of Defense Finance and Accounting Service. ERE, plural of DFA. DEHAT, acronym of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. ESC, Initialism of Distinguished Flying Cross. ERE, Initialism of Doctors for Cannabis Regulation, former name of Doctors for Drug Policy Reform. ASE, plural of DFC. AE, Initialism of Data Flow Diagram. AFDAO, Initialism of Digital Flight Data Acquisition Unit, the processor on an aircraft that feeds data to the black box flight data recorder. DFDAO, plural of DFDAO. DAC, abbreviation of difluorodeoxycytidine. DAE, plural of DFD. DAE, initialism of difluorodiphenyl trichloroethane. DAE, initialism of Department for Education. DAE, initialism of Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. DAI, initialism of direct fuel injection. David, initialism of Department for International Development. DAD, alternative letter case form of DFID. DFK, initialism of deep French kissing. DFKM, initialism of don't fucking kill me, used to indicate surprise or amusement. DHL, initialism of down from London, a person who has moved from their previous home in London to live in southern England. DFLE, simple past and past participle of DFL. DFLR, a member or supporter of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party. DFLRs, plural of DFLR. DFLing, present participle and gerund of DFL. DFLP, initialism of Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. DFL, plural of DFL. DFN, initialism of Design for Manufacturability / Manufacturers / Manufacturing. DFMA, initialism of Design for Manufacturing and Assembly. DFMI, initialism of Design for Minimum Risk, a process that allows safety-critical mechanisms to achieve fault tolerance through rigorous design, analysis, testing, and inspection practices rather than through true physical redundancy. AFES, initialism of Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. DAS, initialism of Depth First Search. DAT, plural of DAF. DASD, initialism of Debian Free Software Guidelines. DASB, abbreviation of Dermatofibrosarcoma protuberans. DAE, initialism of Discrete Fourier Transform. DAE, initialism of Department for Transport. DAD, abbreviation of DAFT. DAEA, initialism of Don't Forget to Be Awesome. DAED, initialism of Devil Facial Tumor Disease. DATD, abbreviation of Drafting Technical Drawing. DAEA, initialism of Distance from Threshold / Touchdown Indicator. DAEA, plural of DAEA. AE, plural of DFT. AE, initialism of Don't Feed the Troll. AFV, initialism of Dig for Victory. DFW, initialism of Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. DD, initialism of Dirty Girl. DD, initialism of Directors Guild of America, the labor union representing directors of film and television. DAF, initialism of Don't Ash Doesn't Give a Fuck. d gamma d spot, a third-order measure of derivative price sensitivity expressed as the rate of change of gamma with respect to changes in the underlying asset price. D gamma d time, a third-order measure of derivative price sensitivity expressed as the rate of change of gamma with respect to time, or equivalently the rate of change of charm with respect to changes in the underlying asset price. D gamma d vol, a third-order measure of derivative price sensitivity expressed as the rate of change of VANA with respect to changes in the spot price, or equivalently the rate of change of gamma with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. DDP, Initialism of Disinformation Governance Board. DDC, Initialism of Department of Global Communications. DDZA, Initialism of Directorate General of Civil Aviation. DDLOBs, shall I? D journey is as, Verne says. High, Initialism of Directorate General of Forces Intelligence. D Gesa, a small boat resembling a gondola, common in Malta. D Gesa, plural of D Gesa. D Gadis, plural of D Gadsa. D Gadsa, alternative form of D Gesa. D Gadsas, plural of D Gadsa. DJLC, abbreviation of deoxyglucose. DDML, initialism of directed graph markup language. DDMP, abbreviation of deoxygenazine monophosphate. DDMW, initialism of don't get me wrong. DDES, initialism of differential global positioning system, an enhancement to global positioning system that uses a network of fixed ground-based reference stations to broadcast the difference between the positions indicated by the satellite systems and the known fixed positions. DGPU, initialism of discrete graphics processing unit, a graphics processing unit which has access to dedicated graphics memory. DGPU, plural of DGPU. DDS, initialism of Dominion Government Ship, a ship of the Government of Canada. DD, plural of DG. DGT PACE, a hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction DGDP plus H2O deoxyguanosine plus triphosphate. DGT PACES, plural of DGT PACE. DGU, initialism of defensive gun use. A, initialism of designated hitter. Ete, acronym of docosahexaenoic acid. Ete, alternative form of da Burmese knife. Dihal, the letter Arabic dal in the Arabic script. Dihaus, plural of dihal. Danso, a style of traditional music and a folk dance of the Somali people. Dharana, the 18th year of the 60-year cycle of the Tamil calendar. Dasanak, alternative form of Dasanak. The 10th year of the 6th-year cycle of the Tamil calendar. Dava, a roadside restaurant in South Asia. Dava, plural of Daba. Dada, alternative form of Daba. Dabas, plural of Daba. Tabiha, alternative form of Dabia. Tabiha, the prescribed Islamic method of ritual slaughter of animals to produce halal meat, consisting of a swift, deep incision with a sharp knife on the throat, cutting the jugular veins and carotid arteries of both sides, but leaving the spinal cord intact. DHB a macron letter 1 age. Alternative form of Dabia. That, a surname from Hindi. That's plural of Dagat. Dahabiya, alternative form of Dahabi. Dahabiyas, plural of Dahabiya. Daviri, alternative spelling of Zahiri. Dar, a city in eastern province of Saudi Arabia. Dankta, the legume Sesbania by Spinoza, native to Asia and North Africa. Beauty monosperma, a tree of southern Asia. Dhaka, the capital city of Bangladesh. Dhaka district, one of the 13 districts in the Dhaka division of Bangladesh. Dhaka division, one of the 8 administrative divisions of Bangladesh. Dhaka, of or relating to Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dhakates, plural of Dhakate. Dhakal, a surname. Dhakals, plural of Dhakal. Dhaki, a traditional drummer who plays the dhak. Dhakis, plural of Dhaki. Dhaks, plural of dhak. Dhal, alternative spelling of Dal. Dhalt Tadka, alternative spelling of Daltarka. Dhaltarka, alternative spelling of Daltarka. Dalil, a surname from Punjabi. Dalils, plural of Dalil. Deha, archaic form of Dal. Dehals, plural of Dehal. Dallywood, the film industry of Bangladesh based in Dhaka. Dehals, plural of Dehal. Daman, the colubrid snake ties mucosa. Damans, plural of Daman. Dami, a surname. Dames, plural of Dami. Del, the teachings of Buddha. Dhammadasa, the name of the 18th of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Dhavas, plural of Dhamma. Dhammasatta, a kind of Buddhist treatise on the law. Dhammasattas, plural of Dhammasatta. Dhammathat, a traditional Burmese legal code. Dhammathats, plural of Dhammathat. Damvir, a half-human, half-vampire hybrid. Dampire, alternative form of Dampier. Dampires, plural of Dampire. Dampiers, plural of Dampier. Deber, alternative form of Dampier. Dampire, alternative form of Dampier. Dampires, plural of Dampire. Dambers, plural of Damper. Dana Lakshmi, a Hindu goddess, one of the 8 forms of Lakshmi, the Hindu goddess of wealth, fortune, and prosperity. Danani, a surname. Dananis, plural of Danani. Dana, a male given name from Thai. Dandad, a city and its district in the Indian state of Jharkhand. Danbahu, an island in the Maldives Hadinmathi Atoll. Dandati, a city in Nepal. Dander, a member of a herding caste of people found in parts of India. Dangers, plural of Danger. Dana, Toyander. Dadash, a male given name from India of Indian usage. Dania, alternative form of Dania. Damad, a surname from Hindi. Damads, plural of Danraj. Dansai, an Indian curry with lentils, vegetables, spices, cumin seeds, ginger, and garlic together with meat and either gourd or pumpkin. Dansaks, plural of Dansak. Dental, a percussion instrument idiophone of Indo-Caribbean origin consisting of a steel rod that is struck by a horseshoe-shaped beater, sounding similar to a triangle. Dantals, plural of dantal. Dhanteras, the first day that marks the festival of Diwali in India. Dihaf, initialism of dihydroxyacetone phosphate. Dihap, plural of dihap. Dihar, a surname. Daira, a natural spring in the Himalayas, especially one used for human consumption. Dharamsala, alternative form of Dharamshala. Dharamshala, a city in Himachal Pradesh, India. Dharana, single-minded focus or concentration as part of practicing yoga. Dharani, a Buddhist chant or incantation. Dharanis, plural of Dharani. Dharavi, a central suburb of Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Dhara, alternative spelling of Theron. Dharma, alternative form of Dharma. Dharma Dal, synonym of Dharma. Dharma Dals, plural of Dharma Dal. Dharma Talk, a public discourse by a Buddhist teacher similar to a sermon or homily and distinguished from a lecture by being shorter and less formal. Dharma Talks, plural of Dharma Talk. Dharma Chakra, the wheel of Dharma, natural law, cosmic order, a motif in Dharmic religions. Dharma Chakras, plural of Dharma Chakra. Dharmakaya, one of the three bodies of a Buddha in Mahayana Buddhism, constituting the unmanifested, inconceivable aspect of the Buddha out of which Buddhas arise and to which they return after their dissolution. Dharmakayas, plural of Dharmakaya. Dharmapala, Buddhist deity, protector of Buddhism. Dharmapalas, plural of Dharmapala. Dharmas, plural of Dharma. Dharmic, of relating to or practicing Dharmism. Dharmically, in terms of or by means of Dharma. Dharmics, plural of Dharmic. Dharmism, a belief system historically originating in South Asia, based on the core concept of Dharma. Dharmist, of or pertaining to Dharmism. Dharmists, plural of Dharmists. Dharmsala, a charitable or religious house, especially a rest house for travelers. Dharmsalas, plural of Dharmsala. Dharmshala, alternative form of Dharmsala. Dharmshalas, plural of Dharmshala. Dharna, a sit-in. Dharnas, plural of Dharna. Dara, alternative spelling of Dara. Dihars, plural of Dihar. Dairor, alternative form of Darak. Darak, the extinct Pominunian Australian Aboriginal suffixing language within the Yuin-Kyorik group, formerly spoken by people who lived in the Sydney region, from the southern shore of Port Jackson south to Botany Bay and as far inland as Camden and Penrith. Closely related to Durga and Thirol. Darwai, a city in Kemetica, India. Das, plural of Dha. Dihat al-Humam, a former city in Egypt. Dihat syndrome, a condition found in the cultures of the Indian subcontinent in which male patients report that they suffer from premature ejaculation or impotence and believe that they are passing semen in their urine. Nati, an Indo-Arya language spoken in parts of India and Pakistan. Dihau, alternative form of Dihau sailing vessel. the house, plural of di how. Dawan, alternative form of thought. Dawan, a surname from Punjabi. Dawans, plural of Dawan. Dan, alternative form of Dawa. Dehat, archaic form of Dihak the tree Butia monosperma. Dihawks, plural of Dihawk. The initialism of deep hypothermic circulatory arrest. The ATP, initialism of dynamic host configuration protocol, a protocol that computers use to decide on one IP address to use when using dynamic IP addressing, usually drawn from a limited pool of between 4 and 65,000 possible addresses. AAD, initialism of Dima Halam Deaga. D, abbreviation of D. Ethiopian restaurant. Debra, a kind of Gujarati bread made from pearl millet flour. Debras, plural of Debra. Dirad, a male given name from Hindi, meaning patience. Dirasen Karab Harinam, a raga in Carnatic music. It is the 29th Melakarta raga in the 72 Melakarta raga system of Carnatic music. Dedja, a member of a number of possibly related Siwan tribes, the Omaha, Panka, Kaw or Kansa, Osage, and Quapaw. Dedjahan, of or relating to a Siwan language family that includes Kansa, Osage, Omaha, Panka, and Quapaw. Dedjahans, plural of Dedjahan. Dedas, plural of Dedjaha. Dakle, synonym of Shadu. Dakles, plural of Dankli. Denoka, a ragam musical scale in Carnatic music. It is the 9th Melakarta ragam in the 72 Melakarta ragam system of Carnatic music. Deyu, initialism of Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Aakkas, initialism of Department of Health and Human Service. The Eger, an Islamic prayer whereby a phrase or expression of praise is repeated continually. The Hikkas, plural of D. Hikr. Da, a surname from Punjabi. Dillans, plural of Dylan. Dima, a double-headed cylindrical drum of South Asian origin. Dime, alternative form of Dime. Dimes, plural of Dime. Dimes, plural of Dime. Di, alternative form of Dime. Dimes, plural of dime. Deva, a form of social contract in a state under Sharia law granting special status to all or certain non-Muslim subjects, providing rights of residence in return for taxes. Demas, plural of dema. Dema, a protected and specially taxed non-Muslim subject of a state governed under Dima, a form of social contract in accordance with Sharia law. Democrat, a member of the U.S. Democratic Party, seen as submissive to Islamist interests. Democrats, plural of Democrat. Demis, plural of Demi. Denitude, appeasement towards Islamic demands. Demateki, Demotic Greek. Dendo, a Nepalese staple similar to polenta made from maize flour and water. Dingr, a surname from Punjabi. Dingras, plural of Dingra. Dayanpara, a small town in Guwahati, India. Durkai, a tehsil in Azad Kashmir, Pakistan. Daihai, an Indo-Aryan language, the official language of the Republic of Maldives. Dekamen, abbreviation of distal hereditary motor neuronopathy. Dekamen, plural of DHMN. Dekamo, abbreviation of dihydrogen monoxide. Dovai, a laundryman or washerman or laundrywoman or washerwoman. Dobai das, laundry detergent in powder form. Dobai ich, tiniacruris, jockitch. Dobai's earth, a whitish-gray sandy efflorescence found in many places from which by boiling and the addition of quicklime a strong alkali is obtained. Dobi, alternative form of dobai. Dobis, plural of dobi. Dabas, plural of dobai. Dobi, alternative form of dobai. Dobi, the washing of clothes, laundry. Dofari, of, from, or pertaining to Dhofar, the southeastern region of Oman. Dofari Abek, a variety of the Arabic language spoken in parts of Oman. Dofaris, plural of Dofari. Dakla, a food visually similar to cake and compositionally similar to common, made from a batter of gram flour from chickpeas, cooked by steaming and typically eaten in India. Dakas, plural of dakwa. Diha, a type of drum from India. Dalai, a North Indian hand drum. Dalaki, alternative spelling of Dalak. Dalakis, plural of Dalaki. Dalaks, plural of Dalak. Dol, an Asian wild dog, Quan alpinus. Dos, plural of dole. Dolit, alternative form of duly basic Indian litter, stretcher, litter. Dolis, plural of doli. Dalki, alternative spelling of Dalak. Dalkis, plural of dalki. Diehal, archaic form of Dao pigeon pea. Dehals, plural of Dehal. Dollywood, the Gujarati film industry. Dehals, plural of Dehal. Dollywo, a Nilotic language of Kenya and Tanzania. Donit, dated form of Doni. Donis, plural of Doni. Donit, a handcrafted sailboat with a motor or lateen sails resembling a dhow that is used in the Maldives. Donis, plural of Doni. Donas, plural of Doni. Donit, archaic form of Doni. Dehu, alternative form of Dug type of grass. Duli, alternative form of duly basic Indian litter, stretcher, litter. Dolis, plural of duly. Duli, alternative form of duly. Covered litter. Dehun, any of the flat valleys lying parallel to the base of the Himalayas and between the rise of that mountain mass and the low tertiary ranges known as the Sub-Himalayan or Sivalik Hills, or rather between the interior and exterior of these ranges. Dehuns, plural of Dehun. Dehu, a form of extruded Indian incense lacking a core bamboo stick. Dehups, plural of Dehu. Dehor, alternative form of Deher unit of area. Dora, alternative form of Dura. Yori, alternative form of Durkee. Diorgis, plural of Dorki. Dora, alternative form of Dura. Dehors, plural of Dehor. Dudit, alternative form of Dodi. Dudi, alternative form of Dodi. Dudis, plural of duty. Dudis, plural of duty. Dudi, alternative form of Dodi. Dodi, a long loincloth worn by men in India. Dodi. Wearing a dhoti. Dhodis, plural of dhoti. Dhodis, plural of dhoti. Dhoti. Alternative. Form of dhoti. Dowra. Alternative form of dura. Dehau. A traditional sailing vessel used along the coasts of Arabia, East Africa, and the Indian Ocean, generally having a single mast and a lateen sail. Dehaus, plural of dehau. AHB, initialism of deemed high profile. AHBD, abbreviation of dihydroxyphenylglycine. AHA, initialism of dihydropyridine receptor. AHA, plural of DHA. AHQ, initialism of dihydroquercetin. AHQHS, initialism of dihydroquinhayasu. AHA, initialism of dihydroorhodamine. Dranedera, a town in Gujarat, India. Drink, pronunciation spelling of drink. Dhritarashtra, the king of Hastinapur in the Mahabharata. Dhatra, pronunciation spelling of drop. Dhatram, draw. Dhatrank, pronunciation spelling of drunk. Drupad, a vocal genre in Hindustani classical music. Drua, a Puranic child sage who become the pole's star. Dristone, a microprocessor benchmark measuring primarily fixed-point arithmetic performance. Dristones, plural of dristone. AHS, initialism of Department of Homeland Security. A, plural of DH. DHSC, initialism of Department of Health and Social Care, a department of the British government responsible for government policy on health and adult social care matters, founded in 1988. DHSS, initialism of Department of Health and Social Security. DHSI, initialism of Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. AAE, initialism of dihydrotestosterone. AATML, abbreviation of dynamic AGML. AAE, plural of DHT. DHU alhaja, alternative form of D-hulhaja. DHU alhaja, alternative form of D-hulhaja. DHU alkata, alternative form of D-hulkata. DHU alkata, alternative form of D-hulkata. DHU alcarning, alternative spelling of D-hulcarning. DHU alkida, alternative form of DHU alkata. DHU al-Qaeda, the 11th month of the Islamic calendar. Dhul-Hijjah, the 12th and final month of the Islamic calendar, during which the Hajj takes place. Dhul-Qa'dah, the 11th month of the Islamic calendar. Dhul-Qa'dah, alternative form of Dhul-Qa'dah. Dhul-Qarnayn, the powerful ruler traditionally believed to be a reference to Alexander the Great, who built the wall that keeps Gog and Magog from attacking mankind. Deuve, the Western Australian fish Glaucosoma hebraicum. Dehur, the midday Islamic prayer. Dhul-Hijjah, alternative form of Dhul-Hijjah. Dhul-Hijjah, alternative form of Dhu al-Hijjah. Dhul-Qarnayn, alternative spelling of Dhul-Qarnayn. Dullahante, a hardy clan in northern Somalia, known for being the backbone of the Dawish. Dawishi. Yowie, alternative form of Duli. Dowlis, plural of Duli. Dhul-Qarnayn, alternative spelling of Dihulkarning. Dumo, a surname from Marathi. Dumos, plural of Dumo. Dunchi, alternative form of Dansha. Dunchai, alternative form of Dansha. Damdur, a Rajput method of smoking food that uses ghee dripped onto a live coal. Dupat Hola, the Nilotic language of the Japad Hola people of Uganda. Dihar, a unit of area in parts of Asia, 1/20th of a Katha. Urda, an endangered Pamanungan language spoken in New South Wales. Durgi, a unit of area in parts of Asia, 1/20th of a Dihar. Dargis, plural of Durki. Dermsala, a rest house for wayfarers, a choltry. Dermsala, alternative form of Dermsala. Dermthalas, plural of Dermsala. Dermsalas, plural of Dermsala. Dura, alternative form of Darna. Dura, alternative form of Dura. Duri, alternative form of Duri. Duri, a thick, flat woven cotton Indian rug or carpet. Duris, plural of Duri. Dura, a chemical produced in many plants, belonging to cyanogenic glycosides, having the formula CHNO7. Duris, plural of Duri. Duri, alternative form of Duri. Dihers, plural of Dihur. Duti, alternative form of Dodi. Duties, plural of duty. Duwa, alternative spelling of dual. Deadvi, demonstrate higher value / demonstration of higher value. Deadvi, initialism of the Haas van Alphen effect. Subali, initialism of domestic hot water. Dhyana, a type of profound meditation. Dhyanas, plural of Dhyana. Dihai, a village in Mustang, Nepal. Dihai Kola, a village in Mustang, Nepal. Dayadhi, abbreviation of dihydrozetin. Nai, initialism of detective inspector, a police rank. Nai, a diminutive of the female given names Diana or Diane. Di Carlo, a surname from Italian. Di Di Mao, to leave quickly, hurry away. Di Donato, a surname from Italian. Die ex machina, plural of Deus ex machina. Die ex machinis, plural of Deus ex machina. Daidoto, a surname from Italian. Dilo, undiluted, with no extra water added to dilute it, making it thicker than Kopigao. Dilo, alternative spelling of Dilo. Dilo, alternative form of Dilo. Di Lorenzo, a surname from Italian. Di Pietro, a surname from Italian. Di unit, a unit that converts a high impedance signal to a low impedance signal to reduce interference, used to connect an instrument to a mixing console. Die units, plural of die unit. The pronunciation spelling of didn't. Not the Dadi, Sularica variation of detoriated de miete. Dides, plural of Diddy, Dipanthane rearrangement. A photochemical reaction of a molecular entity comprising two P systems, separated by a saturated carbon atom, a 1,4-diene or an allyl substituted aromatic analog, to form an ene or aryl substituted cyclopropane. The rearrangement formally amounts to a 1,2 shift of one ene group in the diene or the aryl group in the allyl aromatic analog and bond formation between the lateral carbons of the non-migrating moiety. Dipanthane rearrangements. Plural of dipanthane rearrangement. Da. Initialism of Defense Intelligence Agency. Da. A language spoken in Sandaun Province, Papua New Guinea. Da. Thuru, across. Diab. A surname. Diabag. A coastal settlement, also known as Lower Diabag, on La Diabag, off La Torden, Highland Council area, Scotland, historically in Ross and Cromarty OS Grid Ref NG 7960. Diabase, a fine-grained igneous rock composed mostly of pyrozine and feldspar. Diabases, plural of diabase. Diabasic, pertaining to or containing diabase. Diabat, a coastal village in western Morocco. Diabaterio, crossing the boundaries. Diabatic, involving the gain or loss of heat and thus a change in entropy. Diabatically, in a diabatic manner. Diabaticity, the condition of being diabatic, a measure of the extent to which a process is diabatic. Diabatization, the conversion of a system from an adiabatic to a diabatic one. Diabatizations, plural of diabatization. Diabats, plural of diabat. Diabetes, diabetes. Diabesity, the simultaneous diagnosis of obesity and diabetes in a patient, especially when the obesity is a causative factor of the diabetes. Diabetes, diabetes mellitus, any of a group of metabolic diseases whereby a person or other animal has high blood sugar due to an inability to produce or inability to metabolize sufficient quantities of the hormone insulin. Diabetes insipidus, a disease characterized by excretion of large amounts of severely diluted urine, which cannot be reduced when fluid intake is reduced. Diabetes mellitus, a medical disorder commonly called diabetes, characterized by varying or persistent hyperglycemia, high blood sugar levels, especially after eating. It is classified in two types, which are different etiologically, but similar in clinical effects, type 1 and type 2. Diabetic, of or pertaining to diabetes, especially diabetes mellitus. Diabetic bearded woman syndrome, synonym of a Chartres syndrome. Diabetic chirorthropathy, synonym of diabetic stiff hand syndrome. Diabetic crisis, synonym of diabetic ketoacidosis. Diabetic embryopathies, plural of diabetic embryopathy. Diabetic embryopathy, any of a range of congenital defects that affect some children born to diabetic mothers. Diabetic ketoacidosis, an acute, major, life-threatening complication of diabetes mellitus characterized by hyperglycemia, ketoacidosis, and ketonuria. Diabetic sock, a sock designed to reduce the risk of diabetic foot ulcers and infections by minimizing inputs to pressure ulcers and keeping the feet dry. Diabetic socks, plural of diabetic sock. Diabetic stiff hand syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by waxy, thickened skin and limited joint mobility of the hands and fingers associated with diabetes mellitus. Diabetical, archaic form of diabetic. Diabetically, in terms of or by means of diabetes. Diabetics, plural of diabetic. Diabetogenesis, the development of diabetes. diabetogenic, that produces diabetes. Diabetogenicity, the condition or extent of being diabetogenic. Diabetogenous, caused by diabetes. Diabetol, the antidiabetic drug metformin hydrochloride. Diabetological, relating to diabetology. Diabetologist, a physician whose specialty is diabetology. Diabetologists, plural of diabetologists. Diabetology, the study of the diagnosis and treatment of diabetes. Diabetometer, a device for estimating the sugar content of a diabetic urine sample. Diabetometers, plural of diabetometer. Diabol, an unglazed earthenware casserole dish. Diabory, witchcraft, sorcery. Diabories, plural of diabolry. Diabory, sorcery. Diabols, plural of diabol. Diablo, a sports car made by the Italian manufacturer Lamborghini. Diablo Grande, a census-designated place in Stanislaus County, California, United States. Diablos, plural of diablo. Diablotin, the black-capped petrel Pterodroma hasitata of Caribbean waters. Diablotins, plural of diablotin. Diabodies, plural of diabody. Diabody, a dimer of a fragment of an immunoglobulin. Diabolite, a blue-colored mineral with formula Pb2CuClOH. Diabolopsy, possession by a devil or demon. Diabolic, showing wickedness typical of a devil. Diabolical, extremely wicked or cruel. Diabolicalities, plural of diabolicality. Diabolicality, the state or quality of being diabolical. Diabolically, in a diabolical manner. Diabolicalness, the state or quality of being diabolical. Diabolic, obsolete form of diabolic. Diabolify, simple past and past participle of diabolify. Diabolifies, third person singular simple present indicative of diabolify. Diabolify, to ascribe diabolical qualities to change into or represent as a devil. Diabolifying, present participle and gerund of diabolify. Diabolize, alternative form of diabolize. Diabolize, simple past and past participle of diabolize. Diabolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diabolize. Diabolizing, present participle and gerund of diabolize. Diabolism, worship of the devil, Satanism. Diabolism, plural of diabolism. Diabolus, a devil worshipper. Diabolistic, of or pertaining to diabolism. Diabolists, plural of diabolus. Diabolize, to represent as diabolical. Diabolize, simple past and past participle of diabolize. Diabolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diabolize. Diabolizing, present participle and gerund of diabolize. Diabolo, a juggling apparatus consisting of a spool which is whirled and tossed on a string attached to hand sticks. Diabological, relating to diabology. Diabologies, plural of diabology. Diabolog, a book of sayings and quotations attributed to Satan. Diabologues, plural of diabolog. Diabology, the study of the devil in religion. Diabolatry, devil worship. Diabolos, plural of diabolo. Diabolus, synonym of tritone. Diabrosis, corrosion, erosion, or ulceration. Diabrotic, causing or relating to diabrosis, corrosive or ulcerating. Diabrotocene, any leaf beetle of the subtribe Diabrotocina. Diabrotocenes, plural of diabrotocene. Diabs, plural of diab. Diabulimia, the manipulation of insulin dosage by a diabetic person in order to effect loss of weight. Diaby, a surname. Diabetes, plural of diaby. Diacatholicin, a universal remedy, a certain purgative electuary. Diacatholicans, plural of diacatholicin. Diacaustic, relating to the caustic curves formed by the refraction of light. Diacaustics, plural of diacauste. Diacerine, a drug used in the treatment of osteoarthritis that works by inhibiting interleukin-1. Diacetyl, any organic compound that has two acetyl groups. Diacetamide, a derivative of acetamide with two acetyl groups attached, C4H7O. Diacetate, any salt or ester having two acetate groups. Diacetylates, plural of diacetate. Diacetic acid, synonym of acidocetic acid. Diacetylol, the primary metabolite of the acetylol used as a beta blocker and antiarrhythmic agent. Diacetone, two acetone substituents in another compound, especially in a sugar derivative. Diacetonide, any compound typically derived from a sugar that has two acetonide groups. Diacetonide, plural of diacetonide. Diacetylation, any reaction in which two acetoxyl groups are added. Diacetylations, plural of diacetylation. Diacetic ciserpenol, a mycotoxin from the group of type trichothecenes. It is a secondary metabolite product of fungi of the genus Fusarium and may cause toxicosis in farm animals. Diacetyria, the presence of acidocetic acid diacetic acid in the urine. Diacetyl, two acetyl groups in a compound. Diacetylated, acetylated with two acetyl groups. Diacetylation, any reaction in which two acetyl groups are added. Diacetylations, plural of diacetylation. Diacetylchidobiose, any diacetyl derivative of chidobiose, but especially an N-diacetylchidobiose that is a breakdown product of chitin. Diacetylchidobioses, plural of diacetylchidobiose. Diacetylcholine, synonym of succinylcholine. Diacetylhydromorphine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Diacetylene, a highly unsaturated given HC identical to CC identical to CH, the simplest pilling. Diacetylenes, plural of diacetylene. Diacetyonic, relating to diacetylene or its derivatives, having two carbon-to-carbon triple bonds. Diacetylhydrazine, the hydrazine CH3 CoH and H equals CH3. Diacetylmorphine, the INN name for the drug heroin. Diacetylnorphine, an opioid drug, the 3,6-diacetyl ester of nalorphine. Diacetylrine, diacerine. Diacetylvercarol, a trichothecene produced by the fungus Myrothecium verrucaria. It is an acetate derivative of vercarol. Diachenko, a surname from Ukrainian. Diachises, misspelling of Diaskises. Diachak, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Dyachev or acute Kajachak. Diachoresis, the excretion or passage of feces. Diachrony, diachrony, diachronic, occurring over or changing with time. Diachronic linguistics, synonym of historical linguistics. Diachronical, synonym of diachronic. Diachronically, in a diachronic fashion or in diachronic terms. Diachronicities, plural of diachronicity. Diachronicity, the understanding or interpretation of events by the way they relate over time, rather than by their moment-by-moment significance. Diachronies, plural of diachrony. Diachronism, a sedimentary rock formation in which the material, although of a similar nature, varies in age with the place where it was deposited. Diachronist, one who takes a diachronic approach. Diachronists, plural of diachronists. Diachronous, varying in age from place to place. Diachronously, in a diachronous manner, carried out or occurring with diachrony. Diachrony, the study of change over time, especially changes to language. Diashun, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Dyachev. Jachin. Diachylon, a plaster originally composed of the juices of several plants, later made of an oxide of lead and oil, and consisting essentially of glycerine mixed with lead salts of the fat acids. Diachylons, plural of diachylon. Diachylum, alternative form of diachylon. Diachyma, the parenchyma of leaves. Diachizes, a method of separating molecules or particles of different sizes by differential diffusion through a semipermeable membrane. Diacid, any dibasic acid. Diacidic, that is capable of neutralizing 2 moles of the monobasic acid. Diacids, plural of diacid. Diaclases, plural of diacloses. Diacloses, asteaplases. Diacodium, alternative form of diacodium. Diacodians, plural of diacodium. Diacodium, a syrup made from poppies. Diacodiums, plural of diacodium. Diacol, the cavity of the diencephalon. Diaconal, of or pertaining to a deacon or the diaconate lay clergy. Diaconals, plural of diaconal. Diaconate, the rank of a deacon. Diaconates, plural of diaconate. Diaconcentrate, to concentrate via difiltration. Diaconcentrated, simple past and past participle of diaconcentrate. Diaconcentration, the process of diaconcentrating. Diaconcentrations, plural of diaconcentration. Diaconcentrator, the device used in diaconcentration. Diaconcentrators, plural of diaconcentrator. Diaconica, plural of diaconicon. Diaconicon, a sacristy for sacred vessels in a Greek church on the south side of the bema or sanctuary. Diaconiology, the study of the ethics and hierarchy of a particular church organization. Diaconitative, concerned with or relating to the ways in which a particular term may have different connotations in different situations. Diacono, a surname from Italian. Diaconos, plural of diacono. Diacope, diamesis. Diacaustic, relating to diacoustics. Diacoustics is science concerned with the properties of sound as affected by passing through different mediums. Diaphonics. Diacrintuyen, having the back teeth separated from the front teeth. Diacritine, any compound that contains two acridine moieties. Diacridines, plural of diacridine. Diacrisis, plural of diacrises. Diacrises, synonym of diagnosis. Diacritic, distinguishing. Diacritical, capable of distinguishing or of making a distinction. Diacritical hook, any specific hamiform diacritic, variously. Diacritical hooks, plural of diacritical hook. Diacritical mark, a symbol in writing used with a letter to indicate a different pronunciation, stress, tone, or meaning. Diacritical marks, plural of diacritical mark. Diacritically, in a diacritical manner. Diacriticals, plural of diacritical. Diacriticize, that has diacritical marks added. Diacritic, written with diacritics. Diacriticus, without diacritics. Diacritics, plural of diacritic. Diacritization, the addition of diacritical marks. Diacritizations, plural of diacritization. Diacritize, to add diacritical marks. Diacritized, simple past and past participle of diacritize. Diacritizing, present participle and gerund of diacritize. Diachronic, misspelling of diachronic. Diacrylate, any compound having two acrylate groups. Diacrylates, plural of diacrylate. Diacrylic, containing two acrylic groups. Adding two rays, diactinol. Diactin, alternative form of diactine. Diactinol, having two rays. Diactine, diactinol, having two rays. Diactines, plural of diactine. Diactinic, capable of transmitting actinic rays of light. Diactinism, the property of diactinic. Diactins, plural of diactin. Diactivated, activated in two places. Dix, plural of diac. Diacutaneous, through the skin. Diacyl, two acyl groups in a compound. Diacylamine, any compound having two acyl groups attached to an ammonia of primary amine residue, is secondary amide or amide. Diacylamines, plural of diacylamine. Diacylamino, any univalent radical derived from a diacylamine. Diacylaminos, plural of diacylamino. Diacylated, modified by the addition of two acyl groups. Diacylation, the simultaneous addition of two acyl groups to a molecule. Diacylations, plural of diacylation. Diacylglycerol, a glycolipid derived from galabiose. Diacylgalactosylglycerol, a glycolipid derived from galactose. Diacylgalactosylglycerols, plural of diacylgalactosylglycerol. Diacylglyceride, diglyceride. Diacylglycerides, plural of diacylglyceride. Diacylglycerol, diglyceride. Diacylglycerols. Plural of diacylglycerol. Diacylglycerol, a univalent radical derived from a diacylglycerol that is the basis of most phospholipids. Diacylglycerols, plural of diacylglycerol. Diacylglyceride, synonym of diglyceride of a typical fatty acid. Diacylglycerols, plural of diacylglycerol. Diacylglyceride, synonym of diglyceride of a typical fatty acid. Diacylglycerides, plural of diacylglyceride. Diacylsulfoxynovacylglycerol, a glycerol lipid found in photosynthetic membranes. Diacyltrihalose, a diacyl derivative of trehalose. Diacytosis, the discharge of an empty pinacetic vesicle from a cell. Di, a sequence of two different monomers in a polymer. Diaduct, an adduct formed by the addition of two molecules of a compound. Diaducts, plural of diaduct. Diadectid, any tetrapod in the family Didactidae. Didactids, plural of diadectid. Didactymorph, any member of the Didactymorpha. Didactymorphs, plural of didactymorph. Diadelphian, of or relating to the former class Diadelphia, having the stamens united into two bodies by their filaments said of a plant or flower. Diadelphous, of a flower, or the plant bearing it, having the stamens fused together at least partly by the filaments so that they form two separate bundles, or a bundle and a lone separate stamen. Diadelphi, presence of diadelphous stamen. Diadem, an ornamental headband worn as a badge of royalty. Diadem monkey, synonym of blue monkey. Diadem monkeys, plural of diadem monkey. Diadem spider, the common garden spider Araneus diadematus. Diadem spiders, plural of diadem spider. Diadematid, any sea urchin in the family Diadematidae. Diadematids, plural of diadematid. Diadematoi, any sea urchin of the order Diadematoida. Diadematoids, plural of diadematoi. Diadem, obsolete spelling of diadem. Diademed, simple past and past participle of diadem. Diademed monkey, synonym of blue monkey. Diademed sifaka, Propithecus diadema, an endangered species of sifaka, one of the lemurs endemic to certain rainforests in eastern Madagascar. Diademed sifakas, plural of diademed sifaka. Diadems, plural of diadem. Diademing, present participle and gerund of diadem. Diadem, simple past and past participle of diadem. Diademing, present participle and gerund of diadem. Diadems, plural of diadem. Diadenosine, two adenosine groups in a molecule. Diadenylate, any compound that has two adenylate groups. Diadenylates, plural of diadenylate. Diadenylyl, two adenylyl groups. Diadermal, that acts through the skin. Diadermic, synonym of diadermal. Dyadic, alternative spelling of dyadic. Diadenic xanthin, a pigment found in phytoplankton with chemical formula CHO3. Diadachi, the rival generals of Alexander the Great who fought for control over his empire after his death in 323 BCE. Diadatite, a phosphosulfate mineral with a greenish yellow to brown color. Diadochokinesis, plural of diadochokinesis. Diadochokinesia, alternative form of diadochokinesis. Diadochokinesis, the action of alternately flexing and extending a limb. Diadochokinetic, relating to diadochokinesis. Diadochus, any of the rival families who fought for control over Alexander the Great's empire after his death. Diadochi, the capability of an atom to replace another in a particular crystal structure. Diadrom, a complete course or vibration as of a pendulum. Diadromous, that travels between salt water and fresh water as part of its life cycle. Diadroms, plural of diadrom. Diadromy, the state of being diadromous. Dyads, plural of dyad. Diagumenoi, plural of diagumenos. Diagumenos, a form of ancient Greek sculpture featuring a young man holding a knotted diadem as the winner of a contest. Dioecious, archaic form of dioecious. Diureses, plural of diuresis. Diuresis, a separation of one syllable, especially a vowel which is a diphthong, that is, beginning with one sound and ending with another into two distinct syllables, distraction. Diuresis, rare form of diuresis. Diuretic, featuring diuresis. Dias, abbreviation of die in a fire. Diaph, alternative letter case form of diaph. Diaphanization, misspelling of diaphanization. Diafilter, to filter using diafiltration. Diafiltered, simple past and past participle of diafilter. Diafiltrate, to subject to diafiltration. Diafiltrated, simple past and past participle of diafiltrate. Diafiltrates, third person singular simple present indicative of diafiltrate. Diafiltrating, present participle and gerund of diafiltrate. Diafiltration, filtration through a permeable membrane in order to remove medium to large-sized molecules. Diafiltrations, plural of diafiltration. Diaphores, misspelling of diaphores. Diafrequential, concerned with or relating to the ways in which a term's frequency may vary across different contexts and situations. Abbreviation of diagnosis. Diagenesis, plural of diagenesis. Diagenesis, all the chemical, physical, and biological changes sediment goes through during and after lithification, not including weathering or other surface changes. Diagenetic, of or relating to diagenesis. Diagenetically, in a diagenetic manner. Diadehopic, relating to or exhibiting diadeotropism. Diadeotropism, the tendency of plant organs, especially roots, to grow horizontally. Diegetic, misspelling of diegetic. Diahylean, of or relating to serge diahyl of s ya ge ya acute ikaki de ya acute ge el ya va. 1872-1929, Russian art critic, patron, ballet impresario, and founder of the ballets Russes. Diaglyph, glyptic art consisting of a sunken or depressed engraving or carving on a stone or gem. Diaglyphic, represented or formed by depressions in the surface. Diaglyphs, plural of diaglyph. Diame, a surname. Diagnes, plural of diagne. Diagnosens, an inaccurate, incorrect, or nonsensical diagnosis, particularly in the field of psychiatry. Diagnosabilities, plural of diagnosability. Diagnosability, the condition of being diagnosable. Diagnosable, able to be diagnosed, having a cause which can be determined. Diagnosably, in a diagnosable way. Diagnose, to determine which disease is causing a sick person's signs and symptoms, to find a diagnosis. Diagnosable, alternative form of diagnosable. Diagnose, simple past and past participle of diagnose. Diagnosee, one who is diagnosed. Diagnoses, plural of diagnosee. Diagnoser, that which diagnoses, especially an artificial intelligence software component. Diagnosers, plural of diagnoser. Diagnosis, plural of diagnosis. Diagnosability, misspelling of diagnosability. Diagnosing, present participle and gerund of diagnose. Diagnosis, the process of, or an instance of, identification of the nature and cause of an illness. Diagnosogenic, of a condition brought on by being diagnosed. Diagnostic, of or relating to diagnosis. Diagnostic drawing series, a standardized art therapy assessment in which the artist/patient is asked to draw 3 pictures. Diagnostic overshadowing, the mistaken attribution of signs and symptoms of a medical condition to a pre-existing known condition. Diagnostical, synonym of diagnostic. Diagnostically, in a diagnostic manner. Diagnosticate, to make a diagnosis of, to recognize a disease or similar by its symptoms. Diagnosticated, simple past and past participle of diagnosticate. Diagnosticates, third person singular simple present indicative of diagnosticate. Diagnosticating, present participle and gerund of diagnosticate. Diagnostication, the act or the result of diagnosticating, diagnosis. Diagnostications, plural of diagnostication. Diagnostician, a person who diagnoses, especially a medical doctor. Diagnosticians, plural of diagnostician. Diagnosticities, plural of diagnosticity. Diagnosticity, the quality of being diagnostic. Diagnostic, obsolete form of diagnostic. Diagnostics, plural of diagnostic. Diagnostics, plural of diagnostic. Diagometer, a kind of electroscope in which the dry pile is employed to measure the amount of electricity transmitted by different bodies or to determine their conductive power. Diagometers, plural of diagometer. Diagonal, a city and town in Iowa. Diagonal argument, a proof developed by George Cantor to show that the set of real numbers is uncountably infinite. Diagonal calendar, a kind of astronomical diagram used to tell time in ancient Egypt. Diagonal calendars, plural of diagonal calendar. Diagonal element, an element on the main diagonal of a square matrix, that is, an element in row K and column K, where K is an integer between 1 and the number of rows or columns in the matrix. Diagonal elements, plural of diagonal element. Diagonal mark, synonym of slash as the // and sometimes also its prescribed sense inclusive of the \\\. Diagonal marks, plural of diagonal mark. Diagonal matrices, plural of diagonal matrix. Diagonal matrix, a matrix in which the entries outside the main diagonal are all zero. Diagonal morphism, a morphism from an object to the product of that object with itself, which morphism is induced by a pair of identity morphisms of the said object. Diagonal morphisms, plural of diagonal morphism. Diagonal scale, a scale for laying down small fractions of the unit of measurement, the parallel lines drawn lengthwise on its surface being divided into sections by lines drawn crosswise, and in one end section being intersected by a series of other parallel lines drawn obliquely at equal distances across them. Diagonal scales, plural of diagonal scale. Diagonal spread, in derivatives trading and options spread position having features of both a calendar spread and a vertical spread. It is established by simultaneously buying and selling equal amount of option contracts of the same type call or put but with different strike prices and expiration dates. Diagonal spreads, plural of diagonal spread. Diagonalizability, alternative spelling of diagonalizability. Diagonalizable, alternative form of diagonalizable. Diagonalization, in matrix algebra, the process of converting a square matrix into a diagonal matrix, usually to find the eigenvalues of the matrix. Diagonalizations, plural of diagonalization. Diagonalize, alternative spelling of diagonalize. Diagonalize, simple past and past participle of diagonalize. Diagonalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diagonalize. Diagonalizing, present participle and gerund of diagonalize. Diagonalities, plural of diagonality. Diagonality, the condition of a diagonal. Diagonalizability, the ability to be diagonalized. Diagonalizable, able to be diagonalized. Diagonalization, U.S. spelling of diagonalization. Diagonalizations, plural of diagonalization. Diagonalize, to convert a square matrix into a diagonal matrix by multiplying it by a second matrix and its inverse. Diagonalized, simple past and past participle of diagonalize. Diagonalizer, a device that diagonalizes the branches of radio antenna in order to reduce fading. Diagonalizers, plural of diagonalizer. Diagonalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diagonalize. Diagonalizing, present participle and gerund of diagonalize. Diagonally, in a diagonal manner, not square to any direction. Diagononus, the condition of being diagonal. Diagonals, plural of diagonal. Diagonal-wise, in a diagonal fashion. Diagonal, obsolete form of diagonal. Diagram, a plan, drawing, sketch, or outline to show how something works, or show the relationships between the parts of a whole. Diagram chase, a proof in stages, each of which, in general, depends on the previous stages and can be visualized by means of a diagram of morphisms. Diagram chases, plural of diagram chase. Diagram chasing, proof in stages, each of which, in general, depends on the previous stages and can be visualized by means of a diagram of morphisms. Diagram, simple past and past participle of diagram. Diagramming, present participle and gerund of diagram. Diagramless, having a blank grid so that the solver must determine the positions of the black non-lettered squares as well as the answers to the clues. Diagramlesses, plural of diagramless. Diagrammability, the quality or degree of being able to be represented as a diagram. Diagrammable, capable of being diagrammed. Diagrammatic, in the form of a diagram. Diagrammatical, diagrammatic. Diagrammatically, in a diagrammatic manner. Diagrammatics, the study of the use of diagrams. Diagrammatize, to represent in the form of a diagram. Diagrammatize, simple past and past participle of diagrammatize. Diagrammatize, alternative form of diagrammatize. Diagrammatize, simple past and past participle of diagrammatize. Diagrammatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diagrammatize. Diagrammatizing, present participle and gerund of diagrammatize. Diagram, archaic form of diagram. Diagrammed, simple past and past participle of diagram. Diagrammer, a software program for constructing diagrams. Diagrammers, plural of diagrammer. Diagrams, plural of diagram. Diagramming, present participle and gerund of diagram. Diagrams, plural of diagram. Diagraph, a drawing instrument that combines a protractor and scale. Diagraphic, descriptive pertaining to a diagram or other visual. Diagraphical, alternative form of diagraphic. Diagraphics, the art or science of descriptive drawing, especially by means of mechanical appliances and mathematical rules. Diagraphs, plural of diagraph. Diagraphy, the automated monitoring of boreholes. Digrid, a structure used by some buildings, which is made up of triangles formed from beams of steel or sometimes other materials. Digrids, plural of diagrid. Diags, plural of diag. Diagid, a member of a South American indigenous people native to the Chilean Norte Chico and the Argentine Northwest. Diagidas, plural of diagid. Diadem, a female given name. Diheliotrope, relating or manifesting diheliotropism, having the dorsal surface of leaves facing towards the rays of light. Diheliotropically, in a diheliotropic manner. Diheliotropism, a tendency of leaves or other plant organs to have their dorsal surface facing towards the rays of light. Diintegrative, concerned with or relating to the ways in which multiple languages are integrated with one another. Diiretic, of or pertaining to diireses. Dikinesis, plural of dikinesis. Dikinesis, the last stage of prophase in which the nucleolus and nuclear envelope disappear, spindle fibers form, and the chromosomes shorten in preparation for metaphase. Dikinetic, of, relating to, or produced by. Diakinesis. Diakai, a surname from Fiola. Diakites, plural of diakite. Diak. Kofto, alternative form of diakopto, Greece. Diakoptics, the act of breaking a problem down into components which can be solved independently before being joined back together to obtain a solution to the whole problem. Diakopto, a coastal town in Achaea, West Greece, Greece. Dial, a surname, Dial back, to reduce one's energy or intensity, to restrain a feeling or action. Dial down, to reduce or diminish in effect or intensity. Dial down a notch, synonym of take down a notch. Dial gauge, any device for comparing a physical property of two objects or an object with a standard. Dial gauges, plural of dial gauge. Dial in, to configure or set up particularly a complex machine with many configuration options, especially knobs and dials. Dial indicator, any device for comparing a physical property of two objects or an object with a standard. Dial indicators, plural of dial indicator. Dial into, alternative form of dial into. Dial it in, to set up in a perfect or complete way. Dial lock, a combination lock having the numbers entered by means of a rotating dial. Dial locks, plural of dial lock. Dial number, telephone number. Dial numbers, plural of dial number. Dial out, to make a call using an outbound line. Dial tone, a telephony signal, usually in the form of a sound, used to indicate that the telephone exchange is working, has recognized an off hook, and is ready to accept a call. Dial tones, plural of dial tone. Dial up, to telephone, to call on the telephone. Dial a joke, a type of telephone service where people can call to listen to pre-recorded jokes. Dial a jokes, plural of dial a joke. Dial a ride, a form of on-demand transportation similar to public transit, usually in areas or during times where fixed route service is not available or possible, and resembling paratransit, taxi, or shuttle service in its execution. Dial a ride problem, a mathematical problem in which a set of deliveries must be made along a set of available routes between fixed sources and destinations within limited time periods and with the possibility of changing vehicles during a trip. Dial a ride problems, plural of dial a ride problem. Dial a yield, of a nuclear weapon having a yield that is variable, i.e. selectable without reconstruction. Dial around, a service that allows an international or other telephone call to be made indirectly through another number, thus avoiding the usual call routing and potentially saving money. Dial in, of a system or service accepting incoming connections over a telephone line. Dial in time, the amount of time the driver estimates that it will take their car to cross the finish line, used to establish a handicapped start in a bracket race. Dial in times, plural of dial in time. Dial ins, plural of dial in. Dial up, requiring a telephone number to be dialed. Dial ups, plural of dial up. Dial, abbreviation of dialectal. Dialable, able to be dialed. Dialing, the aluminium hydride Al2H6 that is a dimer of a lane found only at low temperatures. Dilate, misspelling of dilate. Dilation, misspelling of dilation. Dialdehyde, any compound containing two aldehyde groups. Dialdehydes, plural of dialdehyde. Dialdehydic, relating to a dialdehyde. Dialdose, a monosaccharide containing two aldehyde groups. Dialdose, plural of dialdose. Dialect, a lect, often a regional or minority language as part of a group or family of languages, especially if they are viewed as a single language or if contrasted with a standardized idiom that is considered the true form of the language, for example, Bavarian as contrasted with Standard German. Dialect chain. Synonym of dialect continuum. Dialect chains. Plural of dialect chain. Dialect continuum. Plural of dialect continuum. Dialect continuum. A range of dialects that vary slightly across a geographical area, but whose differences accumulate over a certain distance. Dialect continuums. Plural of dialect continuum. Dialect island. An enclave where a dialect is physically isolated from similar dialects. Dialect islands. Plural of dialect island. Dialect leveling. The reduction of dialectal diversity within a language due to the propagation of a single prestige variety. Dialecto. Of or relating to a dialect. Dialectalism. Alternative form of dialecticism, dialectism. Dialectalisms. Plural of dialectalism. Dialectality. The quality of being dialectal. Dialectoi. In a dialectal way. Dialectic. Any formal system of reasoning that arrives at a truth by the exchange of logical arguments. Dialectico. Of or pertaining to dialectic. In philosophy, logically reason through the exchange of opposing ideas. Dialectical behavior therapy. A type of psychotherapy that combines elements of cognitive behavioral therapy with mindfulness practices. Dialectical behavioral therapy. Uncommon form of dialectical behavior therapy. Dialectical behavior therapy. Alternative spelling of dialectical behavior therapy. Dialectical behavioral therapy. Uncommon form of dialectical behavior therapy. Dialectical materialism. The concept of reality in which material things are in the constant process of change brought about by the tension between conflicting or interacting forces, elements, or ideas. Dialectical method. Synonym of dialectics. Dialecticalization. Alternative spelling of dialecticalization. Dialecticality. The quality of being dialectical. Dialecticalization. The act or process of making dialectical. Dialecticalizations. Plural of dialecticalization. Dialectically. In a dialectical manner, logically. Dialectician. Someone skilled in dialectics, someone able to arrive at logical conclusions through reason argument. Dialecticians. Plural of dialectician. Dialecticism. The quality of being dialectic. Dialecticisms. Plural of dialecticism. Dialectic. Obsolete form of dialectic. Dialectics. Plural of dialectic. Dialectics. A systematic method of argument that attempts to resolve the contradictions in opposing views or ideas. Dialecting. The creation of domain-specific languages within an existing programming language. Dialectism. Alternative form of dialecticism. Dialectisms. Plural of dialectism. Dialectless. Without a dialect, speaking the neutral form of a language. Dialectness. The quality of being a dialect. Dialectological. Of or relating to dialectology. Dialectologically. In terms of dialectology. Dialectologies. Plural of dialectology. Dialectologist. A person who studies regional differences in speech sounds. Dialectologists. Plural of dialectologists. Dialectology. The study of dialects. Dialectometric. Relating to dialectometry. Dialectometrics. Dialectometry. Dialectometry. The study of the regional distribution of dialects. Dialects, plural of dialect. Dialectual, misspelling of dialectal. Dial, simple past and past participle of dial. Dialed back, simple past and past participle of dial back. Dialed down, simple past and past participle of dial down. Dialed down a notch, simple past and past participle of dial down a notch. Dial in, simple past and past participle of dial in. Dialed into, simple past and past participle of dial into. Dialed it in, simple past and past participle of dial it in. Dialed out, simple past and past participle of dial out. Dialed up, simple past and past participle of dial up. Dialef, a short metrical pause between two identical vowel sounds, one at the end of a word, the other at the beginning of the next word. Diales, plural of dialef. Dialer, a person or device that dials, as using a telephone. Dialers, plural of dialer. Dialetheia, a statement that is both true and false, a true contradiction. Dialetheias, plural of dialetheia. Dialethaic, exhibiting or relating to dialetheism. Dialetheism, the theory that statements can be both true and false at the same time and in the same sense, the opposite of the law of non-contradiction. Dialetheisms, plural of dialetheism. Dialetheist, a person who believes in or advocates dialetheism, the logical or metaphysical theory that two contradictory propositions can both be true. Dialetheists, plural of dialetheist. Dialectic, of or pertaining to dialetheism. Dialetheism, alternative form of dialetheism. Dialgebra, alternative form of bialgebra. Dialgebras, plural of dialgebra. Dialid, any sea snail in the family Dialidae. Dialids, plural of dialid. Dialin, 1,2-dihydronaphthalene, a hydrocarbon with chemical formula CH, similar to naphthalene, but having one ring partially saturated. Dialing, present participle and gerund of dial. Dialing back, present participle and gerund of dial back. Dialing down, present participle and gerund of dial down. Dialing down a notch, present participle and gerund of dial down a notch. Dialing in, present participle and gerund of dial in. Dialing into, present participle and gerund of dial into. Dialing it in, present participle and gerund of dial it in. Dialing out, present participle and gerund of dial out. Dialing up, present participle and gerund of dial up. Dialings, plural of dialing. Dialists, a maker of, user of, or expert in sundials. Dialists, plural of dialists. Dialyze, alternative form of dialyze. Dialyze, simple past and past participle of dialyze. Dialyze, third person singular simple present indicative of dialyze. Dialyzing, present participle and gerund of dialyze. Dialkene, any alkene having two double bonds. Dialkenes, plural of dialkene. Dialkoxide, any compound that has two alkoxide groups. Dialkoxides, plural of dialkoxide. Dialhyl, two alkyl group. groups in a compound. Dialkylacetylene. Any dialkyl derivative of acetylene. Dialkylamide. Any N-dialkylamide. Dialkylamides. Plural of dialkylamide. Dialkylamine. Any secondary amine formed from two alkyl groups. Dialkylamines. Plural of dialkylamine. Dialkylamino. Any dialkyl derivative of an amino radical. Dialkylammonium. Any univalent cation of general formula R2NH formed by protonation of a secondary amine. Dialkylammoniums. Plural of dialkylammonium. Dialkylated. Alkylated with two alkyl groups. Dialkylation. An alkylation reaction that adds two alkyl groups. Dialkylations. Plural of dialkylation. Dialkylcarbonamide. Any dialkylcarbonamide. Dialkylcarbonamides. Plural of dialkylcarbonamide. Dialkylhydroxylamine. Any N-dialkyl derivative of hydroxylamine. Dialkylhydroxylamines. Plural of dialkylhydroxylamine. Dialkylate. Any lead cation that has two alcohol substituents. Dialkylphenyl. Any dialkyl derivative of a phenyl radical. Dialkylphenols. Plural of dialkylphenyl. Dialthiols. Plural of dialthiol. Dialkylsilylene. A silylene where the silicon atom is connected to two alkyl groups. Dialkylthiourea. Any derivative of thiourea having two alkyl groups. Dialkylthioureas. Plural of dialkylthiourea. Dialkyltin. Any divalent dialkyl organotin radical R2SN. Dialkylzinc. Any organometallic compound of zinc containing two alkyl groups. Dialkylzincs. Plural of dialkylzinc. Dialable. Alternative spelling of dialable. Dialid. A figure of speech in which multiple arguments are brought to bear on a single point. Dialoges. Plural of dialage. Dialogic. Of or relating to the mineral dialage. Dialogoid. Resembling the mineral dialage. Dials. Canada. Simple past and past participle of dial. Dialed back. Simple past and past participle of dial back. Dialed down. Simple past and past participle of dial down. Dialed down a notch. Simple past and past participle of dial down a notch. Dial in. Simple past and past participle of dial in. Dialed into. Simple past and past participle of dial into. Dialed it in. Simple past and past participle of dial it in. Dialed out. Simple past and past participle of dial out. Dialed up. Simple past and past participle of dial up. Dial. Involving crosses between several or all possible combinations. Diallelic. Having two alleles. Diallelism. Diallelic inheritance. Diallelus. Involving circular reasoning. Diallels. Plural of diallel. Diallelus. The argument that any proposition requires a justification, but the justification itself requires support, which leads to infinite regress. Dialer. Alternative form of dialer. Dialers. Plural of dialer. Dialless. Without a dial. Dialing, present participle and gerund of dial. Dialing back, present participle and gerund of dial back. Dialing code, an area code. Dialing codes, plural of dialing code. Dialing down, present participle and gerund of dial down. Dialing down a notch, present participle and gerund of dial down a notch. Dialing in, present participle and gerund of dial in. Dialing into, present participle and gerund of dial into. Dialing it in, present participle and gerund of dial it in. Dialing out, present participle and gerund of dial out. Dialing tone, alternative form of dial tone. Dialing tones, plural of dialing tone. Dialing up, present participle and gerund of dial up. Dialings, plural of dialing. Dialist, alternative form of dialist. Dialists, plural of dialists. Diallo, a Fiola surname from French in turn from Fiola. Dialos, plural of dialo. Dial, any compound containing two allyl groups. Dialated, modified by the introduction of two allyl groups. Diallelic, having two allyl groups. Diallyls, plural of diallyl. Dialylthambutene, an opioid analgesic drug from the thiambutene family. Dialuria, cinnaballing. Dialogue, a dialogue box. Dialogue balloon, synonym of speech bubble. Dialogue balloons, plural of dialogue balloon. Dialogue box, a window that prompts the user to enter information. Dialogue boxes, plural of dialogue box. Dialogue tag, misspelling of dialogue tag. Dialogue window, a dialogue box. Dialogue windows, plural of dialogue window. Dialogal, of or related to dialogue. Dialogue, simple past and past participle of dialogue. Dialoger, alternative form of dialoger. Dialogers, plural of dialoger. Dialogic, of or relating to dialogue. Dialogical. Related to or having the character of dialogue. Dialogical analysis, a way that involves examining human communication by emphasizing the interactive aspects of language. Dialogicality, the quality of being dialogical. Dialogically, using dialogue, or in the manner or nature of a dialogue. Dialogicity, the state in which the self is fundamentally connected to others, oneself, and the world, via dialogue. Dialogics, dialogic writing and interactions generally. Dialoguing, present participle and gerund of dialogue. Dialogize, alternative form of dialogize. Dialogized, simple past and past participle of dialogize. Dialogizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dialogize. Dialogizing, present participle and gerund of dialogize. Dialogism, an imaginary speech or discussion between two or more. Dialogisms, plural of dialogism. Dialogist, a writer of dialogues. Dialogistic, relating to a dialogue, having the form or nature of a dialogue. Dialogistical, alternative form of dialogistic. Dialogistically, in a dialogistic manner. Dialogists, plural of dialogists. Dialogite, rhodochrosite. Dialogites, plural of dialogite. Dialogize, to transform into a dialogue. Dialogized, simple past and past participle of dialogize. Dialogizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dialogize. Dialogizing, present participle and gerund of dialogize. Dialogless, alternative form of dialogless. Dialogues, plural of dialogue. Dialogual, of or relating to a dialogue. Dialogue, a conversation or other form of discourse between two or more individuals. Dialogue balloon, synonym of speech bubble. Dialogue balloons, plural of dialogue balloon. Dialogue box, non-standard spelling of dialogue box. Dialogue boxes, plural of dialogue box. Dialogue tag, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see dialogue tag. Dialogue tags, plural of dialogue tag. Dialogued, simple past and past participle of dialogue. Dialogless, without dialogue. Dialoguer, a participant in a dialogue. Dialoguers, plural of dialoguer. Dialogues, plural of dialogue. Dialoguing, present participle and gerund of dialogue. Dialoguist, a person who writes dialogue. Dialoguists, plural of dialoguists. Dial-out, connection to an external network via modem, etc. Dial-outs, plural of dial-out. Dialazide, rhodochrosite. Dial painter, one who paints dials. Dial painters, plural of dial painter. Dials, plural of dial. Dials back, third person singular simple present indicative of dial back. Dials down, third person singular simple present indicative of dial down. Dials down a notch, third person singular simple present indicative of dial down a notch. Dials in, third person singular simple present indicative of dial in. Dials into, third person singular simple present indicative of dial into. Dials it in, third person singular simple present indicative of dial it in. Dials out, third person singular simple present indicative of dial out. Dials up, third person singular simple present indicative of dial up. Dialuminium, two aluminium atoms in a molecule. Dialumino, containing two aluminium atoms. Dialuminum, alternative spelling of dialuminium. Dial-up, alternative spelling of dial-up. Dial-ups, plural of dial-up. Dialramide, myrixin. Dialrate, a salt or ester of dialuric acid. Dialrates, plural of dialrate. Dialuric, of or pertaining to dialuric acid or its derivatives. Dialuric acid, the reaction product of alloxan and alloxanthin. Dialuric acids, plural of dialuric acid. Dilocarpic, having a fruit composed of distinct carpels. Dilinuris, exhibiting or relating to dilinury. Dilinury, a direct nerve connection between ganglia that are located on opposite sides of the body of a mollusk. Dialactylus, having separate petals, polypetalous. Dialysabilities, plural of dialysability. Dialysability, ability to be dialysed. Dialysable, alternative form of dialysable. Dialescence, the flow of solute through a membrane during dialysis. Dialysate, a product of dialysis. Dialysates, plural of dialysate. Dialysation, alternative form of dialysation. Dialysations, plural of dialysation. Dialyze, alternative spelling of dialyze. Dialyze, simple past and past participle of dialyze. Dialysbolus, bearing separate sepals. Dialyzer, alternative form of dialyzer. Dialysers, plural of dialyzer. Dialysis, plural of dialysis. Dialyzing, present participle and gerund of dialyze. Dialysis, a method of separating molecules or particles of different sizes by differential diffusion through a semipermeable membrane. Dialytic, relating to or producing dissolution. Dialytic telescope, an achromatic telescope in which the color dispersion produced by a single object lens of crown glass is corrected by a smaller concave lens, or combination of lenses of high dispersive power, placed at a distance in the narrower part of the converging cone of rays, usually near the middle of the tube. Dialytic telescopes, plural of dialytic telescope. Dialytic way, done in a dialytic manner or way. Dialytica, a diaeresis or trema in the Greek alphabet. Dialytrauma, a collective term for all complications associated with the use of renal replacement therapies, including dialysis and hemofiltration. Dialysable, of a substance able to be removed by dialysis. Dialysate, alternative spelling of dialysate. Dialysates, plural of dialysate. Dialysation, dialysis. Dialysations, plural of dialysation. Dialyze, to subject something or someone to dialysis. Dialyze, simple past and past participle of dialyze. Dialyzer, the part of a hemodialysis machine that performs filtration by unequal diffusion through membranes. Dialyzers, plural of dialyzer. Dialyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of dialyze. Dialyzing, present participle and gerund of dialyze. Clipping of diameter. Diam, abbreviation of diameter. Diamagnet, any material that exhibits diamagnetism. Diamagnetic, exhibiting diamagnetism repelled by a magnet. Diamagnetically, in a diamagnetic way. Diamagnetics, plural of diamagnetic. Diamagnetism, a weak form of magnetism that is only observed in the presence of an external magnetic field due to an induced magnetic field in an opposite direction. Diamagnetisms, plural of diamagnetism. Diamagnetization, the act of making something or of something becoming diamagnetic. Diamagnets, plural of diamagnet. Diamond, a surname from German. Diamantaire, an expert in the cutting of diamonds into gems. Diamantaires, plural of diamantaire. Diamantane, a diamondoid consisting of two face fuse cages. Diamantanes, plural of diamantane. Diamante, an artificial diamond used as adornment, such as a rhinestone. Diamante, alternative spelling of diamante. Diamante poem, a 7-line poem used to teach writing skills to elementary school children whose text forms the shape of a lozenge or diamond. Diamante poems, plural of diamante poem. Diamantes, plural of diamante. Diamantes, plural of diamante. Diamantiferous, yielding diamonds. Diamantina, a female given name from Portuguese. Diamantine, consisting of or resembling diamond. Diamonds, plural of diamond. Diamat, dialectical materialism. Alternative form of diam. Diamba, marijuana. Diambe, alternative form of diambic. Diams, plural of diam. Diamesic, concern with or relating to the ways in which language varies across forms of communication. Diameter, any straight line between 2 points on the circumference of a circle that passes through the center/center of the circle, a chord that passes through the center of the circle. Diameters, plural of diameter. Diameter-wise, across the diameter. Diametral, of, relating to, or measured across a diameter. Diametrally, in a diametral way. Diametrals, plural of diametral. Diameter, alternative form of diameter. Diameters, plural of diameter. Diametric, directly opposing. Diametrical, of or pertaining to a diagonal or diameter. Diametrically, separated by a diameter on exactly the opposite side. Diambenatide, an antiparasitic drug. Diamict, synonym of dimictin. Diamictae, a sedimentary, calcareous conglomerate containing a mixture of particles, mixtite. Diamictates, plural of diamictite. Diamictin, a terrigenous sediment that is unsorted to poorly sorted and contains particles ranging in size from clay to boulders, suspended in an unconsolidated matrix of mud or sand. Diamide, archaic form of diamide. Diiodate, a compound consisting of an alkyl or aryl group that contains two amide groups, a compound with the formula Rcon2, where R is an alkyl group or an aryl group. Diamide, any compound having two amide groups. Diamides, plural of diamide. Diamidite, any of a class of compounds formerly derived from acid anhydrides by replacement of equals O with equals NR and O with NR. Diamidides, plural of diamidide. Diamidine, any organic compound having two amidine groups, such as pentamidine. Diamidenes, plural of diamidine. Diamidino, two amidino groups in a molecule. Diamidinos, plural of diamidino. Diamidae, any amidite in which two O linkages are replaced by an amino groups. Diamidites, plural of diamidite. diamido, diamine, diamidal. A move on the parallel bars consisting of a swing down from handstand through support, then releasing one hand and twisting the body a full turn before grasping in handstand. Diamidavs, plural of diamida. Diamids, plural of diamin. Diamin, archaic form of diamine. Diaminase, misspelling of demonase. Diamination, any reaction that results in the formation of a diamine. Diaminations, plural of diamination. Diamine, any compound containing two amino functional groups. Diamines, plural of diamine. Diamino, two amino groups in a molecule. Diaminylcane, any aliphatic diamine. Diaminylcanes, plural of diaminylcane. Diaminonthraquinone, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of anthraquinone. Diaminonthraquinones, plural of diaminonthraquinone. Diaminobenzene, phenylenediamine. Diaminobenzenes, plural of diaminobenzene. Diaminobenzidine, misspelling of diaminobenzidine. Diaminobenzidine, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of benzidine. Diaminobenzidines, plural of diaminobenzidine. Diaminobenzidone, misspelling of diaminobenzidine. Diaminobenzoate, any diamino derivative of a benzoate group or ion. Diaminobenzoates, plural of diaminobenzoate. Diaminobutane, any diamino derivative of butane. Diaminobutanes, plural of diaminobutane. Diaminocarbene, any diamino derivative of a carbene. Diaminocarbenes, plural of diaminocarbene. Diaminocyclohexane, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of cyclohexane. Diaminocyclohexanes, plural of diaminocyclohexane. Diaminocyclohexyl, any diamino derivative of a cyclohexyl radical. Diaminodiphenyl, two aminophenyl groups in a compound. Diaminothane, ethylnediamine or any of its derivatives. Diaminothanes, plural of diaminothane. Diaminofluorine, any diamino derivative of fluorine, but especially 2,7-diaminofluorine that is an analytical reagent. Diaminofluorescein, a fluorescein into which two amino groups have been substituted. Diaminofluoresceins, plural of diaminofluorescein. Diaminofluorine, misspelling of diaminofluorine. Diaminoglucose, any diamino derivative of glucose, but especially 2,6-diaminoglucose that has some antibacterial action. Diaminoglucoses, plural of diaminoglucose. Diaminiguanidine, either of two isomeric diamino derivatives of guanidine in which two terminal hydrogen atoms are replaced by NH2 groups. Diaminiguanidines, plural of diaminiguanidine. Diaminoheptane, any diamino derivative of a heptane. Diaminoheptanes, plural of diaminoheptane. Diaminohexane, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of hexane, but especially 1,6-hexamethylnediamine. Diaminohexanes, plural of diaminohexane. Diaminomylinitrile, an organic compound C4H4N used in the synthesis of several heterocyclic compounds. Diaminomyelinitriles, plural of diaminomyelinitrile. Diaminomethylidinimino, guanidinyle, diaminomonocarboxylic, describing amino acids that have 2 amino groups and 1 carboxylic acid group. Diaminonaphthalene, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of naphthalene. Diaminonaphthalines, plural of diaminonaphthalene. Diaminonaftriazole, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of naftriazole, some of which are used as fluorescent probes. Diaminopentane, any diamino derivative of pentane. Diaminopentanes, plural of diaminopentane. Diaminophenol, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of phenol. They are used in organic synthesis and in hair dyeing applications. Diaminophenols, plural of diaminophenol. Diaminopinelate, any salt or ester of diaminopinelic acid. Diaminopinelates, plural of diaminopinelate. Diaminopinelic, of or pertaining to diaminopinelic acid or its derivatives. Diaminopinelic acid, any diamino derivative of pinelic acid, but especially 2R6 is 2,6-diaminoheptaneoic acid, which has biochemical activity. Diaminopinelic acids, plural of diaminopinelic acid. Diaminopropane, any diamino derivative of propane, but especially 1,3-diaminopropane. Diaminopurine, any diamino derivative of a purine, but especially 2,6-diaminopurine. Diaminopyridine, any of several isomeric diamino derivatives of pyridine. Diaminopyridines, plural of diaminopyridine. Diaminopyrimidine, any of 4 isomeric diamino derivatives of pyrimidine. Diaminopyrimidines, plural of diaminopyrimidine. Diaminoquinazoline, any diamino derivative of a quinazoline. Diaminoquinazolines, plural of diaminoquinazoline. Diaminotriazine, any diamino derivative of a triazine. Diaminotriazines, plural of diaminotriazine. Diamines, plural of diamine. Diamir division, one of the administrative divisions of Pakistan. Diammonia, any compound containing 2 molecules of ammonia attached as ligands. Diammoniates, plural of diammoniate. Diammonio, containing 2 ammonio groups NH. Diammonium, 2 ammonium ANs in a compound. Damietta, a town in Rufisque Department, Dakar, Senegal. Diammatic, having 2 amniotic sacs. Diamond, a female given name from English of modern usage from the name of the gem. Diamond accent, a small diamond used to complement large diamonds and enhance the beauty of jewelry. Diamond accents, plural of diamond accent. Diamond anniversaries, plural of diamond anniversary. Diamond anniversary, the 75th anniversary of some event, particularly a wedding. Diamond anvil cell, a device that is used to subject small samples of materials to exceptionally high pressures. Diamond anvil cells, plural of diamond anvil cell. Diamond ball, the game of softball. Diamond Bar, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Diamond beetle, Chrysolopus spectabilis, a weevil found in southeastern Australia with metallic green patterns on its body. Diamond beetles, plural of diamond beetle. Diamond bird, a spotted pardalote pardilatus punctatus. Diamond bird, plural of diamond bird. Diamond bracken, Synonym of angle bracket. Diamond brackets. Plural of diamond bracket. Diamond carries. Plural of diamond carry. Diamond carry. A very stable method of carrying is spine board with one carrier at the head and one at the foot end and one at each side. Diamond K. An island of the British Virgin Islands. Diamond cross. A lace knitting stitch pattern. Multiple of 17 plus 2 stitches, 35 rows in pattern. Diamond crossing. An at-grade junction between two crossing railroad tracks. Diamond crossings. Plural of diamond crossing. Diamond crossover. Superimposed pair of railway crossovers resembling a letter X, permitting to travel in either direction between a pair of parallel tracks. Diamond crossovers. Plural of diamond crossover. Diamond cut diamond. Competitive or accusative at a person who has the same rank or power. Diamond cutter. A craftsman who cuts diamonds. Diamond cutters. Plural of diamond cutter. Diamond dove. Geopelia cunida, a bird resident in Australia. Diamond doves. Plural of diamond dove. Diamond duck. Synonym of platinum duck, score of 0 runs after getting out on the first ball of a team's innings. Diamond ducks. Plural of diamond duck. Diamond dust. A ground-level cloud composed of tiny ice crystals. Diamond firetail. Staganoplera guttata, an estrodid finch endemic to Australia. Diamond firetails. Plural of diamond firetail. Diamond frame. A modern, upright bicycle shape or design as distinguished from a penny-farthing bicycle, a recumbent, etc. Diamond frames. Plural of diamond frame. Diamond graph. An undirected graph with 4 vertices and 5 edges. Diamond hands. The resolve or stubbornness of an investor to hold on to a financial asset despite its volatility. Diamond head. A volcanic tough cone on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. Diamond hill. An area of Wong Tai Sin District, Hong Kong. Diamond in the rough. An uncut diamond. Diamond Island. An island of Grenada. Diamond Jubilee. The diamond anniversary of a coronation, originally the 75th anniversary of a monarch's rule, but now often the 60th instead. Diamond Jubilees. Plural of diamond jubilee. Diamond junction. An at-grade junction between two crossing railroad tracks. Diamond junctions. Plural of diamond junction. Diamond lake. A number of lakes throughout the United States. Diamond lane. A freeway lane designated for sole use by high-occupancy vehicles. Diamond lanes. Plural of diamond lane. Diamond marimba. A park in marimba with keys arranged in a physical manifestation of the 11-limit tonality diamond. Diamond marimbas. Plural of diamond marimba. Diamond mortar. A small steel mortar used for pulverizing hard substances. Diamond mortars. Plural of diamond mortar. Diamond mullet. Any of the species Planaliza alata of mulletfish. Diamond mullets. Plural of diamond mullet. Diamond number. A memorable mobile phone number. Diamond numbers. Plural of diamond number. Diamond open access. A type of access in which an academic text is published, distributed, or preserved with no fees charged to either reader or author. Diamond paste, a paste used to polish the steels containing microscopic diamond particles. Diamond pastes, plural of diamond pastes. Diamond planet, synonym of carbon planet. Diamond planets, plural of diamond planet. Diamond plate, a type of lightweight metal stock with a regular pattern of raised diamonds or lined anti-slip surfacing. Diamond plates, plural of diamond plate. Diamond poem, synonym of diamante poem. Diamond poems, plural of diamond poem. Diamond problem, the ambiguity that arises when two classes B and C inherit from A and a further class D inherits from both B and C, so that if there is a method in it that B and / or C has overridden and D does not override it, it is unclear which version of the method D should inherit. Diamond problems, plural of diamond problem. Diamond python, Marlia spilota, a species of python of Australia. Diamond pythons, plural of diamond python. Diamond ring, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see diamond ring. Diamond rings, plural of diamond ring. Diamond saw, a power saw with a blade set with industrial diamonds for cutting very hard materials. Diamond saws, plural of diamond saw. Diamond Springs, a census-designated place in El Dorado County, California, United States. Diamond State, nickname for Delaware, a state of the United States. Diamond Sturgeon, synonym of Russian sturgeon. Diamond sturgeons, plural of diamond sturgeon. Diamond turbot, a fish, Hypsipseta gutulata. Diamond twill, an even-sided twill, in which the weave produces a diamond rhomboid pattern. Diamond twills, plural of diamond twill. Diamond Valley, a town in Alberta, Canada, previously the towns of Black Diamond and Turner Valley. Diamond wedding, the diamond anniversary of a wedding, originally the 75th anniversary of a marriage, but now often the 60th instead. Diamond weddings, plural of diamond wedding. Diamond wheel, a wheel covered with diamond dust and oil for polishing diamonds and other precious stones. Diamond whales, plural of diamond wheel. Diamond blackfin anemia, a congenital erythroid aplasia that usually presents in infancy. Diamond square algorithm, an algorithm for generating height maps. It starts with a two-dimensional grid and then randomly generates terrain height from 4 seed values arranged in a grid of points so that the entire plane is covered in squares. Diamond water paradox, the apparent contradiction that, although water is generally more useful than diamonds, diamonds command a higher price in the market. Diamondback, either of two species of rattlesnake having a diamond pattern on the back, Crotalus adamantius, found in the southeastern United States, and Crotalus atrox, found in the southwestern United States and northwestern and central Mexico. Diamondback moth, any of the species Plutella xylostella of moths, formerly P. maculipennes, an agricultural pest chiefly feeding on leaves of cruciferous crops and plants that produce glucosinolates. Diamondback moths, plural of diamondback moth. Diamondback rattler, a diamondback rattlesnake. Diamondback rattlesnake, either of two venomous rattlesnakes of the genus Crotalus from southern United States and Mexico that have diamond-shaped markings on their backs, Crotalus adamantius and Crotalus atrox. Diamondback rattlesnakes, plural of diamondback rattlesnake. Diamondback terrapin. Malaclamys terrapin, a species of turtle native to the brackish coastal tidal marshes of the northeastern and southern United States and in Bermuda. Diamondback terrapins, plural of diamondback terrapin. Diamondbacks, plural of diamondback. Diamonded, simple past and past participle of diamond. Diamond Head, a city in southeastern Hancock County, Mississippi, United States. Diamondiferous, yielding diamond. Diamonding, present participle and gerund of diamond. Diamondize, to set with diamonds, to adorn or enrich. Diamondize, simple past and past participle of diamondize. Diamondizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diamondize. Diamondizing, present participle and gerund of diamondize. Diamondless, without diamond or diamonds. Diamond-like, having characteristics or molecular structure of diamond. Diamondoid, any of several polycyclic hydrocarbons whose cage-like structure resembles part of the diamond crystal lattice. Diamondoids, plural of diamondoid. Diamonds, plural of diamond. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. While love is a luxury, material wealth, particularly jewelry, is more valuable to a girl. Diamonds in the rough, plural of diamond in the rough. Diamond stone, a surname. Diamond-wise, oriented like a diamond. Diamond work, ornamentation with diamonds, precious stones. Diamant, a diamante poem. Diamonds, plural of diamant. Diamorphine, the BN name for the drug heroin. Diamorphism, alternative form of dimorphism. Diamorphisms, plural of diamorphism. Diampac, a barangay of Cabasalan, Dambunga, Philippines. Diampromite, a particular narcotic painkiller. Diams, plural of diam. Diamphasol, damazole. Diamutase, misspelling of dismutase. Diamutation, misspelling of dismutation. Diamyl, two amyl groups in a molecule. Diamylene, a liquid hydrocarbon, CH of the ethylene series, regarded as a polymeric form of amylene. Diamylines, plural of diamylene. Diancet, a god of healing, the healer for the Tuatha De Danann and the father of Zion. Diane, lake, alternative form of Lake Diane. Diana, the daughter of Latona and Jupiter and twin sister of Apollo, the goddess of the hunt, associated wild animals and the forest or wilderness, and an emblem of chastity, the Roman counterpart of Artemis. Diana fritillaries, plural of Diana fritillary. Diana fritillary, a butterfly of species Speyeria diana, found in several wooded areas in southern and eastern North America with marked sexual dimorphism. Diana monkey, Cercopithecus diana, an old world monkey found in West Africa. Diana monkeys, plural of Diana monkey. Diana Gate, a 1992 controversy around a series of telephone conversations between Diana, Princess of Wales, and her close friend James Gilby, the existence of which was publicly revealed by the Sun newspaper. Dianalytic, describing a function that is analytic or anti-analytic with regards to both the domain and codomain. Dianamania, excessive fanaticism concerning Diana, Princess of Wales. Dianas, plural of Diana. Dianbai, a district and former county of Maoming, Guangdong, China. Dianchi Lake, synonym of Lake Dian. Dian, acronym of Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Diandrian, Diandrous, Diandric, relating to Diandry. Diandrous, of or pertaining to the obsolete class of plants Diandria, which had 2 stamens. Diandry, the practice of having 2 husbands. Dian, a female given name from Latin, popular in the middle of the 20th century. Dians, plural of Dian. Dianetic, of or pertaining to Dianetics. Dianetical, synonym of Dianetic. Dianetically, through or by means of Dianetics. Dianeticist, a practitioner of Dianetics. Dianeticist, plural of Dianeticists. Dianetics, a self-help system designed by L. Ron Hubbard, today chiefly employed in Scientology. Diangelis, a surname. Diangelo, a surname from Italian. Diangelos, plural of Diangelo. Diangle, a digon or bigon, a 2-sided shape. Diangles, plural of diangle. Dianhydri, any compound containing 2 anhydride groups. Dianhydrides, plural of dianhydri. Dianhydrogalactitol, the depoxide 1,2-bis-oxyrant 2-ethane 1,2-diol that causes bone marrow toxicity. Dianic, of or relating to the goddess Diana. Dianic Wicca, a branch of Wicca that is gynocentric and worships only a goddess, often an exclusively female sect. Dianic Wiccan, an adherent of Dianic Wicca. Dianic Wiccans, plural of Dianic Wiccan. Dianic line, a drug being developed for the treatment of nicotine dependence. Dianex, plural of Dianic. Dianylido, containing 2 univalent anylido radicals. Dianian, aniane carrying 2 negative charges. Dianianic, relating to a Dianian. Dianians, plural of Dianian. Dianacidine, a very toxic diamine formed from 2-piacidine moieties and used in the manufacture of azo dyes. Dianacyldiethinylsilane, a chemical compound, CHO2C. Dianite, synonym of columbite. Dianium, obsolete niobium although formerly thought as a distinct element. Dianjiang, a county of Changqing, China. Dianjun, a district of Yicheng, Hubei, China. Dian, a female given name from Latin, variant of Diane. Diana, a female given name from Latin, a less common spelling of Diana. Dian, a female given name from Latin, variant of Diane. Dianodal, passing through a node. Dianotic, pertaining to reason or thinking, intellectual. Dianotical, dianotic. Dianotically, in a dianotic manner. Diamaya, discursive thought on mathematical or scientific subjects. Dianoiology, the science of the dianotic or intellectual faculties. Diamiology, alternative form of dianoiology. Dianology, a breakaway faction of Scientology formed by Jack Horner in 1965 and later renamed Addictivism. Diamormative, concerned with or relating to the ways in which a term's perceived correctness may vary across different contexts and situations. Diantenary. Having two antennas, oligosaccharide fragments. Dianthovirus. Any virus of the genus Dianthovirus. Dianthoviruses. Plural of Dianthovirus. Diandromi. Any of a class of aromatic amide found in plants of the genus Dianthus. Dianthromides. Plural of Dianthromi. Dianthraquinone. The bianthraquinone that is linked via the two central rings. Diandrone. A quinone related to anthrone. Diandrones. Plural of dianthrone. Dianthus. Any plant, such as carnations and pinks of the genus Dianthus. Dianthuses. Plural of dianthus. Diantimonide. Any antimonide containing two atoms of antimony per molecule. Diantimonides. Plural of diantimonide. Diantimony. Two antimony atoms in a molecule. Diantonio. A surname from Italian. Diantonios. Plural of Diantonio. Diaoyu Islands. A chain of islands in the East China Sea, the People's Republic of China, mainland China named Diaoyudita. A hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, oxygen, and sodium. Dioius. Ellipsis of Diaoyu Islands. Diaoyutai. Synonym of Uitsuri, the Taiwanese name. Diaoyutai Islands. Synonym of Senkaku Islands, the Mandarin Chinese derived name Taiwan. Diaoyutais. Ellipsis of Diaoyutai Islands. Diap. Clipping of diaper. Diap. Abbreviation of diapason. Diapase. Diapason. Diapases. Plural of diapase. Diapasum. Powdered aromatic herbs, sometimes made into little balls and strung together. Diapasms. Plural of diapasm. Diapason. The musical octave. Diapasonal. Of or relating to a diapason. Diapasons. Plural of diapason. Diapason. Relating to diapause. Diapause. A temporary pause in the growth and development of an organism due to adverse environmental conditions, especially in insects and in the embryos of many of the oviparous species of fish in the order Cyprinetatiformes. Diapause. Simple past and past participle of dipause. Diapauses. Plural of diapause. Diapason. Any of a family of antimicrobial proteins present in several lepidopteran insects. Diapausing. Present participle and gerund of diapause. Diapausins. Plural of diapausin. Diapedices. Plural of diapedices. Diapedices. The migration of blood cells, especially leukocytes, through the intact walls of blood vessels into the surrounding tissue. Diapedetic. Relating to diapedices. Diapensia. An evergreen Arctic shrub, Diapensia laponica. Diapensaceous. Of or relating to the Diapensiaceae. Diapensias. Plural of diapensia. Diapent. The interval of the fifth or the harmonic ratio 3:2. Diapents. Plural of diapent. Diaper. A surname. Diaper bag. A bag used during outings for the storage of items and supplies needed to take care of a baby, such as diapers, wet wipes, toiletries, food, and toys. Diaper bags. Plural of diaper bag. Diaper bank. a charitable institution that distributes diapers to those without monetary or convenient access to it. Diaper banks, plural of diaper bank. Diaper briefs, a brief-style diaper for adults suffering from incontinence or bedwetting. Diaper bucket, synonym of diaper pail. Diaper buckets, plural of diaper bucket. Diaper cake, a collection of diapers and related childcare items stacked together in the shape of a cake and presented as a gift to a baby's parents or carers. Diaper cakes, plural of diaper cake. Diaper changer, a changing pad mat or changing table. Diaper changers, plural of diaper changer. Diaper check, the action of inspecting a person's diaper to see if it is wet or soiled. Diaper checks, plural of diaper check. Diaper corset, in art and fiction, a type of diaper suit, an insulated full-body suit, usually made out of rubber/latex, that functions entirely like a diaper that is shaped like a corset and covers the crotch and torso. The entire corset is absorbent. Diaper corsets, plural of diaper corset. Diaper cover, synonym of plastic pants and undergarment worn over a diaper/nappy or underwear in order to prevent leakage through the fabric. Diaper covers, plural of diaper cover. Diaper cream, synonym of barrier cream. Diaper creams, plural of diaper cream. Diaper deck, a changing table. Diaper decks, plural of diaper deck. Diaper disposal, a kink or fetish, as in role-playing, fiction, and art, that involves a character consuming and digesting another, and defecating their remains into a diaper. Diaper Don, a nickname of the American President Donald Trump. Diaper doubler, a diaper insert. Diaper doublers, plural of diaper doubler. Diaper fastener, synonym of nappy fastener. Diaper fasteners, plural of diaper fastener. Diaper flat, the fabric from which a flat diaper is folded, a perfold or fold. Diaper flats, plural of diaper flat. Diaper insert, an item inserted into a diaper to increase absorbency. Diaper inserts, plural of diaper insert. Diaper libraries, plural of diaper library. Diaper library, synonym of nappy library as service that rents out cloth diapers. Diaper liner, a removable stage-right permeable, referring to a material that allows liquid to wick through cover placed inside of a cloth diaper that catches solids while allowing the urine to wick through to the diaper's absorbent layers below, intended to make washing cloth diapers easier. Diaper liners, plural of diaper liner. Diaper lover, a person who wears diapers for pleasure or a fetish rather than necessity. Diaper lovers, plural of diaper lover. Diaper pail, a bucket-like receptacle for a baby's used diapers, where they are kept sometimes in a solution of water and cleaners until they can be properly washed or disposed of. Diaper pails, plural of diaper pail. Diaper pants, a one-piece diaper which is worn pulled up like underwear, training pants. Diaper parties, plural of diaper party. Diaper party, synonym of dad sheller party, a party for a man whose partner is expecting a child, similar to a baby shower, especially one in which the gifts given are exclusively diapers. Diaper pin, a type of safety pin traditionally used to fasten a reusable cloth diaper. Diaper pins, plural of diaper pin. Diaper pod, a cube-shaped diaper bag, typically waterproof, a wet bag, intended for storing clean cloth diapers and other cloth products like diaper inserts. Diaper pods, plural of diaper pod. Diaper rash, any of various skin rashes in the diaper area. Diaper rashes, plural of diaper rash. Diaper service, a commercial service that supplies clean cloth diapers to parents and collects soiled ones for laundering, washing, and reuse. Diaper services, plural of diaper service. Diaper sniffer, one who sniffs diapers as a method of conducting a diaper check. Diaper sniffers, plural of diaper sniffer. Diaper sniper, a child molester. Diaper snipers, plural of diaper sniper. Diaper stuffing, the absorbent layer in a disposable diaper for retaining urine, the absorbent core. Diaper stuffings, plural of diaper stuffing. Diaper wrap, synonym of plastic pants and undergarment worn over a diaper / nappy or underwear in order to prevent leakage through the fabric. Diaper wraps, plural of diaper wrap. Diaper babies, plural of diaper baby. Diaper baby, a contemptible person, a fool, or someone who acts immature. Diaper head, alternative form of diaper head. Diaper heads, plural of diaper head. Diaper butt, one who wears a diaper, a baby. Diaper butts, plural of diaper butt. Diaper critter, an anthropomorphic creature whether sentient or a suit thereof made entirely out of a single diaper or aesthetically similar absorbent material, often stylized as a certain animal or fictional character with diaper tapes around its body. Diaper critters, plural of diaper critter. Diaper cuck, a cuck who wears diapers. Diaper cucks, plural of diaper cuck. Diapered, wearing a diaper. Diaperful, enough to fill a diaper. Diaperfuls, plural of diaperful. Diaper fur, a furry with an interest in wearing diapers, typically role-playing as a baby. Diaper furs, plural of diaper fur. Diaper head, alternative letter case form of diaper head. Diaper heads, plural of diaper head. Diaperhood, the period of time for which one wears a diaper as a child. Babyhood. Diapering, present participle and gerund of diaper. Diaperings, plural of diapering. Diaperish, resembling or characteristic of a diaper. Diaperism, a fetish for wearing diapers, part of autonopiophilia. Diaperless, without a diaper. Diaper-like, resembling or characteristic of a diaper. Diapers, plural of diaper. Diaper slut, a person, especially one who is submissive, who has a sexual interest in diapers. Diaper sluts, plural of diaper slut. Diaper sniffer, alternative form of diaper sniffer. Diaper sniffers, plural of diaper sniffer. Diaper suit, in fiction and art, an insulated full-body suit, usually made out of rubber/latex that either functions entirely like a diaper or includes a diaper attached within it. Diaper suits, plural of diaper suit. Diaperware, diapers as a category of clothing, different types of diapers, such as disposables or cloth diapers, considered collectively. Diaperwork, surface decoration in the diaper style. Diaperi, resembling or characteristic of a diaper type of undergarment. Diaphagetic, relating to or characterized by the interpretation of meaning that lies beneath or between the explicit words in a text or speech. Diaphagetically, in great detail, deeply. Diaphane, something transparent. Diaphanades, plural of diaphanady. Diaphanady. Transparency. Diaphanes, plural of diaphane. Diaphanic, allowing light to pass through, transparent, diaphanous. Diaphanid, any sea snail in the family Diaphanidae. Diaphanids, plural of diaphana. Diaphany, the art of imitating stained glass with translucent paper. Diaphanies, plural of diaphany. Diaphanization, a technique in which a biological specimen is treated to make the skin and tissue diaphanous, i.e. transparent, whilst retaining body shape and staining the skeleton, tissue clearing. Diaphanize, treated using diaphanization. Diaphanography, the examination of a body part, especially at best by transillumination. Diaphanometer, an instrument for measuring the transparency of a fluid. Diaphanometers, plural of diaphanometer. Diaphanoscope, a dark box constructed for viewing transparent pictures with or without a lens. Diaphanoscopes, plural of diaphanoscope. Diaphanoscopic, relating to diaphanoscopy. Diaphanoscopies, plural of diaphanoscopy. Diaphanoscopy, examination by means of a diaphanoscope. Diaphanotype, a color photograph produced by superimposing a translucent colored positive over a strong uncolored one. Diaphanotypes, plural of diaphanotype. Diaphanous, transparent or translucent, allowing light to pass through, capable of being seen through. Diaphanously, in a diaphanous manner. Diaphanousness, the quality of being diaphanous. Diaphragmatic, misspelling of diaphragmatic. Diaphasia, the variation in a language across degrees of formality. Diaphasic, relating to diaphasia. Diaphametric, relating to the measurement of tactile sensibility. Diaphilosophical, relating to philosophy. Diaphilosophy, a process between proto-philosophy and philosophy involving the explaining of the data and building up of theories. Diaphonicon, an electuary made with dates. Diaphone, a kind of organ pipe. Diaphoneme, an abstract phonological unit that represents collectively the dialectal variants of a phoneme. Diaphonemes, plural of diaphoneme. Diaphonemic, relating to diaphonemes. Diaphones, plural of diaphone. Diaphonic, of or pertaining to diaphony. Diaphonical. Diacaustic, diaphonic. Diaphonically, in a diaphonic manner. Diaphonics, the doctrine of refracted sound. Diacoustics. Diaphanies, plural of diaphony. Diaphonization, alternative form of diaphanization. Diaphonization, alternative form of diaphanization. Diaphonized, alternative form of diaphanize. Diaphanous, misspelling of diaphanous. Diaphony, a form of harmony in which the parts preceded by parallel motion in fourths, fifths, and octaves. Diaphorase, any of a group of flavor protein enzymes that catalyze the reduction of cytochrome and other similar compounds. Diaphorases, plural of diaphorase. Diaphoreses, plural of diaphoresis. Diaphoresis, the formation and expression of sweat. Diaphoretic, generating sweat or perspiration. Diaphoretical, alternative form of diaphoretic. Diaphoretics, plural of diaphoretic. Diaphorin, a palichedide toxin produced by some bacteria that has cytostatic properties. Diaphoride, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing antimony, lead, silver, and sulfur. Diaphote, a supposed instrument designed for transmitting pictures by telegraph. It turned out the device was a hoax. Diaphotes, plural of diaphote. Diaphragm, in mammals, a sheet of muscle separating the thorax from the abdomen, contracted and relaxed in respiration to draw air into and expel air from the lungs, also called thoracic diaphragm. Diaphragm cell, an electrolytic cell based on a permeable diaphragm. Diaphragm cell, plural of diaphragm cell. Diaphragm wall, a structure inserted in the ground and used to maintain an excavation open or to isolate portions of contaminated ground. Diaphragm walls, plural of diaphragm wall. Diaphragma pelvis, the levator's ani and the coccygea on either side of the inner surface of the pelvis. Diaphragma sallis, the tentorium of the hypophyses, a fold of dura mater extending transversely across the sella and roofing over the hypophyses or pituitary body. It is perforated in its center for the passage of the infundibulum. Diaphragma urogenital, the urogenital trigon, a musculomembranous structure filling the space under the pubic arch not closed by the pelvic diaphragm. Diaphragmal, of or relating to the diaphragm. Diaphragmatic, of pertaining to or using a diaphragm. Diaphragmatically, by use of the diaphragm, in a diaphragmatic way. Diaphragmatitis, inflammation of the diaphragm. Diaphragm, simple past and past participle of diaphragm. Diaphragmic, which uses or is located in or near the diaphragm. Diaphragming, present participle and gerund of diaphragm. Diaphragmitis, inflammation of the diaphragm. Diaphragmless, lacking a diaphragm. Diaphragms, plural of diaphragm. Diaphorin, a dental antiseptic derived from hydroxyquinoline and a phenylsulfonic acid. Diaphyseal, of or pertaining to diaphysis. Diaphysectomy, excision of part of a diaphysis. Diaphyses, plural of diaphysis. Diaphysio, alternative spelling of diaphyseal. Diaphysis, the central shaft of any long bone. Diaphysitis, inflammation of the diaphysis. Diapy, diver. Diapes, plural of diapy. Diaphere, an intrusion of a ductile rock into an overburden. Diaperic, of or relating to a diapier. Diaperically, as a diapier in a diaperic fashion. Diapirism, the formation of diapiers, in particular, the situation where overlying sediments force lower sediments upward through the layers above. Diapirisms, plural of diapirism. Diapiers, plural of diapier. Diaplacental, across or through the placenta. Diaplases, the setting of a fracture or dislocation. Diaplastic, relating to diaplases. Diaplectic, formed into a glassy state by shock transformation without melting. Diapanoic, slightly increasing perspiration, mildly diaphoretic. Diapnoics, plural of diapnoic. Diapocarotenoid. Any dimer formed from two apocarotenoids. Diapocarotenoids. Plural of diapocarotenoid. Diapolycopene, an isomer of lycopene found in some bacteria. Diaponeurosporin, the apocarotenoid 4E6E8E, 10E, 12E14, E16, E18, E2610, 15, 19, 23, hexamethyltetracosa, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, decene. Diapophysyl, relating to a diapophysis. Diapophys, plural of diapophysis. Diapophysio, relating to the diapophysis. Diapophysical, pertaining to a diapophysis. Diapophysis, the dorsal transverse process of a vertebra. Diapophytum, synonym of dihydroxyquilene. Diaporthaceous, of or relating to the diaporthaceae. Diaporthalion, of or relating to the diaporthales. Diaportin, a phytotoxin 8-hydroxy 3,2-hydroxypropyl 6-methoxyisochrome 1,1 produced. By Aspergillus and similar fungi. Diapositive, an image suitable to overlay, superimpose over another, as for example a gel for an overhead projector, a slide that complements another slide as a superimposition for it, or a digital virtual equivalent of these. Its coloration is adjusted to contrast with the underlying image. For example, text may be white instead of black in areas where the background is dark. Diapositives, plural of diapositive. Diape, any wasp in the family Diapeidae. Diapeids, plural of diapeid. Diops, plural of diap. Diapsid, any of very many reptiles of the subclass Diapsida that have a pair of openings in the skull behind each eye. Diapsids, plural of diapsid. Diaptomid, any copod of the family Diaptomidae. Diaptomids, plural of diaptomid. Diapycno, at right angles to the local isopycnal surface. Diapesis, suppuration. Diapetic, inducing or relating to suppuration or diapesis. Diash, either of the two rulers in a diachi. Diacho, relating to or pertaining to diachi or a diachi system. Diache, of or relating to a diachi or diachal system. Diacheco, of or pertaining to a diachi. Diaches, plural of diachi. Diach, plural of diach. Diachi, rule by two people. Diarrhea, misspelling of diarrhea. Diureses, plural of diuresis. Diuresis, alternative spelling of diuresis. Diagenate, any compound containing two arginate groups. Diagenine, two arginine moieties in a molecule. Diarrheal, daily. Diarrhean, relating to a diary, diarrheal. Diarrhea, simple past and past participle of diary. Diaries, plural of diary. Diarization, alternative form of diarization. Diarize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of diarize. Diarize, simple past and past participle of diarize. Diarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diarize. Diarizing, present participle and gerund of diarize. Diarism, the practice of writing a diary. Diarist, someone who keeps a diary. Diaristic, pertaining to diaries or diarists in the style of a diary. Diaristically, in a diaristic way. Diarists, plural of diarists. Diarization, in voice recognition, the process of partitioning an input audio stream into homogeneous segments according to the speaker identity, so as to identify different speakers' turns in a conversation. Diarize, to record events in a diary. Diarize, simple past and past participle of diarize. Diarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of diarize. Diarizing, present participle and gerund of diarize. Diaromatic, having two aromatic typically benzene rings. Diaromatics, plural of diaromatic. Diar, a surname from Fiola. Diarrhea, plural of diarrhea. Diarrhea, a gastrointestinal disorder characterized by frequent and very soft or watery bowel movements. Diarrhea of the mouth, foolish talkativeness, logoria. Diarrheagenic, that provokes diarrhea. Diarrheagenicity, the condition of being diarrheagenic. Diarrheal, that causes or is associated with diarrhea. Diarrheas, plural of diarrhea. Diarrheic, having diarrhea, diarrheal. Diarrheogenic, that induces diarrhea. Diarrhetic, synonym of diarrheic. Diarrhea, British standard spelling of diarrhea. Diarrheagenic, British standard spelling of diarrheagenic. Diarrheal, British standard spelling of diarrheal. Diarrheas, plural of diarrhea. Diarrhoe, British standard spelling of diarrheic. Diarrhotic, alternative form of diarrhetic. Diarrhea, archaic spelling of diarrhea. Diarrheal, obsolete spelling of diarrheal. Diarrheas, plural of diarrhea. Diarrhoe, alternative spelling of diarrheic. Diarrhotic, obsolete form of diarrhetic. Diarrhea, plural of diarrhea. Diars, a bidentate organoarsenic ligand with formula C6H as CH, also known as 1,2-bis diethylarsenobenzene. Diazane, the arsenic hydride is 2H4, having a chain of 2 arsenic atoms. Diazanes, plural of diazane. Diazenate, any chemical compound containing 2 arsenate groups in each molecule or unit cell. Diazenates, plural of diazenate. Diazenic, 2 arsenic atoms in a molecule. Diazenide, any arsenide containing 2 atoms of arsenic per molecule. Diazenides, plural of diazenide. Diazenide, any chemical compound containing 2 arsenite groups in each molecule or unit cell. Diazenides, plural of diazenides. Diazine, any organic derivative of diazane. Diazines, plural of diazine. Diazinine, any 6-membered aromatic heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 2 arsenic atoms, and 3 double bonds. Diacinines, plural of diacinine. Diacetyl, an unsaturated 5-membered heterocycle having 3 carbon atoms, 2 arsenic atoms, and 2 double bonds. Diazonate, any compound that has 2 arsenate groups or anions. Diazonates, plural of diasonate. Diaphragm. Plural of diaphragm. Diathroidal, free-moving. Diathroidal, alternative form of diathroidal. Diathrophilid, any mite in the family Diathrophilidae. Diathrophilids, plural of diathrophilid. Diathroses, plural of diathrosis. Diathrosis, a joint that can move freely in various planes. Diathrotic, relating to diathroses. Diaphragm, part of the vertebra of metatherians. Diary, a daily log of experiences, especially those of the writer. Diary, present participle and gerund of diary. Diaryl, two aryl groups in a compound. Diaryl acetylene, any diaryl derivative of acetylene. Diaryl acetylenes, plural of diaryl acetylene. Diarylamide, an amide in which the nitrogen has two hydrogen atoms substituted by aryl groups. Diarylamides, plural of diarylamide. Diarylamine, a secondary amine having two aryl substituents. Diarylamines, plural of diarylamine. Diarylated, modified by the addition of two aryl groups. Diarylation, any arylation reaction in which two aryl groups are added to a molecule. Diarylations, plural of diarylation. Diarylthene, any of a class of compounds, such as stilbene, that have aromatic groups bonded to each end of a carbon-carbon double bond. Diarylthenes, plural of diarylthene. Diarylthylamine, any of a particular class of dissociative anesthetic drugs. They typically contain two phenyl rings, an ethyl carbon chain, and a nitrogen atom. Diarylthylamines, plural of diarylthylamine. Diarylheptanoid, any of a class of plant secondary metabolites consisting of two aromatic rings aryl groups joined by a heptane and having various substituents. Diarylheptanoids, plural of diarylheptanoid. Diaryl heterocyclic, describing a diaryl derivative of a heterocyclic compound. Diary-like, resembling or characteristic of a diary. Diaryletonium, any diaryl derivative of adenine. Diaryletoniums, plural of diaryletonium. Diarylmalamide, any diaryl derivative of malamide. Diarylmalamides, plural of diarylmalamide. Diarylmethane, any diaryl derivative of methane. Diarylmethanes, plural of diarylmethane. Diarylmethyl, a univalent radical derived from a diarylmethane. Diarylmethylene, any diaryl derivative of a methylene radical R2C equals. Diarylmethylenes, plural of diarylmethylene. Diarylmethyls, plural of diarylmethyl. Diarylpobianitrile, a synthetic, non-steroidal, highly selective agonist of beta estrogen receptor beta used in scientific research. Diarylpobianitriles, plural of diarylpobianitrile. Diaryl-propylene, any diaryl derivative of propylene. Diaryl-propylenes, plural of diaryl-propylene. Diarylpropine, any diaryl derivative of propane. Diarylpropines, plural of diarylpropine. Diarylquinolene, a quinoline containing two aryl groups. Diarylquinolines, plural of diarylquinoline. Diarylrhodamine, any diaryl derivative of rhodamine. Diarylorodamines, plural of diarylorodamine. Diaryls, plural of diaryl. Diaryl sulfone, any sulfone that has two aryl groups. Diaryl sulfones, plural of diaryl sulfone. Diarylthiazole, any diaryl derivative of a thiazole. Diarylthiazoles, plural of diarylthiazole. Diaryltubercidin, any diaryl derivative of tubercidin. Dias, misspelling of dais. Diacetyrian. An aphrodisiac preparation of the ancients made with caesarean. Diascisis, a sudden loss of function in a portion of the brain connected to but at a distance from a damaged area. Diacea, any plant of the genus Diacea. Diaceas, plural of Diacea. Diascope, a projector used for projecting transparencies. Diascopes, plural of diascope. Diascopic, relating to diascopy. Diascopy, a test for blanchability performed by applying pressure with a finger or glass slide and observing color changes. Diascord, Diascordium. Diascordium, a medicine made from dried herbs, especially Teucrium scordium. Diascuaces, the process of reviewing or revising a text. Diascuas, one who reviews or revises a text. Diascuasts, plural of diascuas. Diazone, synonym of sulfoxone. Diaspidid, any of the emerald scale insects of the family Diaspididae. Diaspidids, plural of diaspidid. Diaspora, the dispersion of the Jews from the land of Israel. Diaspori, plural of diaspora. Diasporae, plural of diaspora. Diasporal, pertaining to a diaspora. Diasporals, plural of diasporal. Diasporan, of or pertaining to a diaspora. Diasporans, plural of diasporan. Diasporas, plural of diaspora. Diasporated, having formed a diaspora. Diasporation, the formation of a diaspora. Diasporations, plural of diasporation. Diaspore, a natural hydrate of aluminium, sometimes forming stalactites. Diaspores, plural of diaspore. Diasporic, of pertaining to or containing diaspore. Diasporicity, the state or quality of a diaspora, diasporic condition. Diasporism, synonym of doikite. Diasporite, a kind of metamorphic rock that contains diaspore. Diasporites, plural of diasporite. Diasporoi, a member of a diaspora. Diasporoids, plural of diasporoi. Diasporous, synonym of diasporic relating to a diaspora. Diastalsis, a form of peristalsis, as in the intestines in which the wave of contraction is preceded by a period of inhibition. Diastaltic, of or pertaining to diastalsis. Diastase, any one of a group of enzymes which catalyze the breakdown of starch into maltose, mostly amylases, alpha-amylase and beta-amylase. Diastasis, plural of diastase. Diastasic, archaic form of diastatic. Diastasis, a separation between two parts, such as separation of a bone without fracture. Diastasis recti, an abnormal gap between the abdominal muscles, sometimes caused by pregnancy or occurring in newborn children. Diastataxis, the state of not having a fifth secondary feather. Diastatic, having germinated, resulting in the presence of enzymes that convert starch into sugar and with the enzymes remaining active. Diastatically, in a diastatic sense. Diastatid, any fly of the family Diastatidae. Diastati, any statide containing two astatine atoms in each molecule. Diastatids, plural of diastatid. Diastem, intervening space, interval. Diastema, a gap or space between two adjacent teeth, especially the upper front incisors in humans. Diastemo, of or pertaining to the diastema. Diastemas, plural of diastema. Diastemata, plural of diastema. Diastematic, of or pertaining to diastema. Diastematamialia, a congenital disorder in which a part of the spinal cord is split, usually at the level of the upper lumbar vertebra. Diastemic, relating to a diastem. Diastems, plural of diastem. Diaster, a double star, applied to the nucleus of a cell when, during cell division, the loops of the nuclear network separate into two groups preparatory to the formation of two daughter nuclei. Diasterane, any of a group of isomers of sterenes formed during diagenesis. Diasteranes, plural of diasterane. Diastereochemical, relating to diastereochemistry. Diastereochemistry, the chemistry of diastereomers. Diastereocontrol, selective control of the formation of diastereoisomers in a reaction. Diastereofacial, describing any reaction that preferentially involves one side face of an approximately planar diastereoisomer. Diastereoisomer, a stereoisomer having multiple chiral centers. A diastereoisomer cannot normally be superimposed on the mirror image of another. Diastereoisomeric, or pertaining to diastereoisomers or diastereoisomerism. Diastereoisomerically, in a diastereoisomeric manner. Diastereoisomerism, any form of stereoisomerism other than enantiomerism. Diastereoisomerisms, plural of diastereoisomerism. Diastereoisomization, the formation of diastereomers from other isomers. Diastereoisomerizations, plural of diastereoisomerization. Diastereoisomers, plural of diastereoisomer. Diastereomer, alternative form of diastereoisomer. Diastereomeric, of or pertaining to a diastereomer. Diastereomerically, in a diastereomeric manner. Diastereomerism, alternative form of diastereoisomerism. Diastereomerization. Diastereoisomerization. Diastereomerizations, plural of diastereomerization. Diastereomers, plural of diastereomer. Diastereomixture, a mixture of diastereoisomers. Diastereomixtures, plural of diastereomixture. Diastereomorphism. Diastereoisomerism. Diastereoselection, selection of the acquired diastereoisomer in a reaction, especially by using diastereocontrol. Diastereoselections, plural of diastereoselection. Diastereoselective, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting diastereoselectivity. Diastereoselectively. In a diastereoselective way. Diastereoselectivities. Plural of diastereoselectivity. Diastereoselectivity. The preferential formation of one diastereoisomer over another. Also, the degree of said preference. Diastereoseparation. The separation of diastereoisomers. Diastereoseparations. Plural of diastereoseparation. Diastereospecificities. Plural of diastereospecificity. Diastereospecificity. The formation of one diastereoisomer rather than another. Diastereotopic. Describing any atom, ligand, or other group in a molecule whose replacement or addition gives rise to diastereomers. Diesters. Plural of diester. Diastole. The phase or process of relaxation and dilation of the heart chambers between contractions during which they fill with blood, an instance of the process. Diastoles. Plural of diastole. Diastolic. Pertaining to a diastole. Diastolic blood pressure. The lowest pressure within the bloodstream occurring between heartbeats because of a diastole. Diastolic blood pressures. Plural of diastolic blood pressure. Diastolically. In a diastolic manner. Diastolics. Plural of diastolic. Diastology. The assessment of diastolic function, typically by echocardiography. Diastematomyelia. Alternative form of diastematomyelia. Diastemalia. Diastematomyelia. Diastole. Relating to a diester. Diastratic. Concerned with or relating to the ways in which language varies across social, cultural, or educational factors. Diastrophic. Relating to diastrophism. Diastrophically. In terms of or by means of diastrophism. Diastrophism. The deformation of the Earth's crust to form the continents, mountains, and other large features. Diastrophisms. Plural of diastrophism. Diastyle. An intercolumnation of 3 column diameters. Diastyles. Plural of diastyle. Diastylid. Any crustacean in the family Diastylidae. Diastylids. Plural of diastylid. Diacer. Describing something already petty or mean in words that make it seem even more so. Diasystem. A system that reflects features common to a group of linguistic varieties. Diasystematic. Concern with or relating to the ways in which language is used across different fields and contexts. Diasystemic. Of or pertaining to a diasystem or diasystems. Diasystems. Plural of diasystem. Obsolete spelling of diet. Diatechnical. Concerned with or relating to how language is used across particular technical fields. Diatessaura. Plural of diatessaron. Diatessaron. The interval of a fourth or the harmonic ratio 4:3. Diatessarans. Plural of diatessaron. Ditexi. A magnetite with relatively uniform appearance. Dietexites. Plural of dietexites. Dietexidic. Of or relating to dietexites. Diathermal. Freely permeable by radiant heat. Diatherments. Alternative form of diathermancy. Diathermancies. Plural of diathermancy. Diathermancy. the condition or degree of being diathermic. Diatherminism, the doctrine or phenomena of the transmission of radiant heat. Diatherminess, having the property of transmitting radiant heat. Diathermal. Diathermia. Diathermy. Diathermic, of or pertaining to diathermy. Diathermies, plural of diathermy. Diathermocoagulation, the use of diathermy to cauterize blood vessels and reduce bleeding. Diathermocoagulations, plural of diathermocoagulation. Diathermos, freely permeable by radiant heat. Diathermy, the generation of heat using high-frequency electromagnetic currents, especially the therapeutic production of heat in tissues in order to form coagulation. Diatheses, plural of diathesis. Diathesis, a hereditary or constitutional predisposition to a disease or other disorder. Diathetic, of, relating to, or as a result of diathesis. Diatom, any of a group of minute unicellular algae having a siliceous covering of great delicacy, now categorized as class Diatomophyceae or division Bacillariophyta. Diatomation, synonym of diatomaceous. Diatomaceous, of, pertaining to, or containing diatoms or their coverings. Diatomaceous earth, a light soil consisting of siliceous diatom remains and often used as a filtering material or microabrasive. Diatomic, consisting of two atoms. Diatomically, involving two atoms. Diatomicity, the quality of being diatomic. Diatomics, plural of diatomic. Diatomine, synonym of phycoxanthin. Diatomist, a phycologist who studies diatoms. Diatomists, plural of diatomists. Diatomite, a fine, powdery earth formed from the skeletons of diatoms. Diatomites, plural of diatomite. Diatomitic, relating to or composed of diatomites. Diatomivorous, feeding on diatoms. Diatomology, study of diatoms. Diatomophile, a keen diatomist and enthusiastic student of diatoms. Diatomophiles, plural of diatomophile. Diademus, having a single distinct diagonal cleavage set of crystals. Diadems, plural of diatom. Diatomiid, any member of the Diatomiidae family of rodents. Diatomiids, plural of diatomiid. Diatonic, relating to or characteristic of a musical scale which contains 7 pitches and a pattern of 5 whole tones and 2 semitones, particularly of the major or natural minor scales. Diatonic scale, a 7-note musical scale consisting of 5 tones and 2 diatonic semitones, formed by stacking 6 perfect fifths. Diatonic scales, plural of diatonic scale. Diatonic semitone, synonym of minor second. Diatonic in a diatonic manner. Diatonism, the characteristic of being diatonic. Diatopic, occurring over or changing with space, geographic. Diatopically, occurring over or changing with space, geographically. Diatopy, diatopic variation. Diatoric, having an aperture for attachment to the dental plate. Diatoxanthin, a type of xanthophyll found in phytoplankton and diatoms. Diatreme, a cone-shaped volcanic vent produced by the explosion of gas-filled magma. Ditremes, plural of diatreme. Ditretum, plural of diatretum. Ditretum, synonym of cage cup. Diatribal, being or characteristic of a diatribe. Diatribe, an abusive, bitter verbal or written attack, criticism, or denunciation. Diatribes, plural of diatribe. Diatribical, being or characteristic of a diatribe. Diatritism, the use of a diatribe or diatribes. Diatribus, someone who makes a diatribe or diatribes. Diatribus, plural of diatribus. Diatrizote, synonym of a metatrizote. Diatrizotes, plural of diatrizote. Diatrons, plural of diatron. Diatropic, exhibiting diatropism any sense. Diatropically, in a diatropic manner. Diatropism, an orthogonal arrangement of groups of atoms within a molecule, often associated with aromaticity. Diatropisms, plural of diatropism. Diatruma, a big-beaked prehistoric bird in the genus Gastornis, larger than the ostrich, believed to have become extinct 15 to 25 million years ago due to a vast climate change. Diatrimus, plural of diatrima. Diatripaceous, of or relating to the Diatripaceae. Diattenuation, attenuation of light that depends upon its polarization. Diatoposis, plural of diatoposis. Diatoposis, a testament. Dialic, having two reproductive duct systems. Dialoi, plural of diayelos. Diayelos, an ancient Greek wind instrument composed of two pipes connected at the base and often of different lengths, played similarly to an oboe. Diurated, modified by addition of two atoms of gold, typically across a double bond. Dioxic, governed by two auxins and thus. Dioxic growth, growth of an organism that is governed by two auxins and thus has two phases of growth. Dioxy, the state or quality of being dioxic. Dioxy, alternative form of dioxy. Dialogue, a weblog using video of a dialogue between two people as its primary presentation format. Dialogues, plural of dialogue. Diavolume, the relative volume of a diafiltration buffer compared to the filtrate. Diavolumes, plural of diavolume. Diawara, a surname from Mandinka. Diawaras, plural of diawara. Diaxial, having or relating to two axes, biaxial. Diaxiale, in a diaxial fashion, along two axes. Dioxen, a dioxonal spicule of a sponge. Dioxonal, having two axes. Dioxens, plural of dioxen. Nias, a city in Arkansas. Niza, two Oza groups in a molecule especially two adjacent carbon atoms replaced with nitrogen. Diazothracene. Any of several isomeric tricyclic aromatic heterocycles derived from anthracene by replacement of two CH groups by nitrogen atoms. Diazonthracenes, plural of diazonthracene. Diazabicyclo, a class of bicyclic compounds that contain two nitrogen atoms in their structure. Diazabicycloctane, the caged tertiary diamine 1,4-diazabicyclo 2.2.2 octane. Diazaborine, any derivative of a borine in which two CH equals groups have been replaced by N equals groups. Diazaborines, plural of diazaborine. Diazaborylene, a five-membered saturated heterocycle having two carbon atoms, two nitrogen atoms, and a boron atom, any derivative of this compound. Diazaborylines, plural of diazaborylene. Diazacyclohexane, any di is a derivative of cyclohexane. Diazacyclohexanes, plural of diazacyclohexane. Diazafluorine, any of several isomeric tricyclic aromatic heterocycles derived from fluorine by replacement of two CH groups by nitrogen atoms. Diazafluorines, plural of diazafluorine. Diazafluorenon, any di is a derivative of a fluorinon. Diazafluorenons, plural of diazafluorenon. Diazahalysine, any di is a derivative of a halysine. Diazahalysines, plural of diazahalysine. Diazaheterocycle, a heterocycle that contains a pair of double bonded nitrogen atoms. Diazaheterocycles, plural of diazaheterocycle. Diazanaphthalene, any bicyclic heterocycle formerly derived from naphthalene by replacing two carbon atoms with those of nitrogen. Diazanaphtalenes, plural of diazanaphthalene. Diazanalidine, an isodiazine. Diazanalidenes, plural of diazanalidine. Diazaphenanthrin, any tricyclic heterocycle formerly derived from phenanthrin by replacing two carbon atoms with those of nitrogen. Diazaphenanthrins, plural of diazaphenanthrin. Diazaphosphorane, a saturated, five-membered heterocycle having two carbon atoms, two nitrogen atoms, and one phosphorus atom, any derivative of this compound. Diazaphospholenes, plural of diazaphosphorane. Diazotroph, misspelling of diazotroph. Diazotrophic, alternative form of diazotrophic. Diazecine, an unsaturated 10-membered heterocycle having 8 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 5 double bonds. Diazecanes, plural of diazecine. Diazane, the compound HN equals NH. Diazenes, plural of diazine. Diazenium dialect, the diazine oxide HN equals NO2. Diazenium dialects, plural of diazenium dialect. Diazenyl, any univalent radical of the form Rn equals N. Diazenyls, plural of diazenyl. Diazepam, a tranquilizing muscle relaxant drug trademark Valium used chiefly to relieve anxiety. Diazepams, plural of diazepam. Diazepam, a saturated 7-membered heterocycle containing 5 carbon atoms and 2 nitrogen atoms. Diazepanes, plural of diazepine. Diazepanon, any ketone derived from diazepane by replacing a ring methylene group by a carbonyl. Diazepanons, plural of diazepanon. Diazepine, a 7-membered unsaturated heterocycle having 2 nitrogen atoms and 3 double bonds, any derivative of this compound. Diazepines, plural of diazepine. Diazethane, diazethidine. Diazetanes, plural of diazethane. Diazete, an unsaturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 2 double bonds. Diazetes, plural of diazete. Diazetidine, a saturated 4-membered heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms and 2 nitrogen atoms. Diazetidines, plural of diazetidine. Diazeuptic, disjoining 2/4. Diazeugma, a zeugma where a single subject governs multiple verbs. Diazeutic, alternative form of diazeuptic. Diazeuas, plural of diazeuxis. Diazeuxis, the separation of 2 tetrachords by the distance of an octave as that between the hypaton and hyperborean tetrachords. Dias Garcia, a surname from Spanish. Dias Garcias, plural of Dias Garcia. Dias Granados, a transliteration of the Spanish surname Dias Granados. Dias Hernandez, a surname from Spanish. Dias Hernandezes, plural of Dias Hernandez. Diazidation, any reaction that produces a diazide. Diazidations, plural of diazidation. Diazide, any compound containing 2 azide group. Diazides, plural of diazide. Diazeto, describing a compound containing 2 azide substituents. Diazen, archaic form of diazine. Diazonane, a 6-membered saturated heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms and 2 nitrogen atoms, any derivative of this compound. Diazenanes, plural of diazonane. Diazane, any 6-membered aromatic heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 3 double bonds. Diazenes, plural of diazine. Diazinon, an organophosphorus insecticide used to control fleas, etc. Diazinins, plural of diazinin. Diazins, plural of diazin. Diazinyl, a univalent radical derived from a diazine. Diazinomethyl, any diazinyl derivative of a methyl radical. Diazinomethyls, plural of diazinomethyl. Diazinyls, plural of diazinyl. Diaziquone, a particular ethylamine compound. Diazyre, alternative form of diazyrine. Diazyrins, plural of diazyren. Diaziridine, a saturated 3-membered heterocycle containing 1 carbon atom and 2 nitrogen atoms. Diaziridines, plural of diaziridine. Diazyrine, the unsaturated heterocycle consisting of a 3-membered ring containing 1 carbon atom and 2 nitrogen atoms connected by a double bond. It is isomeric with diazomethane. Diazyrines, plural of diazyrine. Diazyrino, any univalent radical derived from diazyrine. Diazyrinos, plural of diazyrino. Diazo, containing a pair of double-bonded nitrogen atoms, typically directly attached to an aryl group. Diazo compound, any compound of general formula R2C equals N equals N dash. Diazo compounds, plural of diazo compound. Diazo reaction, Any reaction that produces an azo compound. Diazo reactions. Plural of diazo reaction. Diazocetate. Any salt or ester of diazocetic acid. The esters react with alkenes to form cyclopropane derivatives. Diazocetates. Plural of diazocetate. Diazocetic. Having a diazo group minus N equals N minus and an acetic acid functional group minus Q. Diazocetic acid. The compound N2CH2 whose esters are used in the synthesis of cyclopropane derivatives. Diazocetocetate. Any diazo derivative of an acetocetate group or ion. Diazocetocettates. Plural of diazocetocetate. Diazocetylacetone. Any diazo derivative of acetylacetone. Diazocetylacetones. Plural of diazocetylacetone. Diazolcane. Any diazo derivative of an alkane. Diazolcanes. Plural of diazolcane. Diazolpyl. A chemical group derived from a diazolcane. Diazamino. The functional group N equals NN. Diazamino compound. Any compound of general formula Rn equals NNR2 where not all R equals H. Diazamino compounds. Plural of diazamino compound. Diazote. Any salt of a diazo hydroxide Rn equals no dash M plus. Diazotes. Plural of diazote. Diazobenzol. Tyrotoxicin. Diazocane. A saturated 8-membered heterocycle containing 6 carbon atoms and 2 nitrogen atoms. Diazocanes. Plural of diazocane. Diazocarbon. The divalent group consisting of the carbon atom joined to a diazo group. C equals N equals N. Diazocarbonyl. A carbonyl C equals O group located near a diazo N equals N group. Diazocarbonyls. Plural of diazocarbonyl. Diazocene. Any of several isomeric, unsaturated heterocycles having 6 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 4 double bonds. Diazocenes. Plural of diazocene. Diazocalmarin. Any diazo derivative of calmarin. Diazocalmarins. Plural of diazocalmarin. Diazocyte. A diazotrophic cell. Diazocytes. Plural of diazocyte. Diazodictone. Any diazo derivative of a dictone. Diazodictones. Plural of diazodictone. Diazodinitrophenol. The first diazo compound produced, used to make dyes and explosives, and forming yellow crystals in its pure form. Diazoster. Any diazo derivative of an ester, especially one in which the 2 groups are adjacent. Diazosters. Plural of diazoster. Diazothane. The diazo compound CH3CH equals N dash. Diazohydrocarbon. Any diazo derivative of a hydrocarbon. Diazohydrocarbons. Plural of diazohydrocarbon. Diazohydroxide. Any compound having the general formula Rn equals NOH. Diazohydroxides. Plural of diazohydroxide. Diazoic. Relating to the diazoic acids and their derivatives. Diazoic acid. Any organic compound of the form Rn equals NOH where R is an RL group. Diazoic acids. Plural of diazoic acid. Diazoamine. Any diazo derivative of an amine. Diazomines, plural of diazomine. Diazoindacene, any diazo compound derived from indacine. Diazoindacenes, plural of diazoindacene. Diazoctoester, any diazo derivative of a ketoester. Diazoctosters, plural of diazoctoester. Diazoctone, any diazo derivative of a ketone. Diazoctones, plural of diazoctone. Diazole, alternative spelling of diazole. Diazoline, pyrazolidine. Diazole, either of two unsaturated heterocycles consisting of a 5-membered ring containing 3 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 2 double bonds, namely pyrazole and imidazole. Diazoles, plural of diazole. Diazolidine, pyrazolidine. Diazolidines, plural of diazolidine. Diazole, imidazoline. Diazolines, plural of diazoline. Diazoles, plural of diazole. Diazoma, a corridor that divided sections of an ancient Greek theater. Diazomalonate, any diazo derivative of a malonate group or ion. Diazomalonates, plural of diazomalonate. Diazomas, plural of diazoma. Diazomata, plural of diazoma. Diazomethane, the simplest diazo compound, CH equals N dash, a toxic, yellow, explosive gas, used in analytical chemistry to convert carboxylic acids into their methyl esters for analysis via gas-liquid chromatography. Diazomethanes, plural of diazomethane. Diazomethyle, a univalent radical derived from diazomethane. Diazonamide, any of a family of cytotoxic peptides found in marine ascidians of the genus Diazona. Diazonamides, plural of diazonamide. Diazonaphthoquinone, a diazo derivative of naphthoquinone. Diazonaphthoquinones, plural of diazonaphthoquinone. Diazoniation, diazotation. Diazonid, any tunicate in the family Diazonidae. Diazonids, plural of diazonid. Diazonium, any univalent cation of general formula Rn. Diazonium salts are used to manufacture azo dyes and take part in the Sandmeyer reaction. Diazonium compound, any compound having the general formula Rnx-, especially one in which R is an aryl residue. They are important as intermediates in the production of azo dyes. Diazonium compounds, plural of diazonium compound. Diazonium salt, a diazonium compound. Diazonium salts, plural of diazonium salt. Diazoniums, plural of diazonium. Diazoxide, synonym of diazocyclohexadienone. Diazoxides, plural of diazoxide. Diazophosphonates, any diazo derivative of a phosphonate. Diazophosphonates, plural of diazophosphonate. Diazopropane, either of 2 isomeric diazo compounds of CH3CH2CH equals N dash and CHC equals N dash. Diazos, plural of diazo. Diazodates, a diazote. Diazodates, plural of diazotate. Diazotation, any reaction that forms a diazo compound. Diazotations, plural of diazotation. Diazote, nitrogen gas, Diazotization. Alternative spelling of diazotization. Diazotizations. Plural of diazotization. Diazotize. Alternative spelling of diazotize. Diazotized. Simple past and past participle of diazotize. Diazotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of diazotize. Diazotizing. Present participle and gerund of diazotize. Diazotizability. The ability to be diazotized. Diazotizable. Able to be diazotized. Diazotization. The conversion of an aromatic primary amine into a diazonium compound, especially by the use of nitrous acid. Diazotizations. Plural of diazotization. Diazotize. To undergo diazotization. Diazotize. Simple past and past participle of diazotize. Diazotizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of diazotize. Diazotizing. Present participle and gerund of diazotize. Diazotroph. Any microorganism that can fix molecular nitrogen N. Diazotrophic. Relating to diazotrophs. Diazotrophically. By means of diazotrophs. Diazotrophs. Plural of diazotroph. Diazotrophy. Nitrogen fixation by means of diazotrophs. Diazoxide. A potassium channel activator which causes local relaxation in smooth muscle by increasing membrane permeability to potassium ions. Used as a vasodilator to treat hypertension and in diabetes to decrease the secretion of insulin. The abbreviation of diffuse interstellar band. The a surname. The a female given name from Persian. Dibabawan Manobo, a dialect of Agusan, a Manobo language of northeastern Mindanao in the Philippines. Tobacco, a surname from Italian. Tobaccos, plural of tobacco. Didalia, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Dibamed, any lizard of the family Dibamidae. Dibameds, plural of Dibamed. Dibari, a surname from Italian. Dibaris, plural of dibari. Dibarium, two barium atoms in a molecule. Dibartolo, a surname from Italian. Dibartolos, plural of Dibartolo. Divariant, any of a proposed class of particles that would be a complex of two baryons or 6 quarks. Divarians, plural of dibarian. Dibasyl, having 2 basal cartilages. Dibase, of an acid containing 2 replaceable hydrogen atoms. Dibasicity, the property or condition of being dibasic. Dibatai, a medium-sized slender antelope endemic to Ethiopia and Somalia, Amadorcus clarke. Dibatags, plural of dibatag. A short river in North Yorkshire, England, which joins the River Wharfe. A coastal area at the northern tip of the Arabian Peninsula. Simple past and past participle of dib. Deba, a surname originating as a patronymic. Debans, a surname originating as a patronymic. Deber, a tool with a handle on one end and a point on the other, used in the garden to poke holes in preparation for planting seeds, bulbs, etc. Didders, plural of dibber. Divvy, present participle and gerund of dib. Debens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Yell, a surname originating as a patronymic. Devos, simple past and past participle of dibble. Devler, a small mouse-like marsupial, Parentechinus apicalis of Western Australia. Dibblers, plural of dibbler. Daddles, plural of dibble. Dibbling, present participle and gerund of dibble. Dibbler-dobbler, a medium paste bowler. Dibbler-dobblers, plural of dibbly-dobbler. Dibbly-dobblies, plural of dibbly-dobbly. Dibbly-dobbly, synonym of dibbly-dobbler. Plural of dib. Did, alternative form of dibbuck. Dibukim, plural of dibbuck. Debas, plural of dibbuck. Devon, a small village in Hythe and Dibben Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SU 409,079. Debens, plural of Dibden. Debden, a surname. Debenian, of or relating to Charles Dibden 1814, British musician, songwriter, dramatist, novelist, and actor. Debdens, plural of Dibden. Dibonate, any compound that has two behenic groups. Dibonates, plural of dibonate. Digestin, an aminoglycoside antibiotic. Diblidont, having two lower incisors missing. Dibamine, the drug and endibenzyl 2-chloroethanamine that blocks the sympathetic nervous system. Dibedetto, surname. Dibedettos, plural of dibedetto. Dibenzalacetone, synonym of dibenzylidinacetone. Dibenzalacetones, plural of dibenzalacetone. Dibenzanthracene, any polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon composed of two benzene rings fused to anthracene. Dibenzanthracenes, plural of dibenzanthracene. Dibenzazepine, any of the class of heterocyclic compounds consisting of two benzene rings fused to an azepine ring. Dibenzazepines, plural of dibenzazepine. Dibenzepine, a tricyclic antidepressant. Didenjeptropine, diptropine. Dibenchydryl, a derivative of diphenylmethane. Dibenzimidazole, a tricyclic heterocycle consisting of two benzene rings fused to one of imidazole. Dibenzimidazoles, plural of dibenzimidazole. Dibenzo, two benzo groups in a single molecule. Dibenzoate, any organic compound that has two benzo groups. Dibenzoates, plural of dibenzoate. Dibenzozepine, alternative form of dibenzazepine. Dibenzozepines, plural of dibenzozepine. Dibenzocycloheptene, any of several isomeric tricyclic hydrocarbons consisting of a cycloheptene ring fused with two benzene rings. Dibenzocycloheptenes, plural of dibenzocycloheptene. Dibenzocycleuctadiene, any tricyclic hydrocarbon composed of two benzene rings fused to one of cycleuctadiene, especially those that are the basis of some ligands. Dibenzocycleuctadienes, plural of dibenzocycleuctadiene. Dibenzocycleuctine, any dibenzo derivative of cycleuctine. Dibenzocycleuctines, plural of dibenzocycleuctine. Dibenzodiazepine, any of a class of antipsychotic drugs. groups having a structure based on a diazepine heterocycle fused to two benzene rings. Dibenzodiazepanes, plural of dibenzodiazepine. Dibenzodiazepine, an aromatic heterocycle having two benzene rings fused to a dioxin 1, dibenzo 1,4-dioxin oxanthrin. Dibenzodiazepines, plural of dibenzodioxin. Dibenzofuran, the tricyclic heterocycle in which two benzene rings are fused to that of furan, any of its derivatives, especially the halogenated derivatives that are similar to dioxins. Dibenzofurans, plural of dibenzofuran. Dibenzopathiazine, fatazine. Dibenzopiran, either of two isomeric tricyclic aromatic heterocycles formed by the fusion of two benzene rings to one of pyran. Dibenzopirans, plural of dibenzopiran. Dibenzopirazine, synonym of phenazine. Dibenzopiran, any of a group of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons formed by two benzene rings fused to a pyran. Dibenzopirone, any compound formed by fusion of two benzene rings to a pyrone. Dibenzopirones, plural of dibenzopirone. Dibenzos, plural of dibenzo. Dibenzothizbane, any chemical compound that is a derivative of thiazepine with two benzene rings. Dibenzothizbanes, plural of dibenzothizbane. Dibenzothazine, phenazine. Dibenzothethine, the tricyclic heterocycle in which two benzene rings are fused to that of thiophene, any of its derivatives, especially those that occur in crude oil. Dibenzothiophines, plural of dibenzothiophene. Dibenzoxazepine, an incapacitating and lacrimatory agent developed by the British Ministry of Defence for riot control in the late 1950s and early 1960s, whose derivatives have some pharmaceutical applications. Dibenzoxazepines, plural of dibenzoxazepine. Dibenzoyl, two benzoyl groups in a molecule. Dibenzpentacene, any of several isomeric polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in which two benzene rings are fused to a pentacene molecule, but especially 1,2,8,9-dibenzpentacene. Dibenzocyane, the drug solbentine. Dibenzyl, two benzyl groups in a molecule. Dibenzylcycleuctine, any dibenzyl derivative of cycleuctine, but especially 3,3-dibenzylcycleuctine. Dibenzylidinacetone, an organic compound with the molecular formula CHO used in organic synthesis, often as a ligand in metal complexes. Dibenzylidinacetones, plural of dibenzylidinacetone. Dibenzylnitrosamine, the N-dibenzyl derivative of nitrosamine. Dibenzyls, plural of dibenzyl. Dibenzyltin, any divalent dibenzyl organotin radical. Diber, a surname from German. Diberts, plural of diber. Diberyllium, two beryllium atoms in a molecule. Dibesylate, any compound that contains two besylate groups. Dibesalates, plural of dibesylate. Depot, the lowest part of a mine into which the water drains. Devos, plural of dipole. Dibismuth, two bismuth atoms in a molecule. Dibismuthide, a bismuthide containing two atoms of bismuth in the formula. Dibismuthides, plural of dibismuthi. Diblasi, a surname from Italian. Dibleseo, a surname from Italian. Diblaseos, plural of diblasio. Diblases, plural of diblasi. Diblascoa, an embryonal sac having two cell layers, ectoderm and endoderm. Diblustulae, plural of diblustula. Della, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dibling, a donor-conceived sibling, an individual who is biologically connected through donated sperm or eggs. Diblings, plural of dibling. Debla, of or pertaining to two blocks together. Deba, a surname originating as a patronymic. Diborane, boron hydride, B2H6, a colorless explosive gas with a nasty smell. It has an unusual structure in which two of the hydrogen atoms form a bridge between the two boron atoms. Diborate, a salt or anion with oxygen and two boron atoms in the formula, Bo or B2O5. Diborates, plural of diborate. Diboration, any addition reaction in which two boron atoms are attached across a double bond. Diborations, plural of diboration. Dibori, any boride containing two atoms of boron. Diborides, plural of diboride. Diboron, two boron atoms in a molecule. Diboron hexahydride. Diborane. Diboronic, any compound that has two boronate ions or groups. Diboronates, plural of diboronic. Diboson, any particle composed of two bosons. Dibosonic, of or relating to dibosons. Dibosons, plural of diboson. Divangate, having two gills. Divangates, plural of dibrangate. Dibrid, having two bridges across a ring. Dibridhad, being or relating to either of the two atoms in different parts of the molecule that are connected by two bridges, each of two or more other atoms. Dibromide, archaic form of dibromide. Dibromide, any bromide containing two bromine atoms in each molecule. Dibromides, plural of dibromide. Dibromids, plural of dibromide. Dibromide, any bromide containing two bromine atoms in each molecule. Dibromides, plural of dibromide. Dibromids, plural of dibromid. Dibrominated, modified by the addition of two bromine atoms. Dibromination, the introduction of two bromine atoms into a molecule. Dibromine, two bromine atoms in a molecule, especially normal molecular bromine Br2 or an ion or radical derived from it. Dibromo, two bromo groups in a molecule. Dibromobenzene, a chemical compound containing two bromine atoms connected to a benzene ring. Dibromobenzenes, plural of dibromobenzene. Dibromobutane, any of several isomeric dibromo derivatives of butane. Dibromobutanes, plural of dibromobutane. Dibromocarbene, any dibromo derivative of a carbene. Dibromocarbenes, plural of dibromocarbene. Dibromochloromethane, the halogenated hydrogen CH2Cl. Dibromochloromethanes, plural of dibromochloromethane. Dibromochloropropane, 1,2-dibromo,3-chloropropane, a soil fumigant. Dibromocholstain, any dibromo derivative of cholstain. Dibromocholstains, plural of dibromocholstain. Dibromosinoline, any dibromo derivative of sinoline. Dibromosinolines, plural of dibromosinoline. Dibromocyclopropane, any of several isomeric dibromo derivatives of cyclopropane, but especially 1,1-dibromocyclopropane and cis and trans 1,2-dibromocyclopropane. Dibromocyclopropanes, plural of dibromocyclopropane. Dibromatofluoromethane. A halomethane with the chemical formula CBr2F2. Dibromothane. Either of two isomeric dibromo derivatives of ethane, either ethylidene dibromide or ethylene dibromide. Dibromothanes. Plural of dibromothane. Dibromofluoromethane. The halicones CHBO2F. Dibromoindirubin. A dibromo derivative of indirubin that is a component of tyrene purple. Dibromomethane. The halomethane CH2Br2. Dibromophenyl. Any dibromo derivative of a phenyl radical. Dibromopropamidine. Alternative form of dibrompropamidine. Dibromopyridine. Any of 10 isomeric dibromo derivatives of pyridine. Dibromopyridines. Plural of dibromopyridine. Dibromotorfluorine. A dibromo derivative of terfluorine. Dibromovinyl. Any dibromo derivative of a vinyl radical. Dibromovinyls. Plural of dibromovinyl. Dibrompropamidine. An antiseptic and disinfectant used in the isothianate form to treat minor eye infections. Dibrugarh. A city and administrative division of the state of Assam. The plural of Dab. The plural of Dib. That is simple past and past participle of dibs. That is third person singular simple present indicative of dibs. Dibsing. Present participle and gerund of dibs. Dibstone. A pebble used in a child's game called dibstones. Dibstones. A child's game similar to jacks. Dibua North. A barangay of Layag, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Dibua South. A barangay of Layag, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Dibukang. Sinchakang. Dibucanes. Plural of dibucane. Dibutaline. The antispasmodic drug 2-dibutyl-carbamyloxyethylethyldiethylazanium. Dibutyl. Two butyl groups in a molecule. Dibutyl phthalate. The organic compound with chemical formula CHO4 used as a plasticizer and ectoparasiticide. Dibutyl phthalates. Plural of dibutyl phthalate. Dibutylamine. The secondary end is ZHNH. Dibutylamino. A dibutylamine group that appears as part of a compound. Dibutyl hydroxytoluene. Butylated hydroxytoluene. Dibutyl phthalate. Alternative form of dibutyl phthalate. Dibutyl phthalates. Plural of dibutyl phthalate. Dibutylstanoline. A bifunctional group containing tin connected to two butyl groups. Dibutyltin. A metabolite byproduct of tributyltin. Dibutyltins. Plural of dibutyltin. Dibutyrate. Any salt or ester containing two butyrate ions or groups. Dibutyrates. Plural of dibutyrate. Dibutyra. Two butyryl groups in a compound. Dead. A male given name from Sanskrit or Bengali, meaning divine moon. The initialism of disseminated intravascular coagulation. Dictionaries. Plural of dictionary. Dictionary. Alternative form of dictionary. DICAS. Acronym of Data-Intensive Computing as a Service. Dicacious. Talkative, pert, saucy. Dicacities. Plural of dicacity. Dicacity. Pertness, sauciness. Dicacado. Tacadil. Decadmium. Two cadmium atoms in a molecule. Idiot. Any flower pecker in the family Diceidae. It is plural of digiet. Them. 2 cesium atoms in a molecule. A derivative of caffeic acid that has 2 caffeil radicals. Plural of dicaffeil. Dicalcid, having 2 atoms or equivalents of calcium to the molecule. Decalcium, 2 atoms of calcium in a chemical compound. Decalcium diphosphate. Alternative form of E540. Dicamba, the herbicide 3,6-dichloro-2-methoxybenzoic acid used to control weeds in cereal crops. Dicamelo, a surname. Dicamtodontid, any salamander in the family Dicamtodontidae, now generally considered to be part of the Ambystomatidae. Dicamtodontids, plural of Dicamtodontid. Dicaperin, either of 2 isomeric diglycerides of capric acid. Dicaperins, plural of dicaprin. Dicaprio, a surname from Italian. Dicapios, plural of dicapio. Dicarbamate, any compound that contains 2 carbamate groups or ions. Dicarbamates, plural of dicarbamate. Dicarbamoil, 2 carbamoyl groups in a molecule. Dicarby, a compound containing 2 carbenes, having the general formula RC:(RC:(R). Dicarbenes, plural of dicarbene. Dicarbenium, any carbenium ion containing 2 carbeniums. Dicarbeniums, plural of dicarbenium. Dicarbide, any carbide containing 2 carbon atoms per molecule. Dicarbides, plural of dicarbide. Dicarbine, a particular antiarrhythmic drug. Dicarbon, 2 carbon atoms in a molecule. Dicarbonate, any compound containing 2 carbonate groups per molecule. Dicarbonates, plural of dicarbonate. Dicarbonate, containing 2 carbon residues or 2 carboxyl radicals. Dicarbons, plural of dicarbon. Dicarbonyl, any metal carbonyl containing 2 carbonyl groups per molecule. Decarbonylation, any reaction that introduces 2 carbonyls group into a compound. Decarbonylations, plural of decarbonylation. Decarbonyls, plural of decarbonyl. Decarboxaldehyde, any compound that has 2 carboxaldehyde groups. Decarboxaldehydes, plural of decarboxaldehyde. Dicarboxamide, any compound having 2 carboxamide groups. Dicarboxamides, plural of dicarboxamide. Dicarboxamide, dicarboxamide. Dicarboxamides, plural of dicarboxamide. Dicarboxylase, any enzyme that catalyzes a decarbosylation reaction. Dicarboxylase, plural of decarboxylase. Decarboxylate, any salt or ester of a decarboxylic acid, but especially any of such compounds such as glutamates that have biological activity. Decarboxylated, modified by addition of a decarboxylate. Decarboxylates, plural of decarboxylate. Decarboxylic, having 2 carboxylic groups. Decarboxylic acid, any organic compound having 2 carboxylic acid functional groups. Decarboxylic acids, plural of decarboxylic acid. Dicarboxylyl, a bivalent radical derived from a dicarboxylic acid by removing the hydroxyl groups from both carboxyl groups. Dicarboxylyls, plural of dicarboxyl. Di-Carlo, a surname from Italian. Di-Carlo, a surname from Italian. Di-Carlos, plural of Di-Carlo. Dikeratin, a lipochrome pigment. Dicarpellary, synonym of bicarpellary. Dicarpus, having two carpels. Degast, a kind of juror. Digasterio, relating to a dicastery. Dicasteries, plural of dicastery. Dicastery, a ministry or department of the Roman Curia of the Holy See, whether administrative or ecclesiastical. Dicaste, of or relating to a dicast. Dicats, plural of dicast. Dicatelptic, doubly catalptic, at both the middle and the end of the verse. Dication, any cation of general formula X2, formed by the removal of two electrons from a neutral species. Dicationdic, having two missing electrons. Dications, plural of dication. Decavitary, relating to a pregnancy in a woman who has two wombs. Deda, syllabic abbreviation of dictionary definition. Dedas, plural of dicta. Dice, a surname. Dice box, alternative form of dice box. Dice boxes, plural of dice box. Dice coal, a kind of coal that easily splits into cubical fragments. Dice coefficient, synonym of Sorensen dice coefficient. Dice coefficients, plural of dice coefficient. Dice divination, synonym of astrogalomancy. Dice divinations, plural of dice divination. Dice game, any game that requires the rolling of dice, such as craps. Dice games, plural of dice game. Dice girl, a young woman employed as the dealer in gambling games involving dice. Dice girls, plural of dice girl. Dice mechanic, a cheat who manipulates the dice. Dice mechanics, plural of dice mechanic. Dice oracle, a type of dice that uses the magical correspondences of the elements to produce pairings. Dice oracles, plural of dice oracle. Dice roll, something unpredictable or unexpected. Dice rolls, plural of dice roll. Dice run, similar to a poker run, an organized event where motorcyclists pay an entry fee and then follow a prescribed course with checkpoints, at each of which dice are rolled and the result recorded. At the last checkpoint, a winner is determined and prizes awarded, typically at a party. Proceeds usually go to benefit a charity. Dice runs, plural of dice run. Dice shaker, a cup inside which a dice is put to be rolled. Dice shakers, plural of dice shaker. Dice snake, Natrix tessellata, a European non-venomous snake belonging to the family of Colubridae, subfamily Natricinae. Dice snakes, plural of dice snake. Dice tower, a structure containing deflecting objects called bafflers and having a tray at the bottom, into which dice are dropped to produce a fair roll in limited space. Dice towers, plural of dice tower. Dice up, to cut up something with a dicing action. Dice with death, to do or perform an activity which is very risky or dangerous and could even cause one's death. Dice box, archaic form of dice box. Dice boxes, plural of dice box. Dice gay, a diminutive of the male given name Daisuk. Dice box, a box from which dice are thrown in gaming. Dice boxes, plural of dice box. Diced, simple past and past participle of dice. Diced up, simple past and past participle of dice up. Die-less, not requiring dice. Dice-like, resembling dice. Dice maker, a manufacturer of dice. Dice makers, plural of dice maker. Diceber, a surname from Italian. Dicebers, plural of diceber. Dyson-so, a surname from Italian. Dyson-sos, plural of Dyson-so. Dysentra, any of the play genus Dysenta. Dysentras, plural of Dysentra. Dysentric, of a chromosome having 2 centromeres in aberration. Dysentrix, plural of Dysentric. Dysentrine, an aporphine derivative isolated from Cassidophiliformis with antiparasitic activity. Dysonzo, a surname from Italian. Dysonzos, plural of Dysonzo. Dysphalic, having 2 heads. Dysphalus, two-headed. Dysalus dipus, the condition of dysphalic conjoined twins. Dysphily, the condition of having 2 heads. Dicer, a gambler who plays dice. Dysarte, any fish in the family Dysartae. Dysart is plural of Dysartae. Dicerbo, alternative spelling of Dicerbo. Dicerbo, a surname from Italian. Deseriat, 2 cerium atoms in a molecule. Dicers, plural of dicer. Dices, plural of dice. Dices up, 3rd person singular simple present indicative of dice up. Dicem, alternative form of decesium. Niceware, a method for creating passwords and similar cryptographic variables using ordinary dice to generate random numbers which are then mapped to words in a list. Nice, fraught with danger. Diciness, the state or condition of being dicey. The obsolete form of ditchitrench. Ditchacolgeni, misspelling of ditchalcogeni. Ditchang, a molecule with 2 attached chains. Ditchalcogeni, any chalcogenide containing 2 atoms of chalcogen per molecule or unit cell, any compound containing 2 different chalcogens. Ditchalcogenides, plural of ditchalcogeni. Ditchacogeni, misspelling of ditchalcogeni. Ditchacogenides, misspelling of ditchalcogenides. Dichea, plural of dichasium. Dichasel, relating to a dichasium. Dichaseli, in terms of the dichasium. Dichasem, a cymose inflorescence with all branches below the terminal flower in regular opposite pairs. Dichastic, capable of subdividing spontaneously. Ditched, simple past and past participle of ditch. Ditches, plural of ditch. Ditche, present participle and gerund of ditch. Ditisny, a village and commune of Calarasi County, Romania. Ditchlamidius, having two coverings, a calyx and a corolla. Dichlorphanthion, an organophosphate pesticide and nematicide. Dichlofluonid, a particular fungicide. Dichlone, a particular fungicide. Dichlor, alternative form of dichloro used mainly before a vowel. Dichloralphanazone, a 1:2 mixture of antipyrine with chloral hydrate, used in headache medications. Dichloramine, any chloramine having two chlorine atoms linked to the nitrogen, but especially the simplest such compound, NHCl2. Dichloramines, plural of dichloramine. Dichorethane, alternative form of dichoroethane. Dichlorhydrin, a colorless, odorless fluid prepared by heating anhydrous glycerine with sulfur monochloride, a solvent of resins. Dichlorhydrins, plural of dichlorhydrin. Dichloride, any chloride containing two chlorine atoms bound to a single element or radical. Dichorides, plural of dichloride. Dichlorination, the introduction of two chlorine atoms into a molecule. Dichlorinations, plural of dichlorination. Dichlorine, two atoms of chlorine in a molecule. Dichlorine hexoxide, a dark red fuming liquid whose solid form has the structure ClO. It is made by the action of ozone on chlorine dioxide and is diamagnetic and a strong oxidizing agent. Dichlorine monoxide, the chemical compound Cl2O which, at room temperature, exists as a brownish yellow gas soluble in both water and organic solvents. Dichlorosone, a therapeutic glucocorticoid drug. Dichloro, two chlorine atoms in a molecule. Dichloro, containing two chlorine atoms. Dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, alternative spelling of dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane. Dichloroacetamide, an organic compound that is a chlorinated derivative of acetamide. Dichloroacetamides, plural of dichloroacetamide. Dichloroacetate, any salt or ester of dichloroacetic acid. Dichloroacetates, plural of dichloroacetate. Dichloroacetic acid, an analog of acetic acid in which two of the three hydrogen atoms of the methyl group are replaced by chlorine. Dichloroacetophenone, a chemical compound with EPAC-MAME 2,2-dichloro-1-phenylethanone. Dichloroalkane, any compound formerly formed by replacement of two hydrogen atoms of an alkane with those of chlorine, typically by reaction of an alkene with chlorine. Dichloroalkanes, plural of dichloroalkane. Dichloroaniline, any of several isomeric dichloroderivative of aniline. Dichloroanilines, plural of dichloroaniline. Dichloroargentate, the silver chloride anion AgCl, any salt containing this anion. Dichlorobenzene, any of three isomeric derivatives of benzene in which two hydrogen atoms have been replaced by chlorine. They are used as solvents and in organic synthesis. Dichlorobenzenes, plural of dichlorobenzene. Dichlorobiphenyl, either of 12 isomers of the polychlorinated biphenyl containing two chlorine atoms. Dichlorobiphenyls, plural of dichlorobiphenyl. Dichlorobutane, any of various chloralkenes with the molecular formula C4H8Cl2 being fallible irritants. Dichlorobutanes, plural of dichlorobutane. Dichlorocarbene, a common carbene with chemical formula CCl2. Dichlorocarbenes, plural of dichlorocarbene. Dichlorocyclopropane, a chemical compound with two chlorine atoms substituted on a cyclopropane ring. Dichlorocyclopropanes, Plural of dichlorocyclopropane. Dichlorodiethyl sulfide, mustard gas. Dichlorodifluoromethane, a chlorofluorocarbon halomethane formerly used as a refrigerant and aerosol spray propellant, now banned in many countries because of its effects on the ozone layer. Dichlorodifluoromethanes, plural of dichlorodifluoromethane. Dichlorodifluorosilane, a gaseous chemical compound containing silicon bound to 2 chlorine and 2 fluorine atoms. Dichlorodihydrofluorescine, a reduced chlorinated derivative of fluorescein whose acetate is used as an indicator of peroxynitride formation, it being oxidized to the fluorescent dichlorofluorescein. Dichlorodimethylsilane, the silane CHCCl2 that is used in the manufacture of silicones. Dichlorodiphenyl dichloroethane, an organochlorine insecticide that is a metabolite of DDT. Dichlorodiphenyl dichloroethylene, a metabolite of DDT. Dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, a chlorinated hydrocarbon originally used as an insecticide, often abbreviated as DDT. Dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane. Dichloroethane, either of 2 isomeric organochlorides with the molecular formula C2H4Cl2, 1,1-dichloroethane ethylidene dichloride, and 1,2-dichloroethane ethylene dichloride. Dichloroethanes, plural of dichloroethane. Dichloroethane, any of several isomeric organochlorides with the molecular formula C2H2Cl2. Dichloroethanes, plural of dichloroethene. Dichloroethylene, any of several isomeric organochlorides with the molecular formula C2H2Cl2 dichloroethene. Dichloroethylenes, plural of dichloroethylene. Dichlorofluorescein, a chlorinated derivative of fluorescein formed from dichlorodyhydrofluorescein when used as an indicator of peroxynitride formation. Dichlorofluorescent, a chemical compound CHCl2O that is commonly used as a fluorescent probe because it is converted to a fluorescent compound when it reacts with a reactive oxygen species ROS. Dichlorofluoromethane, a particular halomethane or hydrochlorofluorocarbon, a colorless and odorless gas used as a propellant and refrigerant harmful to the ozone layer. Dichlorofluoromethanes, plural of dichlorofluoromethane. Dichloroformaldehyde, phosgenoxime. Dichloroformexine, phosgenoxime. Dichloroindiphenol, a blue dye used in the laboratory analysis of photosynthesis. Dichloroindiphenols, plural of dichloroindiphenol. Dichloroiodate, the interhalogen anion alkyl. Dichloroiodates, plural of dichloroiodate. Dichloroisocalmirin, any dichlor derivative of isocalmirin, but especially 3,4-dichloroisocalmirin, which is a serine protease inhibitor. Dichloroisocyanide, the dichloromethylene group N equals CCl2. Dichloroisocyanides, plural of dichloroisocyanide. Dichloroisocyanurate, the anion 3,5-dichloro-2,4,6-reoxo-1, 3,5-trizidine 1I. Dichloroisocyanurates, plural of dichloroisocyanurate. Dichloroisocyanuric, of or pertaining to dichloroisocyanuric acid. Dichloroisocyanuric acid, a colorless solid used as an oxidizer. Dichloromethane, the partially halogenated hydrocarbon CH2Cl2 widely used as a solvent. Dichloromethanes, plural of dichloromethane. Dichloromethyl, the univalent radical CHCl derived from dichloromethane. Dichloromethylene, the divalent radical CCl2 derived from methylene. Dichloropropyls, plural of Dichloromethyl. Dichloronorlachexanthone, a 2-chlorine derivative of norlachexanthone, EUPAC name NM-dichloro-1,3,6-trihydroxy, 8-methylxan 9,1-chlorine atoms can be in position N and M of 2, 4, 5, or 7 depending on the isomer. Dichlorophene, an anticestodal agent, 2,2-methylnebus-5-chlorophenol. Dichlorofenarsine, an anti-infective drug. Dichlorophene, a chemical compound used as a fungicide, germicide, and antimicrobial agent. Dichlorophenol, any dichloroderivative of a phenol. Dichlorophenolindiphenol, a blue chemical compound used as a redox dye. Dichlorophenol, plural of dichlorophenol. Dichlorofenoxyacetic, relating to dichlorofenoxyacetic acid or its derivatives. Dichlorofenoxyacetic acid, any dichlorophenoxy derivative of acetic acid, but especially the herbicide 2,4-dichlorofenoxyacetic acid. Dichlorofenoxyacetic acids, plural of dichlorofenoxyacetic acid. Dichlorophenyl, any dichloroderivative of a phenyl radical. Dichlorophenylphosphine, an organophosphorus compound commonly used in the synthesis of elaborated phosphine ligands for coordination chemistry. Dichlorophenyls, plural of dichlorophenyl. Dichloroquinolinolate, any dichloroderivative of a quinolinolate. Dichloroquinolinolates, plural of dichloroquinolinolate. Dichlorosilane, the gas CH2Cl2 that is used to grow silicon nitride crystals for semiconductors. Dichlorosilanes, plural of dichlorosilane. Dichlorosilylene, any dichloroderivative of a silylene group. Dichlorosilylines, plural of dichlorosilylene. Dichlorotetrafluoroethane, synonym of cryafluorine. Dichlorotoluene, any dichloroderivative of toluene. Dichlorotoluenes, plural of dichlorotoluene. Dichlorovinyl, any dichloroderivative of a vinyl radical. Dichlorovinyls, plural of dichlorovinyl. Dichlorovose, alternative form of dichlorovose. Dichloroxylmal, a topical anti-infective drug. Dichlorphenamide, alternative form of diclofenamide. Dichloroprop, a chlorophenoxy herbicide. Dichlorovose, a highly volatile organophosphate, 2,2-dichlorovanyl dimethyl phosphate DDVP, widely used as a fumigant to control household pests and to protect stored product from insects. Dichlazolene, a particular fungicide. Dicho, used with words of Greek origin. Dichoblastic, dichotomous, with a repeated dichotomy developing into a sympodium. Dichobunin, any extinct mammal in the family Dichobunidae. Dichobunins, plural of dichobunin. Dichobunoid, any extinct mammal in the superfamily Dichobunoidae. Dichobunoids, plural of dichobunoid. Dichocephalic, pertaining to someone who is broad-headed, either actually or figuratively having a large head or exceptional intelligence. Dichocephalus, double-headed. Dichogamic, relating to dichogamy. Dichogamous, exhibiting dichogamy. Dichogamy, the condition in which an organism changes sex during its lifetime. Dichograptid, any graptolite of the family Dichograptidae. Dicholesterol, 2 cholesterol groups in a molecule. Dichomatic, in the form of a dichotomy, dichotomous. Dichondra, any of the genus Dichondra of prostrate perennial herbaceous plants with creeping stems. Dichondras, plural of dichondric. Dichopatric, synonym of allopatric. Dichophysis, plural of dichophysis. Dichophysis, a part of the hyphae of certain fungi which branches into two. Dichoptic, widely separated near the top of the head. Dichoptically, in a dichoptic manner. Dichord, a chord with two notes. Dichords, plural of dichord. Dichory, a double chory. Dichories, plural of dichory. Dichoria, plural of dichorian. Dichoio, having two chorions. Dichoric, misspelling of dichroic. Dichorian, a double chorion. Dichoiane, that each has its own chorion. Dichorianicity, the quality of being dichorianic. Dichorians, plural of dichorian. Dichotic, that stimulates each ear with a different pitch or loudness. Dichotically, in a dichotic manner. Dichotomal, relating to a dichotomy. Dichotomic, in the form of a dichotomy. Dichotomous. Dichotomical, alternative form of dichotomic. Dichotomically, in a dichotomic manner. Dichotomies, plural of dichotomy. Dichotomin, a particular steroid glycoside. Dichotomization, alternative spelling of dichotomization. Dichotomizations, plural of dichotomization. Dichotomize, alternative spelling of dichotomize. Dichotomized, simple past and past participle of dichotomize. Dichotomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dichotomize. Dichotomizing, present participle and gerund of dichotomize. Dichotomism, the belief that the human being is formed of two components, material body or flesh and spiritual soul or spirit. Dichotomous, one who dichotomizes. Dichotomous, plural of dichotomous. Dichotomization, the act of dichotomizing or the thing dichotomized. Classification into two subsets, that is, a dichotomy, the special case of discretization in which n equals 2. Dichotomizations, plural of dichotomization. Dichotomize, to separate into two parts, to classify into two classes, or to categorize into two categories. Dichotomized, simple past and past participle of dichotomize. Dichotomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dichotomize. Dichotomizing, present participle and gerund of dichotomize. Dichotomous, dividing or branching into two mutually exclusive pieces. Dichotomous key, a written tool for identification of plants and animals. It is written as a sequence of paired questions, the choice of which determines the next pair of questions until a name or identification is reached. Dichotomous keys, plural of dichotomous key. Dichotomously, in a dichotomous manner. Dichotomousness, the quality of being dichotomous. Dichotomy, a separation or division into two, a distinction that results in such a division. Dichotomy, the occurrence of two different forms of the same organ on the same stalk. Dichograph, a device that is used to measure circular dichroism. Dichrographs, plural of dichograph. Dichroic, exhibiting dichroism. Dichroics, plural of dichroic. Dichroscope, dated form of dichroscope. Dichroiscopes, plural of dichroiscope. Dichroism, the property of some crystals of transmitting different colors of light in different directions. Dichroisms, plural of dichroism. Dichroistic, dichroic, dichroid. Iolite, dichroites, plural of dichroit. Dichroitic, dichroic. Dichromacy, the quality of having two independent channels for conveying color information in the eye. Dichromacy, alternative spelling of dichromacy. Dichromat, one whose vision exhibits dichromacy, one who can distinguish only two primary colors. Dichromate, any salt of dichromic acid. In solution, the orange dichromate anion Cr2O2 is in equilibrium with the yellow chromate anion Cr02, the relative amount of each, and depending on the pH, they are both very powerful oxidizing agents. Dichromatic, simple past and past participle of dichromate. Dichromates, plural of dichromate. Dichromatic, having two colors. Dichromatically, in a dichromatic way. Dichromating, present participle and gerund of dichromate. Dichromatism, a form of colorblindness in which only two of the three primary colors can be distinguished. Dichromatisms, plural of dichromatism. Dichromatopsia, synonym of dichromatism. Dichromats, plural of dichromats. Dichromic, furnishing or giving two colors, set of defective vision, in which all the compound colors are resolvable into two elements instead of three. Dichromic acid, a relatively unstable form of chromic acid, H2Cr2O7, known only in solution or as its salts, the dichromates from which it may be prepared. Dichromism, dichromatism. Dichromium, two chromium atoms in a molecule. Dichromophoric, having two chromophores. Dichronic, misspelling of dichroic. Dichronism, the quality of exhibiting two opposite traits at different times. See especially sexual dichronism. Dichrois, archaic form of dichroic. Dichroscope, an instrument for examining the diachroism of crystals. Dichroscopes, plural of dichroscope. Dichroscopic, pertaining to the dichroscope or to observations made with it. Dichetua, the disease bejel. Disico, a surname. Disicos, plural of disico. December, a surname. Dice, comparative form of dicey, more dicey. Diciest, superlative form of dicey, most dicey. Dicoe, in a dicey way. Diciness, alternative spelling of diciness. Dicing, present participle and gerund of dice. Dicing up, present participle and gerund of dice up. Dicings, plural of dicing. Disistronic, synonym of bisistronic. Disistronically, alternative form of bisistronically. Disistrovirus, any member of the virus family Disistroviridae in the order Picoinavirales. Disistroviruses, plural of disistrovirus. Disistrate, any compound containing two citrate groups or ions. Disitrates, plural of disitrate. That, a diminutive of the male given name Richard, also used as a formal given name. Dick about, synonym of dick around. Dick all, nothing at all, or very little. Dick appointment, a casual sexual encounter with a man that has been arranged ahead of time. Dick appointments, plural of dick appointment. Dick around, to waste time on an unproductive activity. Dick cheese, alternative form of dick cheese. Dick down, to sexually penetrate. Dick Johnson, a township in Clay County, Indiana, United States. Dead joke, a dirty joke involving the penis. Dick juice, semen or Cowper's fluid. Dick juices, plural of dick juice. Dick lit, literature which appeals to or is marketed toward male readers. Dick milk, semen. Dick move, an act or decision that is perceived as socially disagreeable, such as by being unkind or unfair. Dick moves, plural of dick move. Dick much, an idiot or foolish person. Dick muncher, one who gives blowjobs. Dick munchers, plural of dick muncher. Dick munches, plural of dick munch. Dick off, to shirk, to waste time, to play around. Dick out, to cheat someone, to screw over someone. Dick pic, alternative form of dick pic. Dick pics, plural of dick pic. Dick print, a mamboge. Dick prints, plural of dick print. Dick root, that part of an abdominal V-cut shown above a low waistline, sometimes including the top of the groin or base of the penis. Dick smoker, synonym of cocksucker, both senses. Dick smokers, plural of dick smoker. Dick snot, tema. Dick sucker, alternative form of dick sucker. Dick suckers, plural of dick sucker. Dick tests, a test to check whether someone is immune to scarlet fever by injecting a diluted strain of the streptococci and observing any skin reaction. Dick tests, plural of dick tests. Dick togs, a tight-fitting men's swimsuit that reveals the outline of the genitals. Dick up, to ruin, to spoil. Dickweed, alternative spelling of dickweed. Dickweeds, plural of dickweed. Dick Whittington, somebody who moves to London in the hope of better prospects. Dick Whittingtons, plural of Dick Whittington. Dick's hatband, used in similes as an intensifier, indicating someone or something is extremely strange, tight, etc. Dick brain, alternative form of dick brain. Dick brains, plural of dick brain. Dick cheese, alternative form of dick cheese. Dick hat, alternative spelling of dickhead. Dick-headedly, alternative form of dickheadedly. Dickheads, plural of dickhead. Dick measuring contests, a situation in which people, usually men, compete, often over superficial characteristics to demonstrate their worthiness, power, etc. Dick measuring contests, plural of dick measuring contests. Dick print, alternative spelling of dick print. Dick prints, plural of dick print. Dick sucking, alternative form of dick sucking. Dick wearing, boastful or aggressive demonstration of one's machismo or toughness. Dick waving contest, synonym of dick measuring contest. Dick waving contests, plural of dick waving contests. Dick, a pain or ache in the penis. Dickason, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dickass, a contemptible person. Dickassas, plural of dickass. Dick die, an objectionable person. Dickbags, plural of dickbag. Dickbags, persuasion or blackmail used to manipulate or attract a man, especially a homosexual. Dick Bass, Dick Grayson in the role of Batman. Dick Biscuit, an obnoxious or contemptible person. Dick Biscuits, plural of Dick Biscuit. Dick Butt, a diminutive of the male given name Richard. Dick Brain, a contemptible person or moron. Dick Brains, plural of Dick Brain. Dick Brat, a contemptible person, usually used as a disparaging term of address. Dick Brass, plural of Dick Brat. Dick Bucket, a term of abuse. Dick Bat, a male homosexual. Dick Bass, plural of Dick Bat. Dickies, penile smegma or accumulated dried out semen underneath the foreskin. Dick cheeses, plural of Dick cheese. Dexel, the American black-throated bunting Spiza americana. Dexels, plural of Dixisel. The simple past and past participle of Dick. Dictabout, simple past and past participle of dickabout. Dicked around, simple past and past participle of dick around. Dicked down, simple past and past participle of dick down. Dicked off, simple past and past participle of dick off. Dicked out, simple past and past participle of dick out. Dicked up, simple past and past participle of dick up. Dick up, a surname transferred from the given name. Dega, a surname transferred from the given name. Degens, a surname originating as a patronymic, notably borne by Charles Dickens, English novelist. Dickens County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Dickens. Dickens, he, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Solihull, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1176. Dickens Sask, characteristic of the writings of the English author Charles Dickens. Dickensian, of pertaining to or created by the English author Charles Dickens. Dickensiana, objects, materials, or documents relating to Charles Dickens 1812-1870, English writer and social critic. Dickensian, in a Dickensian manner. Dickensians, plural of Dickensian. Dickinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dickinson County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Clintwood. Ditter, to bargain, haggle, or negotiate over a sale. Dickery, a device consisting of a 3-yard long rod with a marker at the end, used in gridiron football to determine first down. Dickerods, plural of dickerod. Dicker, simple past and past participle of dicker. Dicker, one who dickers, a bargainer or haggler. Dickerers, plural of dickerer. Dickering, present participle and gerund of dicker. Dickerings, plural of dickering. Dickerod, alternative form of dickerod. Dickerods, plural of dickerod. Ditter, plural of dicker. Dickerson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dicker, dickishness, dickish behavior. Dickason, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dicky, a diminutive of the male given name Richard. Dickey County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Ellendale. Dickey Sam, a Liverpudlian. Dickey Sands, plural of Dickey Sam. Dickies, plural of Dickey. Dick, that is, term of abuse. Dick faces, plural of dick face. Dickfest, an event where the majority or all of the people are male. Dickfests, plural of dickfest. Dick flesh, the flesh of a penis. Dick back, an expression of anger. Dick Thacker, term of abuse. Dick Thackers, plural of dick fucker. Dick Thackers, plural of dick fuck. Dicker, a person with a female body plus a penis, usually either a futanari or a non-op or pre-op trans woman. Dick girls, plural of dick girl. Dickhead, the gland's penis. Dickheaded, rude. Inconsiderate. Dickheadedly, in a dickheaded manner. Dickheadedness, incivility and stupidity. Dickheads, plural of dickhead. Dickhole, a man's urethra. Dickholes, plural of dickhole. Dickgam, of, pertaining to or resembling the works of author Philip K. Dick or the themes expressed therein. Divvy, a diminutive of the male given name Dick, a short form of the male given name Richard. Dicky Bow, alternative spelling of Dicky Bow. Dicky Bows, plural of Dicky Bow. Diggy up, dressed up, decked out. Did comparative form of Dicky, more Dicky. Deadvies, plural of Dicky. Dicky up, third person singular simple present indicative of Dicky up. Idiot, superlative form of Dicky, most Dicky. Dicka, a surname transferred from the given name. Dicka, present participle and gerund of dick. Dicking about, present participle and gerund of dick about. Dicking around, present participle and gerund of dick around. Dicking down, present participle and gerund of dick down. Dicking off, present participle and gerund of dick off. Dicking out, present participle and gerund of dick out. Dicking up, present participle and gerund of dick up. Dickens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dickens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dickens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dickinson County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Spirit Lake, named after Daniel S. Dickinson. Dickinsonian, of or pertaining to Emily Dickinson 1830-1886, American poet who wrote mostly of death and immortality, or her writings. Dickinsonia, any primitive extinct animal in the family Dickinsoniidae. Dickinsoniids, plural of Dickinsoniid. Dickinsoniamar, a member of the genus Dickinsonia. Dickinsoniamars, plural of Dickinsoniamar. Dickinsonite, a monoclinic aromatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, lithium, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, and sodium. Dickish, characteristic of a dick, a contemptible person, offensively unpleasant and vexatious. Dickishly, in a dickish manner. Dickishness, the quality of being dickish. Dickism, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dicki, a phyllosilicate clay mineral chemically composed of aluminium, silicon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Dickites, plural of dickite. Dickitu, the condition, quality, extent, or measure of how much of a dick someone is, dickishness. There's alternative form of dick juice. Dick cop. A family of glycoproteins that are involved in the development of the avion. Dick copus, plural of dick cop. Dickleburg, a village in Dickleburg and Rushall Parish, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TM 1682. Dickleburg and Rushall, a civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England, which includes these two villages. Dickless, without a penis. Dickless Tracy, a policewoman. Dicklessness, lack of a penis. Dicklet, a small penis. Dickguts, plural of dicklet. Dicklicker, a person who licks penises, one who performs fellatio. Dickletters, plural of dicklicker. Dickly, resembling a dick, characteristic of a dick, jerk-like, penis-like. Dickliness, the quality or state of being diggly. Dickler, a penis before circumcision. Dickliness, plural of dickling. Dicklo, a variety of wheat from Idaho, United States. Dickly, relating to or having the characteristics of a dick penis. Dickmem, a surname. Dickman function, a function denoted by rho, used to estimate the proportion of smooth numbers up to a given bound. Dickmens, plural of dickman. Dickmatize, to make dickmatized. Dickmatized, impressed by or obsessed with a penis. Dickmatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dickmatize. Dickmatizing, having the power to dickmatize. Dickmunch, alternative form of dick munch. Dickmuncher, alternative form of dick muncher. Dickie, the Walt Disney Company. Dick nose, term of abuse. Dick noses, plural of dick nose. Dicka, an asshole, a stupid, annoying, or otherwise undesirable person, especially a man. Dickguts, plural of dicknut. Dickologist, someone who specializes in knowledge of the penis. Dickologists, plural of dickologists. Dickology, the study of the penis. Dicka, a diminutive of the male given name Richard. Dickve, a photograph of a penis taken for sexual purposes. Dickpics, plural of dickpic. Dickprint, alternative spelling of dickprint. Dickprints, plural of dickprint. Dickerton, past participle of dickry. Dickry, to behave in a submissive, subservient, or over-flattering manner toward. Dickrider, a subservient or obsequious person. Dickriders, plural of dickrider. Dickrides, third person singular simple present indicative of dickride. Dickriding, present participle and gerund of dickride. Dickrode, simple past of dickride. That is plural of dick. Dicks about, third person singular simple present indicative of dickabout. Dicks around, third person singular simple present indicative of dick around. Dicks before chicks, Synonym of misters before sisters. Dicks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of dick down. Dicks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of dick off. Dicks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of dick out. Dicks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of dick up. Dick high. Term of abuse. Dick has. Plural of dick sack. Dick shit. A term of abuse. Dickit. Plural of dick shit. Dixetal. A frozen or cold penis. Dixicles. Plural of dixicle. Dixtin. The visibility of veins on the skin of a well-developed muscular body. Dixlat. An objectionable person. Dixlat. Simple past and past participle of dick slap. Dick slapping. Present participle and gerund of dick slap. Dick slaps. Plural of dick slap. Dix array. A United States Navy hospital corpsman. Dixamaz. Plural of Dick Smith. Dictionaries. Plural of dictionary. Dictionary. Alternative form of dictionary. Dictionaries. Term of abuse. Dictionaries. Plural of dictionaries. Detson. A male given name. Dixon County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Charlotte. Dixon polynomial. Any member of a certain polynomial sequence Dn(x) alpha. Dixon polynomials. Plural of Dixon polynomial. Dixon's conjecture. The conjecture that, for a finite set of linear forms a 1 plus b1n, a 2 plus b2n, a k plus bkn with b a letter when d6 do greater or equal to 1, there are infinitely many positive integers n for which they are all prime, unless there's a congruence condition preventing this. Dixoniaceous, of or relating to the Dixoniaceae. Dixbash, a contemptible person. Dixbyhis, plural of dixflesh. Dixby, male ejaculate, semen. Dixbass, plural of dixsplat. Dixstain, term of abuse. Dixstings, plural of dixstain. Dexter, term of abuse. Dexters, plural of dixter. Dickstring, the suspensory ligament of the penis. Dickstrings, plural of dickstring. Dicksucker, one who performs fellatio. Dicksuckers, plural of dicksucker. Dick-sucking, oral sex performed on the penis, fellatio. Dick-sucking lips, full, thick, or generally large lips of a person. Dectard, term of abuse. Dectards, plural of dictard. Dicumsenite, a monoclinic prismatic light golden brown mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and vanadium. Dicties, plural of dicti. Dictionaries, plural of dictionary. Dictionary, a dictionary. Dicture, a photograph of a penis. Dictures, plural of dicture. Did, an upper class black. Dickwad, a contemptible person, a fool. Dickwads, plural of dickwad. Dickwill, a rude, obnoxious, or contemptible person. Dickwills, plural of dick weasel. Dequid, a contemptible person. Dequids, plural of dickweed. Deckquacker, a fool. Deckquackers, plural of dickwhacker. Dickwipe, term of abuse. Dickwipes, plural of dickwipe. Debwet, an objectionably stupid person. Deadwet, plural of dickwit. Deadquad, misspelling of dickwad. Deadquads, plural of dickwad. Diggy, a diminutive of the male given name Richard. Dicky bird, alternative form of dicky bird. Dicky birds, plural of dicky bird. Dicky bow, a ready-tied or elasticated bow tie. Dicky bows, plural of dicky bow. Dicky Sam, a man from Liverpool. Dicky Sands, plural of Dicky Sam. Idiot, to adorn, dress up, spruce up. Dicky bird, a small bird. Dicky birds, plural of dicky bird. Dicky, present participle and gerund of dicky up. Diclazero, a particular coxiastat. Di Clement, a surname from Italian. Di Clemens, plural of Di Clement. Declinate, declinate. Declinate, having two of the intersections between the three axes oblique. Declinism, the state of having stamens or pistils in separate flowers. Declines, unisexual. Decline, cross-pollination in which the flowers are either staminate male or pistillate female. Diclobutrazole, a particular fungicide. Diclocymet, a particular fungicide. Diclofenac, a painkiller having the chemical formula CHCl2NO2. Diclofenacopolamine, a prodrug of diclofenac. Diclofenamide, a sulfonamide and a carbonic anhydrase inhibitor. Diclofenac, a tetrahydroxyquinoline stimulant drug with antidepressant properties. Diclofenac, a particular herbicide. Diclofurine, a calcium channel blocker. Diclomazine, a particular fungicide. Dicloran, a particular fungicide. Diclosolam, the herbicide 2,6-dechloro-5-ethoxy-7-fluoro-1,2,4-triacylo-1,5-C pyrimidine, 2-sulfonanilide. Dicox, clipping of dicloxacillin. Dicloxacillin, a narrow-spectrum beta-lactam antibiotic of the penicillin class used in the form of its hydrated sodium salt CHCl2N3NO5SH2O, especially against beta-lactamase-producing staphylococci. Decluster, a closely associated pair of clusters. Declusters, plural of dicluster. Dicobalt, 2 cobalt atoms in a molecule. Dicocco, a surname from Italian. Dicoccos, plural of dicocco. Dicoccus, composed of 2 coherent, 1-seated carpels. Decodon, a group of 2 codons. Decodons, plural of dicodon. Dicolus, having 2 cavities. Dicohol, an organochlorine pesticide and miticide chemically related to DDT and especially effective against the red spider mite. Dicola, a surname from Italian. Dicola, plural of dicon. Dicolas, plural of dicola. Decolon, a verse or period consisting of two cola or members. Decolons, plural of decolon. Deculpate, having two grooves or culpi on each grain. Deculpates, plural of deculpate. DECA, acronym of Digital Imaging and Communications in Medicine, a standard for the interchange of radiological imagery and associated notations. Decomplemented, complemented in two different ways. Decondylic, having two condyles. Dicon, a bicone. Dicons, plural of dicon. Diconical, biconical. Deconnected, strongly connected, having every vertex reachable from every other vertex. Decoordinate, having a coordination number of two. Dicophane, synonym of dichordophenyl trichloroethane DDT. Decover, two copper atoms in a molecule. Dichoronin, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon consisting of two coronine residues joined by a single bond. Dichoronines, plural of dichoronin. Dichoranoline, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon consisting of two molecules of coronine fused together that is a byproduct of the hydrocracking of petroleum. Dichoranolines, plural of dichoranoline. Dicostanzo, a surname from Italian. Dicostanzos, plural of dicostanzo. Dadi, a plant whose seedlings have two cotyledons, a dicotyledon. Dichotomically, misspelling of dichotomically. Dicots, plural of dicot. Dicotyle, dicotyledon. Dicotyledonous, alternative spelling of dicotyledonous. Dicotyledon, a plant whose seedling has two cotyledons. Dicotyledonary, of or pertaining to the dicotyledons. Dicotyledonous, alternative form of dicotyledonous. Dicotyledonous, of or pertaining to the dicotyledons. Dicotyledons, plural of dicotyledon. Dicotyledony, the condition of being dicotyledonous. Dicotoes, dicotyledonous. Decameral, an anticoagulant that functions as a vitamin K antagonist, also used in biochemical experiments as an inhibitor of reductases. Decamerals, plural of decameral. Decoai, a barangay of Sinengan, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Dicriasauri, any dinosaur in the family Dicriasaurii. Dicriasauris, plural of Dicriasaurid. Dicrinaceous, of or relating to the Dicrinaceae. Dicrinet, any bryopsid moss of the subclass Dicrinidae, of the class Bryopsida. Dicrinids, plural of Dicrinet. Dicrinostigmine, an alkaloid related to pyridostigmine present in the poppy Dicrinostigma. Dicrapio, Liata dicaprio view as being crabby. Dicrocoliaces, infection by the fluke Dicrocolium dendriticum. Dicrocolid, any liver fluke of the family Dicrocolidae. Dicrocolids, plural of dicrocolid. Dicrocolia, any liver fluke of the family Dicrocolidae. Dicrocoliids, plural of dicrocoliid. Dicroglossid, any member of the Dicroglossidae, a family of frogs. Dicroglossids, plural of dicroglossid. Dicrodal, synonym of necrotic. Necrotic, having a double beat. Dicrotism, the condition of each beat of the pulse consisting of two sphygmographic waves. Dicrotisms, plural of dicrotism. Dicrotophos, an organophosphate acetylcholinesterase inhibitor used as an insecticide. Dicrotus, synonym of dicrotic. Dicorid, any bird in the family Dicoridae, a drongo. Dicorids, plural of dicorid. The, a dictionary network protocol. The, a saying, a statement. The, abbreviation of dictionary. Dicta, plural of dictum. Dicta blanda, a soft-handed dictatorship. Dicta blandus, plural of dicta blanda. Dictograph, alternative form of dictograph. Dictographs, plural of dictograph. Dictamen, a dictation or dictate. Dictamens, plural of dictamen. Dictamina, plural of dictamen. Dictamni, a furoquinoline alkaloid found in the roots of Dictamis albus. Dictamis, a suffrutescent plant, Dictamis albus usually considered as the only species in the genus until Dictamis dasycarpus turned up with strong perfume and showy flowers. Dictamuses, plural of dictamis. Dictaphone, a dictation machine. Dictaphones, plural of dictaphone. Dictaphone, of or relating to a dictaphone. Then misspelling of dictat. Dictatable, capable of being dictated. Dictate, an order or command. Dictated, simple past and past participle of dictate. Dictated but not read. Dictated as to a secretary or stenographer, but not proofread by the person who dictated it. Dictator, one who dictates, one who gives dictation. Dictators, plural of dictator. Dictates, plural of dictate. Dictatus, second person singular simple present indicative of dictate. Dictate, third person singular simple present indicative of dictate. Dictating, present participle and gerund of dictate. Dictatingly, so as to dictate or give an order. Dictation, dictating, the process of speaking for someone else to write down the words. Dictation machine, a sound recording device most commonly used to record speech for later playback or to be typed into print. Dictation machines, plural of dictation machine. Dictational, of or pertaining to dictation. Dictations, plural of dictation. Dictator, a totalitarian leader of a country, nation, or government. Dictatores, alternative form of dictatress. Dictatoresses, plural of dictatores. Dictatorial, of or pertaining to a dictator. Dictatorialism, synonym of dictatorship. Dictatoriality, dictatorialness, the quality or state of being dictatorial. Dictatorially, in a dictatorial manner. Dictatorialness, the state or quality of being dictatorial. Dictatorian, dictatorial. Dictatory, archaic spelling of dictatory. Dictatores, plural of dictator. Dictatorless, without a dictator. Dictator-like, resembling or characteristic of a dictator. Dictators, plural of dictator. Dictatorship, a type of government where absolute sovereignty is allotted to an individual or a small clique. Dictatorship of democracy, synonym of protected democracy. Dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a socio-political power as opposed to the dictatorship of the proletariat, wherein the bourgeoisie collectively holds the most influence over politics and the masses. Dictatorship of the majority, synonym of tyranny of the majority. Dictatorship of the proletariat, a socio-political power as opposed to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, characterized by a struggle to achieve a communist society. Dictatorships, plural of dictatorship. Dictatorships of democracy, plural of dictatorship of democracy. Dictatorships of the majority, plural of dictatorship of the majority. Dictatorships of the proletariat, plural of dictatorship of the proletariat. Dictatori, dogmatical, overbearing, dictatorial. Dictator, obsolete form of dictator. Dictators, plural of dictator. Dictatorship, obsolete form of dictatorship. Dictatorships, plural of dictatorship. Dictatress, a female dictator, a dictatorial state personified as female. Dictatresses, plural of dictatress. Dictatrices, plural of dictatrix. Dictatrix, a female dictator. Dictator, office of a dictator, dictatorship. Dicti, comparative form of dicti, more dicti. Dicties, plural of dicti. Didit, superlative form of dicti, most dicti. Diction, choice and use of words, especially with regard to effective communication. Dictional, relating to diction. Dictionally, in terms of diction. Dictionaries, alternative form of dictionaries. Dictionario, of or pertaining to a dictionary. Dictionarian, synonym of lexicographer. Dictionarians, plural of dictionarian. Dictionary, of or pertaining to a dictionary, of a type or style commonly found in a dictionary. Dictionary, simple past and past participle of dictionary. Dictionaries, plural of dictionary. Dictionaries on historical principles, plural of dictionary on historical principles. Dictionaries, alternative form of dictionaries. Dictionarily, in terms of or by means of a dictionary or dictionaries collectively. Dictionarize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of dictionarize. Dictionarized, simple past and past participle of dictionarize. Dictionarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dictionarize. Dictionarizing, present participle and gerund of dictionarize. Dictionarists, synonym of lexicographer. Dictionarists, plural of dictionarists. Dictionarization, the act of adding something to a dictionary. Dictionarize, to add something to a dictionary. Dictionarized, simple past and past participle of dictionarize. Dictionarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dictionarize. Dictionarizing. Present participle and gerund of dictionarize. Dictionary. A reference work listing words or names from one or more languages, usually ordered alphabetically, explaining each word's meanings or senses, oftentimes also containing information on its etymology, pronunciation, usage, semantic relations, translations, as well as other relevant information. Dictionary attack. An attempt to illegally access a computer network, website, etc. that uses a list of words from a dictionary to try to guess decryption keys or passwords. Dictionary attacker. A person or bot that carries out a dictionary attack. Dictionary attackers. Plural of dictionary attacker. Dictionary attacks. Plural of dictionary attack. Dictionary definition. A descriptive definition specifying one of the commonly used meanings of the defined term. Dictionary definitions. Plural of dictionary definition. Dictionary form. The basic form of a word used as a dictionary entry of any part of speech, but especially of a verb. Dictionary forms. Plural of dictionary form. Dictionary on historical principles. A type of scholarly dictionary that displays the history of lexical items through citations. Dictionary monger. Synonym of lexicographer, a person who produces or sells dictionaries. Dictionary mongers. Plural of dictionary monger. Dictionaries. The style of language used in dictionary definitions, characterized by dry, straightforward, and occasionally awkward phrasing. Dictionary. Present participle and gerund of dictionary. Dictionaryless. Without a dictionary. Dictionary-like. Resembling or characteristic of a dictionary. Dictionaries. Plural of dictionary. Dictionary. Obsolete spelling of dictionary, now parsed as non-native speakers English a misspelling of dictionary. Dictions. Plural of diction. Dictyosome. Alternative form of dictyosome. Dictyosomes. Plural of dictyosome. Dictyblas. A technique for teaching grammatical structures in which students first take notes as the teacher reads and then, in small groups, attempt to summarize the text in the target language. Dictyblases. Plural of dictyblas. Dictograph. A telephonic instrument for office or similar use, having a sound magnifying device enabling the ordinary mouthpiece to be dispensed with. It was sometimes used for covertly recording conversations. Dictographs. Plural of dictograph. Dictus. Plural of dict. Dictus. Plural of dict. Dicto. An authoritative statement, a dogmatic saying, a maxim, an apothegm. Dictums. Alternative form of dicta, plural of dictum. Diminutive of dictyostelium, dyspodium is social amoeba. A resting stage in the development of oocytes during the meiotic prophase. Plural of dictate. Dictinid. Any spider in the family Dictinidae. Dictinid. Plural of dictinid. Dictinoi. Any member of the Dictinoidea, a group of aranomorph spiders that have been treated as a superfamily. Dictinoids. Plural of dictinoid. Dictia. That. Dictiosity. Any sponge of the order Dictiositidae. Dictiositids. Plural of Dictiositidae. Dictyachlamydospore. A form of chlamydospore that has internal septa. Dictyachlamydospores. Plural of Dictyachlamydospore. Dictyachaphyte. Any accidine alga. Dictyachaphytes. Plural of Dictyachaphyte. Dicyodendron. any of a class of derivatives of pyrrolocarbazoles extracted from marine sponges of the genus Dictyodendrilla that inhibit aldose reductases. Dictyodendrins, plural of Dictyodendrin. Dictyadamus, having reticulate venation. Dictyoden, a plant with net veined leaves and monocotyledonous embryos belonging to the class Dictyogeny proposed by Lindley for the families Dioscoriaceae, Smilaceae, Tiliaceae, etc. Dictyogenous, relating to dictyogens. Dictyogens, plural of dictyogen. Dictyoe, synonym of reticulate. Dida, one of a set of alcohols containing a cyclohexane ring fused to a cyclopentane ring, found in Dictyota brown algae. Dictyoma, alternative form of dictyoma. Dictyomas, plural of dictyoma. Dictyano, pertaining to a rigid framework of fused sponge spicules. Dictyani, a reticulated form of migmatite. Dictyophyte, any fulboroid insect in the family Dictyophoridae. Dictyophytes, plural of Dictyophyte. Dictyopteran, any of the Palladiopterous insects of the order Dictyoptera, the turrets, cockroaches, and mantids. Dictyopterans, plural of Dictyopteran. Dictyostate, having both transverse and longitudinal septa. Dictyosome, a plant organelle that is functionally equivalent to the Golgi apparatus in animal cells. Dictyosomes, plural of dictyosome. Dictyosporangium, the sporangium of Saprobnia, with encased spores germinating within the sporangium. Dictyospore, a multicellular spore produced by fungi that has both transverse and longitudinal septa. Dictyospores, plural of dictyospore. Dictyosporus, relating to dictyospores. Dictyostel, a type of siphonostel in which the vascular tissue in the stem forms a central cylinder around a pith, but with closely spaced leaf gaps. Dictyostels, plural of dictyostel. Dictyostelic, or possessing a dictyostel. Dictyostelid, any slime mold of the order Dictyostelido, which exists either as individual amoebae or aggregated as a pseudoplasmodium. Dictyostelids, plural of Dictyostelid. Dictyotaceous, belonging to the family Dictyotaceae of brown algae. Dictyotine, Dictyotines, plural of dictyotine. Dictyol, a dictyol with 3 hydroxy groups trail, in particular dictyola with EU pack name 3AS4R5 7R8AR5 3 hydroxy 6 methylhept 5N 2Il3 methyl 8 methylating 3A456 7 8 ahexahydro 1 Hexylene 4 7L. Dictyaceae, a diterpenoid derived from the brown alga Dictyota with EU pack name 1R2 6R10 379 10 6 methylhept 5N 2Il11 oxytricyclo 5.3.1.026 undec 3ene. Dictyoleste, a village and commune of Valzia County, Romania. Dicumarol, alternative form of dicumarol. Dicumarols, plural of dicumarol. Nice, a female given name. Disenamide, the anion NCN or any salt containing this anion, especially the sodium salt, which is an explosive sometimes used in vehicle airbags. Disenamides, plural of disenamide. Isami, alternative form of disenamide. Isodat, synonym of cyanoguanidine. Isandanides, plural of disenamide. Isani, any compound containing 2 cyanide ions or groups. Disanides, plural of disani. Dicyano. Two cyano groups in a molecule. Dicyanorgentate. The ion AgCN. Any salt containing this ion, many of which form coordination compounds. Dicyanorgentates. Plural of dicyanorgentate. Dicyanoherate. RSNA. Dicyanoherates. Plural of dicyanoherate. Dicyanobenzoquinone. Any dicyano derivative of benzoquinone. Dicyanobenzoquinones. Plural of dicyanobenzoquinone. Isadbutane. Any diethyl derived from butane, but especially 1,2-dicyanbutane and 1,4-dicyanbutane. Isadbutanes. Plural of dicyanobutane. Dicyanothane. Either of two dicyano derivatives of ethane, but especially 1,2-dicyanothane or succinonitrile. Dicyanothanes. Plural of dicyanothane. Dicyanogen. Cyanogen. Dicyanomidazole. Any dicyano derivative of an imidazole. Dicyanoimidazoles. Plural of dicyanoimidazole. Dicyanompylene. The divalent radical and identical to CC equals. Dicyanompylenes. Plural of dicyanompylene. Dicyanovinylene. Any dicyano derivative of a vinylene group. Dicyanovinylenes. Plural of dicyanovinylene. Dicyclano. An insect growth regulator primarily used in veterinary medicine to prevent and control blowfly strike in sheep. It functions by inhibiting the development of fly larvae, thereby reducing infestations. Dicycle. Directed cycle. Dicycles. Plural of dicycle. Dicyclic. Bicyclic. Dicyclohexyl. Two cyclohexyl groups in a molecule. Dicyclohexylamide. Any dicyclohexyl derivative of an organic or inorganic amide. Dicyclohexylamides. Plural of dicyclohexylamide. Dicyclohexylammonium. The dicyclohexyl derivative of the ammonium cation. Dicyclohexylammoniums. Plural of dicyclohexylammonium. Dicyclohexylcarbodiamide. The dicyclohexyl derivative of carbodiamide that is used in peptide synthesis. Dicyclohexylcarbodiamides. Plural of dicyclohexylcarbodiamide. Dicyclohexylphenylphosphine. A chemical compound with molecular formula CHP. Dicyclohexylurea. A urea that has a cyclohexyl group attached to each nitrogen with molecular formula CHN2O. Dicyclohexylureas. Plural of dicyclohexylurea. Dicyclomine. Alternative form of dicycloverine. Dicyclopentadiene. An unsaturated tricyclic hydrocarbon 3A477A tetrahydro-4,7-methano-1-HNDene produced in the cracking of naphtha. Dicyclopentadienes. Plural of dicyclopentadiene. Dicyclopentadienyl. Two cyclopentadienyl radicals in a molecule. Dicyclopropanated. Modified by the addition of 2-cyclopropane RNGS. Dicycloverine. An anticholinergic drug used in the form of its hydrochloride CH-NO-HCl for its antispasmodic effect on smooth muscle and functional gastrointestinal disorders. Dicycli. The quality of being dicyclic. Is added. Like or belonging to the phylum Dicyamida or the family Dicyamidae, extremely simple parasites found in the kidneys of cephalopods. Dicynnids. Plural of dicyamid. Dicynodont. A member of the Dicynodontia, an extinct group of therapsids. Dicynodontid. Any therapsid in the family Dicynodontidae. Dicynodontids. Plural of Dicynodont. Dicynodonts. Plural of dicynodont. Dicystine. The dimer of cysteine, cysteine. Disastine, plural of disastine. The initialism of direct inward dialing. The simple past of do. Did a buck, simple past of do a bunk. Did a listen, simple past of do a listen. Did a little bit of trolling, simple past of do a little bit of trolling. Did a little trolling, simple past of do a little trolling. Did a melba, simple past of do a melba. Did a never, simple past of do a never. Did a number on, simple past of do a number on. Did a parish, simple past of do a parish. Did a runner, simple past of do a runner. Did a slow burn, simple past of do a slow burn. Did a way, simple past of do away with. Did battle, simple past of do battle. In bits, simple past of do bits. Did bit business, simple past of do business. Did buy, simple past of do buy. Did by half measures, simple past of do by half measures. Did by halves, simple past of do by halves. Did cartwheels, simple past of do cartwheels. Did cheetah flips, simple past of do cheetah flips. Did down, simple past of do down. Did drugs, simple past of do drugs. Did exactly what it said on the tin, simple past of do exactly what it says on the tin. Did for, simple past of do for. Did gooseberry, simple past of do gooseberry. Did ill, simple past of do ill. Did a, simple past of do in. Did simple past of do it. Did it brown, simple past of do it brown. Did it tough, simple past of do it tough. Did it justice, simple past of do justice. Did it lunch, simple past of do lunch. Did my back hurt your knife, used to draw the attention of a backstabber to their treachery. Did not bat, denotes a player who did not bat in an innings played by their side. Did nothing, simple past of do nothing. Did numbers, simple past and past participle of do numbers. Did one's bit, simple past of do one's bit. Did one's business, simple past of do one's business. Did one's damnedest, simple past of do one's damnedest. Did one's darndest, simple past of do one's darndest. Did one's ease, simple past of do one's ease. Did one's easement, simple past of do one's easement, shat. Did one's homework, simple past of do one's homework. Did one's job, simple past of do one's job. Did one's own thing, simple past of do one's own thing. Did one's own time, simple past of do one's own time. Did one's thing, simple past of do one's thing. Did one's utmost, simple past of do one's utmost. Did out, simple past of do out. Did out of, simple past of do out of. Did over, simple past of do over. Did porridge, simple past of do porridge. Did right by, simple past of do right by. Did somebody wrong, simple past of do somebody wrong. Did someone affrighten, simple past of do someone affrighten. Did someone like that? Simple past of do someone like that. Did someone one better? Simple past of do someone one better. Did someone proud? Simple past of do someone proud. Did someone's head in? Simple past of do someone's head in. Did the dash? Simple past of do the dash. Did the decent thing? Simple past of do the decent thing. Did the deed? Simple past of do the deed. Did the dirty on? Simple past of do the dirty on. Did the dishes? Simple past of do the dishes. Did the Dutch? Simple past of do the Dutch. Did the handsome thing? Simple past of do the handsome thing. Did the honors? Simple past of do the honors. Did the impassable? Simple past of do the impassable. Did the math? Simple past of do the math. Did the nasties? Simple past of do the nasties. Did the nasty? Simple past of do the nasty. Did the needful? Simple past of do the needful. Did the right thing? Simple past of do the right thing. Did the rounds? Simple past of do the rounds. Did the talking? Simple past of do the talking. Did the trick? Simple past of do the trick. Did the washing up? Simple past of do the washing up. Did time? Simple past of do time. Did tricks on it? Simple past of do tricks on it. Did unto others? Simple past of do unto others. Did up? Simple past of do up. Did what? Well. Simple past of do well. Did well by doing good. Simple past of do well by doing good. Did well for oneself. Simple past of do well for oneself. Did with mirrors. Simple past of do with mirrors. Did without. Simple past of do without. The alternative form of didn't. That obsolete form of didst. That a cruel language spoken in Côte d'Ivoire. Did an early Christian treatise written in the 1st or 2nd century AD and published in the 19th century. Didacus, a writer of the Didache. Didacus, plural of didacus. Didact, a didactic person. Didactic, instructive or intended to teach or demonstrate, especially with regard to morality. Didactical, didactic, didactically, in a didactic manner. Didactician, one who teaches. Didacticians, plural of didactician. Didacticism, an artistic philosophy that emphasizes instructional and informative qualities over mere entertainment. Didacticisms, plural of didacticism. Didactices, pertaining to didacticism. Didacticists, plural of didacticis. Didacticity, aptitude for teaching. Didacticization, the process of making something didactic. Didacticized, to make didactic. Didacticized, simple past and past participle of didacticized. Didacticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of didacticize. Didacticizing, present participle and gerund of didacticize. Didacte, obsolete form of didactic. Didacticness, The quality of being didactic. Didactics, plural of didactic. Didaction, the act of teaching didactically, teaching in general. Didactive, synonym of didactic. Enact, plural of didact. Didactyle, having only 2 toes, fingers, or claws. Didactylism, the condition of having only 2 fingers on a hand or only 2 toes on a foot. Didactylous, having only 2 digits, 2-toed. Didactyles, plural of didactyle. Didactyle, the condition of having 2 digits on each limb, as in the 2-toed sloth. Didakai, alternative form of didakoi. Didakais, plural of didakai. Didake, alternative form of didakoi. Didakes, plural of didake. Didaus, plural of diddle. Didenocine, a reverse transcriptase inhibitor drug CHN403, which inhibits the replication of HIV and is used in the treatment of AIDS, especially in combination with zidovudine. It is a synthetic analog of a purine nucleoside. Didaper, a small diving water bird frequenting rivers and fresh waters, specifically a little grebe or dabchick. Didappers, plural of didapper. Didascaler, archaic form of didascalic. Didascaui, of or relating to education or teaching, didactic. Didascales, plural of didascally. Didascoi, any catalog of Greek drama published by Alexandrian scholars. Didascalinophobia, the fear of going to school. Vidcap, a vidcap depicting a damsel in distress. Didax, plural of didicap. Dedidat, a town and civil parish with a town council in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, formerly in Berkshire OS Grid Ref SU 5290. The simple past of dough. Ditter, to rattle or shiver. Ditter, simple past and past participle of ditter. Dittering, present participle and gerund of ditter. Ditters, third person singular simple present indicative of ditter. Diandast, obsolete form of dits. Didikoi, alternative form of didikoi. Didikoi, plural of didikoi. Didikois, plural of didikoi. Di, comparative form of diddy, more diddy. Diddy, plural of diddy. Didiot, superlative form of diddy, most diddy. Didikai, alternative form of didikoi. Didikais, plural of didikai. Didikoi, alternative form of didikoi. Didikoi, plural of didikoi. Didok. In percussion, 2 consecutive notes played by the same hand either are RR or LL, similar to the drag, except that by convention diddles are played the same speed as the context in which they are placed. Diddle for middle, alternative form of middle for diddle. Diddle tal, to dilly dally. Diddle diddle. Simple past and past participle of diddle daddle. Diddle daddles, third person singular simple present indicative of diddle daddle. Diddle taddling, present participle and gerund of diddle daddle. Diddle day, a plant in the heath family of species Empetrum rubrum. Diddleberry, a village and civil parish in Corvedale, Southern Shropshire, England. OS grid ref so 5085. Diddle, simple past and past participle of diddle. Diddledy, Impevrum rubrum, a plant with edible red berries. Diddledees, plural of diddledy. Diddler, a person who diddles, a cheat or swindler. Diddlers, plural of diddler. Diddles, third person singular. Simple present indicative of diddle. Diddly bow, a one-stringed instrument monochord that consists of a wire string attached to something solid like the side of a house and played with a piece of metal or glass, originating in the African American traditional music of Mississippi in the United States. Diddly bower, someone who plays the diddly bow. Diddly bowers, plural of diddly bower. Diddly bows, plural of diddly bow. Diddly bow, alternative spelling of diddly bow. Diddly bows, plural of diddly bow. Ile, old-style traditional Irish music, typically with tin whistles, banjos, and bodhrans. Diddles, plural of diddly. Diddley, present participle and gerund of diddle. Diddly, a small amount of no worth. Diddly bow, alternative spelling of diddly bow. Diddly bows, plural of diddly bow. Diddly squat, alternative form of diddly squat. Diddly squat, nothing, nothing whatsoever. Diddly squat, alternative form of diddly squat. Didamus, a term of commiseration to a child who has suffered a mildly painful situation. Did, a woman's breast. Didia blood, alternative form of diddy blood. Didia blood, plural of diddy out blood. Diddy blood, sexual predator, creep. Diddy bloods, plural of diddy blood. Diddy parties, plural of diddy party. Diddy party, any of the various parties hosted by rapper and music mogul Sean Diddy Combs from the 1990s onwards. Diddy blood, alternative form of diddy blood. Diddy bloods, plural of diddy blood. Dodecahedral, having 5 planes on each extremity. Didecamer, a dimer formed from 2 decamers. Didecamers, plural of didecamer. Didesinote, any compound that has 2 dissonant groups or ions. Didesaw, ithacane. Diddy, diver. Diddy, plural of diddy. Didelphian, of or relating to marsupialisins, Metathuria, Didelphia. Didelphic, possessing 2 wombs. Didelphid, a member of Didelphidae, opossum. Didelphid, plural of Didelphid. Didelphimor, any opossum of the order Didelphimorphia, opossum. Didelphimors, plural of Didelphimor. Didelphine, of or pertaining to. Opossums of the family Didelphidae. Didelphi, a member of the superfamily Didelphidea, often used in a more restricted sense to refer to any member of a paraphyletic group of stem marsupialiforms. Didelphids, plural of Didelphoid. Didelphis, synonym of Didelphic. Didelphys, a uterine malformation where the uterus assumes a paired shape as a consequence of failure of fusion of the Mullerian ducts. Didymocettle, any of a family of paleosoprenoid kettles which are inhibitors of an HIV protease. Didymocetals, plural of diadmeketal. Diadnid. A member of the Diadnidae tunicates that form colonies on the seabed in shallow waters. Diadnid. Plural of diadmid. Diadmimide. Any of a group of tetracyclic aromatic heterocycles having indole, malamide, and pyrrole rings. Diadnimides. Plural of diadmimide. Diadmin. Any of a group of cyclic dipeptides found in tridiadmum. Diadimins. Plural of diadmin. Didendron. A dendromer containing two dendrons. Didendrons. Plural of didendron. Didenheim. A former commune of Haltrine Department, Alsace, Grand Est, France. Since 2016 part of the commune of Brunstadt-Didenheim. It has a nucleate. It acceds. Plural of didioxide. It lacking two hydroxyl groups. Didioxadenosine. A didioxynucleoside derived from adenosine that inhibits D8 application. Dideoxyzididine. Misspelling of didioxyzididine. Didazididine. Alternative form of zalcitabine. Dideoxygenase. Any enzyme that catalyzes a didioxygenase reaction. Dideoxygenases. Plural of didioxygenase. Dideoxyhexose. Any didioxy derivative of a hexose. Didioxyhexoses. Plural of didioxyhexose. It has an alternative form of didenosine. Didioxymannose. A didioxy derivative of mannose. Didioxynuclease. The nucleoside of a didioxyver. Didioxynucleases. Plural of didioxynuclease. Didioxynucleate. Any nucleotide formed from a deoxynucleotide by loss of a second hydroxy group from the deoxybase group. Didioxynucleate is. Plural of didioxynucleate. Didioxynuclease. A deoxyribonucleoside in which an additional hydroxyl group has been replaced by a hydrogen. Didioxynucleases. Plural of didioxyribonuclease. Didioxynucleate. A deoxyribonucleotide in which an additional hydroxyl group has been replaced by a hydrogen. Didioxynucleases. Plural of didioxyribonucleate. Didioxysequencing. This sequencing of didioxynucleases. Didioxysugar. Any deoxysugars having two deoxy groups. Didioxysugars. Plural of didioxysugar. Didioxyimidine. The nucleoside consisting of a combination of didioxyribose and thymine. Didioxyimidines. Plural of didioxythymidine. Daughter of bacteria having two cell membranes. Diderms. Plural of diderm. Dihydrot effect. A phenomenon in which acquiring a new possession leads to a spiral of consumption that results in the acquisition of even more possessions. Dihydrot effects. Plural of dihydrot. Effect. Dihydration of or pertaining to Denis Diderot 1713-1784, prominent French philosopher, art critic, and writer of the Enlightenment. Dismethyldoxylamine, one of the two main metabolites of doxylamine, the other being desmethyldoxylamine. Dideuteride, any compound that has two deuteride groups. Dideuterides, plural of dideuteride. That is a molecule composed of two deuterium atoms, or matter composed of such molecules. Symbol 2H2 or D2. Didgeridoo. Didgeridoo, a musical instrument endemic to the top end of Australia, consisting of a long hollowed-out log which, when blown into, produces a low, deep mesmerizing drone with sweeping rhythms. Didgeridoo, simple past and past participle of didgeridoo. Didgeridoo, someone who plays the didgeridoo. Didgeridooers, plural of didgeridoo. Didgeridooing, present participle and gerund of didgeridoo. Didgeridooists, someone who plays the didgeridoo. Didgeridooists, plural of didgeridooists. Didgeridoos. Plural of didgeridoo. Didikoi, plural of didikoi. Didikoi, a gypsy or traveler, especially one who is not Romani or is not full-blooded Romani. Didikoi, plural of didikoi. Did, a diaper. Didyrisius, of or relating to the Didyrisi. That is, plural of diddy. Didikai, alternative form of didikoi. Didikais, plural of didikai. Didikoi, alternative form of didikoi. Didikois, plural of didikoi. Didaman, a worker in the Department of Agriculture. Didaman, plural of didaman. Didan, of or pertaining to dodos. Didans, plural of didine. Dede, misspelling of didn't. Didith, plural of diddy. Did an assertion that something not satisfactorily explained by science is there for evidence of some powerful entities and seen intervention. Dida, pronunciation spelling of did you. Didgeridoo, alternative spelling of didgeridoo. Didgeridoos, plural of didgeridoo. Didgeridoo, alternative form of didgeridoo. Didgeridus, plural of didgeridoo. Diddly bow, alternative spelling of diddly bow. Diddly bows, plural of diddly bow. Didn't, pronunciation spelling of didn't. Didn't, did not negative auxiliary. Didn't, used to, negative of used to. Didn't, contraction of didn't you. Didn't, contraction of didn't you. Didn't, did not, did me, did not, didn't, alternative form of dincha. Did, misspelling of didn't. Didn't, alternative form of dincha. Didn't, did not. Dido, initial of drive-in, drive-out. Dido, founder and first queen of Carthage. Dodecahedra, plural of dodecahedron. Dodecahedral, of a six-sided prism truncated on the lateral edges and acuminated on the extremities with 6 planes. Dodecahedron, a solid with 24 faces consisting of scalene triangles. Dodecahedrons, plural of dodecahedron. Didodacyl, 2 dodecyl groups in a molecule. Didos, plural of dido. Didomen, a discrete structure formed from 2 domains of a protein dimer. Didomans, plural of didomane. Didonato, a surname from Italian. Didonato, a surname from Italian. Didonatos, plural of didonato. Didonia, the curve which on a given surface and with a given perimeter contains the greatest area. Didonian, of or relating to Dido. Didonias, plural of Didonia. Didana, a surname from Italian. Didanas, plural of Didana. Didos, plural of Dido. Dida, ellipsis of Didot point. Didot point, a former point size of 1/864 of the royal foot. Didot points, plural of Didot point. Didat, plural of Didot. The abbreviation of diacetyl phthalate. Didrachma, alternative form of didrachma. Didrachma, an ancient Greek silver coin worth 2 drachmas. Didrachmas, plural of didrachma. Didrachms, plural of didrachum. Didruvaltrate, a sedative and hypnotic drug, plural of didrachma. Didrachums, plural of didrachum. Didruvaltrate, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Did initialism of 4,40-isocyanato or 2-stilbenedisulfonic acid and anion exchange inhibitor. The plural of did. Didsbury, a suburban area in southern Manchester, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SJ 8491. Dest, second person singular simple past indicative of do. Deduce, obsolete spelling of deduce. Deduce, third person singular simple present indicative of deduce. Didae, alternative spelling of dida. Didatus, plural of didach. Didati, plural of didach. Deduction, the act of drawing apart, separation. Deductions, plural of deduction. Deductor, a divaricator muscle in Arthropomatus brachiopods. Deductors, plural of deductor. Dedai, a Ukrainian decoration made from sheaves of wheat tied up with colorful ribbons, which is used in rituals around Christmas and Epiphany and traditionally believed to contain ancestor spirits. Dedak, plural of didak. Dedate, plural of didak. Dadi, alternative form of diddy diaper. De, alternative spelling of dija. Dida, obsolete form of didymium. Didymalgia, pain in the testes. Didymalacious, of or relating to the didymalaceae. Didymi, plural of didymus. Didymaeus, of or relating to the didymaceae. Didymitis, synonym of orchitis. Didymium, a mixture of praseodymium and neodymium, once thought to be an element symbol dye. Didymo, a species of diadem, Didymasphenia geminata, best known as widely invasive algae. Didymocarpoid, any flowering plant of the genus Didymocarpus. Didymocarpoids, plural of Didymocarpoid. Didymochinid, any member of the Didymochinidea, an extinct family of euthurians. Didymochinids, plural of Didymochinid. Didymoi, plural of Didymos. Didymos, the small binary near-Earth asteroid 65,803 Didymos. Its tiny moon is Dimorphos. Didymospore, a form of Dictyospore whose pattern of septa is reminiscent of a brick wall. Didymospores, plural of Didymospore. Didymosporus, relating to Didymospores. Didimoticha, a town located in the eastern part of the Evros prefecture of Thrace, Greece. Didymus, twin-twinned, growing or occurring in pairs. Didymus, a testes. Didynamion, synonym of didynamis. Didynamis, containing 4 stamens disposed in pairs of unequal length. Didynami, the property of being didynamis. Didysprosium, 2 dysprosium atoms in a molecule. Initialism of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Stop living, to become dead, to undergo death. Death. To fail or flop, to lose popularity. Die 1,000 deaths. To die many times over, usually as preferred over some other undesirable action or occurrence. Die and go to heaven. To have an extremely pleasant experience. Die away. To die gradually or slowly. Die back. To wither, particularly during the winter. Die bonder, a machine that installs chips, electronic devices onto a substrate and connects them to other devices. Die bonders, plural of die bonder. Die cap, a coin minting error in which a coin sticks to the die and upon striking the next blank takes on a shape resembling a bottle cap. Die caps, plural of die cap. Die cutting, the general process of using a die to shear webs of low-strength materials. Die, alternative form of die. Die down, to become less virulent or strong, to subside. Die grinder, a usually handheld grinder with the rotational axis of the grinding or cutting wheel axial to that of the driving motor. Die grinders, plural of die grinder. Die hard, to die only after a desperate struggle for life. Living thing. Die how one lived, alternative form of die the way one lived. Die in a fire. Go to hell. Go to the devil. Expression of anger and contemptuous dismissal directed at a person or idea. Die in harness, of a person, to pass away before retirement. Die in one's shoes, to die by violence, especially by hanging. Die in the airs, UK spelling of die in the ass. Die in the ass, to fail to function properly. Die in the last ditch, to fight till death. To die rather than surrender. Die just how one lived. Alternative form of die the way one lived. Die just like one lived. Alternative form of die the way one lived. Die just the way one lived. Alternative form of die the way one lived. Die laughing, to laugh uproariously. Die lio, used to suggest that one is doomed or is good as dead. Die like flies, synonym of drop like flies. Die like one lived. Alternative form of die the way one lived. Death, to suffer a series of deaths, to die one by one, to progressively become extinct. If a group of plants, animals, or people dies off, the entire group dies over a period of time. Die on, to die under the care or watch of someone. Die on one's arse, to fail completely. Die on the vein, to fail at an early stage or never come to fruition, typically due to neglect, infeasibility, or lack of resources. Die, to become extinct. Die plate, a die in the form of a metal plate. Die plates, plural of die plate. Die roaring, die in agony, especially as divine punishment for a wicked life. Die roaring for a priest. Repent too late of one's sins, hence be damned. Thy stem, the call of South Africa. Die the way one lived, to die because of or after doing something characteristic of oneself, especially something that one enjoyed doing. Die, die. Alternative form of die, die. Die away. That seems to die away, languishing. Die cast. To make an object by pouring a liquid or molten material into a reusable mold or die in which the material hardens. Die casting. Present participle and gerund of die casts. Die castings. Plural of die casting. Die casts. Plural of die casts. Die cut. Made by die cutting. Die cuts. Third person singular simple present indicative of die cut. Die cutting. Present participle and gerund of die cut. Die, die. No matter what, absolutely, even if one dies trying, emphasizes urgency, necessity, or commitment. Die hard. Alternative spelling of die hard. Die hards. Plural of die hard. Die. A form of protest where a group of people in a public area lie on the ground to simulate being dead. Die-ins. Plural of die-in. Die-off. An incident or episode in which a particular species or organism dies off, especially in large numbers. Die-offs. Plural of die-off. The, a canine of northern Africa, the African golden wolf Canis lupester, formerly considered an African variant of the golden jackal Canis aureus. Didac. The browning and death of a plant shoot starting at the tip due to either disease or climate conditions. Didax. Plural of dieback. Did. Plural of deeb. Diegast. Alternative spelling of diecast. Diecasting. Present participle and gerund of diecast. Diecastings. Plural of diecasting. Diecasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of diecast. Naisai. A village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Diocious. Alternative spelling of Diocious. Die. A surname from German. Diecaus. A surname from German. Diegman. A surname. Diegman condensation. The intermolecular chemical reaction of diesters with base to give beta-catasters. Diegman condensations. Plural of Diegman condensation. Dikes. Plural of dike. Die. Simple past and past participle of die. Died 1,000 deaths. Simple past and past participle of die 1,000 deaths. Died and gone to heaven. Past participle of die and go to heaven. Died and went to heaven. Simple past of die and go to heaven. Died away. Simple past and past participle of die away. Died back. Simple past and past participle of die back. Die down. Simple past and past participle of die down. Died hard. Simple past and past participle of die hard. Died how one lived. Simple past and past participle of die how one lived. Died in harness. Simple past and past participle of die in harness. Died in the ass. Simple past and past participle of die in the ass. Die just how one lived. Simple past and past participle of die just how one lived. Died just like one lived. Simple past and past participle of die just like one lived. Died just the way one lived. Simple past and past participle of die just the way one lived. Died laughing. Simple past and past participle of die laughing. Died like flies. Simple past and past participle of die like flies. Died like one lived. Simple past and past participle of die like one lived. Died off. Simple past and past participle of die off. Died on. Simple past and past participle of die on. Died on one's arse. Simple past and past participle of die on one's arse. Died on the vine. Simple past and past participle of die on the vine. Died out. Simple past and past participle of die out. Died prematurely. Simple past and past participle of die prematurely. Died the way one lived. Simple past and past participle of die the way one lived. The alternative form of died past tense of die. Dieterich, a surname from German. Dieterichs, plural of Dieterich. Dieterich, a male given name from Dutch. Didra, alternative spelling of dihedral. Deedras, plural of Diedral. Dehydrate, to die from dehydration, only used in hydrate or dehydrate. Deader, a female given name from Irish, variant of Derder. Daters, plural of Dieter. Dietrich, a surname from German. Dietriches, plural of Dietrich. Dietrich, a surname from German. Dietrichs, plural of Diedrich. Jetzt, second person singular simple past indicative of die. Diefendorfer, a surname. Diefenbach, a surname from German. Diefenbachs rail, any member of species Galeralis diefenmachiae of extinct birds endemic to the Chatham Islands. Diefenbachs rails, plural of Diefenbachs rail. Diefenbacher, any of several plants of the genus Diefenbachia cultivated as houseplants. Diefenbachias, plural of Diefenbachia. Diefenbachs, plural of Diefenbach. Dejas, plural of Deejses. Dejeses, a narration or recitation. Dejade, of or relating to Deejses. Degetically, in a degetic way or manner. Diego, a male given name from Spanish Diego. Diego Vesea, an island in the Chagos archipelago, British Indian Ocean territory, which will be transferred to Mauritius sovereignty as announced in October 2024. Diego Martin, a town in Trinidad and Tobago. Diego Sile, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Diego Suarez, former name of Ansaranana. Diegas, plural of Diego. Diegueño, the Kumeyaay, a Native American people of Southern California and Baja California. Denes, a surname from Spanish. Die hard, unreasonably or stubbornly resisting change. Die hard test, any of a collection of statistical tests for gauging the randomness of a random number generator. Die hard tests, plural of die hard tests. Diehards, plural of die hard. A surname. Das, plural of deal. Dying, misspelling of dying. Dekoff. A surname from German. Dekos, plural of Dekoff. Dekirch, one of the 12 cantons of Luxembourg, located in the northeast of the country. Demem, a surname from German. Demens, plural of Diekman. De, a surname. Dealismatic, any brachiopod in the family. Dealismatidae. Dealismatids, plural of dealismatid. Delvrin, a cyclodiene insecticide related to aldrin that is a persistent organic pollutant. Delvrins, plural of dieldrin. Dielectric, an electrically insulating or non-conducting material considered for its electric susceptibility, i.e. its property of polarization when exposed to an external electric field. Dielectric absorption, the retention of polarization of a dielectric material after removal of the electric field. Dielectric absorptions, plural of dielectric absorption. Dielectric constant, a measure of the permittivity of a material relative to that of a vacuum. Dielectric constants, plural of dielectric constant. Dielectric grease, synonym of silicone grease. Dielectric greases, plural of dielectric grease. Dielectric heating, the heating of an electrically insulating material by a rapidly fluctuating electric field. Dielectric strength, the minimum applied electric field that results in the electrical breakdown of a dielectric material. Dielectric withstand test, an electrical test performed on an electrical insulator to determine the strength of its insulation by applying high voltage to an item and monitor leakage current. Dielectric withstand tests, plural of dielectric withstand tests. Dielectrical, in a dielectric manner. Electricities, plural of dielectricity. Electricity, quality or degree of dielectric. Dielectrics, plural of dielectric. Dielectricum, a dielectric medium or barrier. Dielectron, a combination of two electrons. Dielectronic, of or pertaining to two electrons. Dielectrons, plural of dielectron. Dielectrophilic, having two electrophilic groups. Dielectrophoresis, the exertion of a force on an uncharged particle in a non-uniform electric field. Dielectrophoretic, of or pertaining to dielectrophoresis. Dielemental, synonym of bielemental having two different elements in various senses. Dieless, without a die mold for forming objects. Dielectrophoresis, misspelling of dielectrophoresis. Dielect, resembling or characteristic of a die object rolled to produce a random number. Dieless, plural of diel. Diels-Alder reaction, the cycloaddition reaction between a conjugated diene and an alkene to form a cyclohexene ring. Diels-Alder reactions, plural of Diels-Alder reaction. Dielectra, any member of the plant genus Dielectra. Dielectras, plural of Dielectra. The, a surname. The maker, someone who makes dies devices for cutting shapes. D-makers, plural of D-maker. D-making, the trade of the D-maker. Devon, a village and municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Demert, a surname from German. Damerts, plural of demert. Them, plural of deem. Deen bien, apevin. Of no Vietnam, no Vietnam. Dien Bien Phu, a city. Dien Bien Phu Prefecture, Dien Bien, no Vietnam. Danol, an aldehyde derived from a diene. Danols, plural of dienol. Dinamine, any amine derived from a diene. Dinamines, plural of dinamine. Dien Bien Phu, alternative form of Dien Bien Phu. Dien Dien Phu, alternative form of Dien Bien Phu. Diencephala, plural of diencephalon. Diencephalic, of or pertaining to the diencephalon. Diencephalon, the region of the human brain, specifically the human forebrain, that includes the thalamus, the hypothalamus, the epithalamus, the prethalamus or subthalamus, and the protectum. Diencephalons, plural of diencephalon. Diencephalospinal, relating to or connecting the diencephalon and the spine. Diene, an organic compound, especially a hydrocarbon containing two double bonds. Dida, any salt or ester of a dinoic acid. Dinidets, plural of dinadiot. Thenner, a morgue worker responsible for handling, moving, and cleaning the corpse. Danari, an isometric hextetrahedral gray white mineral containing arsenic and nickel. Daners, plural of diener. Diens, a surname from Hungarian. Danases, plural of diens. Danestral, a synthetic estrogen. Dip, a surname. Danis, plural of Dane. Dene, related to or derived from a diene. Danathal, any unsaturated sugar alcohol containing two double bonds. Danatals, plural of danatal. Danot, any salt or ester of a dinoic acid. Danots, plural of denote. Danafyr, any organic compound formed when a diene moiety is removed from a molecule. Danafugers, plural of danafuge. Danoges, a semisynthetic steroidal progestogen used as an oral contraceptive in combination with ethinylestradiol. Denoic, relating to a denoic acid or its derivatives. Denoic acid, any acid derivative of a diene, especially such a carboxylic acid. Denoic acids, plural of denoic acid. Denol, any compound having a hydroxy group directly attached to a diene. Denolate, any metal derivative of a denol. Denolates, plural of denolate. Denolide, any macrolide derived from a diene. Denolides, plural of denolide. Denols, plural of denol. Denon, any ketone derived from a diene. Denons, plural of denon. Danophile, a compound that readily reacts with a diene, especially an alkene in the Diels-Alder reaction. Danophiles, plural of danophile. Danophilic, of being or pertaining to a danophile. Danoil, any univalent radical derived from an denoic acid by loss of a hydroxyl group. Danoils, plural of danoil. Danamiases, a condition caused by infection with Amoeba fragilis, a gastrointestinal parasite, leading to diarrhea, abdominal pain, and failure to thrive in children. Denyl, any univalent radical derived from iodine. Denylketene, a chemical compound formed by linking iodine to a ketene. Denyls, plural of denyl. Denyl, any organic compound having two alkene groups and one alkyne. Denynes, plural of denyne. Det, alternative form of dioth. Deas, plural of deoth. De, a surname. De Polsau, a municipality in Rheintal district, St. Gallen canton, Switzerland, on the border with Austria. The epoxy, any compound that has two epoxide groups. Deepoxides, plural of deepoxy. Deepoxy, two epoxy groups in a molecule. Deepoxybutane, the deepoxide 2,2-biosurane. Deepoxyoctane, the mutagenic epoxide 1,2:7,8 deepoxyoctane. Dep, a surname from Spanish. Des, plural of depa. De, a coastal town in Seine-Maritime Department, Normandy, France. Des, plural of deep. De equatorial, both in the equatorial configuration. There, a surname. Dierberg, a surname from German. Dierbergs, plural of Dierberg. Dierbium, two erbium atoms in a molecule. Diers, a surname from German. Dierses, plural of Dirks. Diurer, a female given name, variant of Derder. Direses, plural of diuresis. Diuresis, alternative spelling of diuresis. Diuretic, alternative spelling of diuretic. Diuretic. Exhibiting diergism. Diergism, the existence in a single species of two distinct ways of a structure or organ functioning. Diri, an indigenous people of the South Australian desert. Deer, plural of deer. Dies, one of the protogenoi, the protogenos personification of De. She is the daughter of fellow protogenoi, Nox/Nyx Night and Erebus Darkness, and sister wife of Etha. She is the Roman counterpart of Hemera. Dies 1,000 deaths. Third person singular simple present indicative of die 1,000 deaths. Dies and goes to heaven. Third person singular simple present indicative of die and go to heaven. Dies away. Third person singular simple present indicative of die away. Dies back. Third person singular simple present indicative of die back. Dies down. Third person singular simple present indicative of die down. Dies hard. Third person singular simple present indicative of die hard. Dies how one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die how one lived. Dies in harness. Third person singular simple present indicative of die in harness. Dies in the airs. Third person singular simple present indicative of die in the arse. Dies in the ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of die in the ass. Dies in faustus. Unlucky day. Dies juridicus. Plural of dies juridicus. Dies juridicus. A court day, i.e. a day, when a legal court is functioning. Dies just how one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die just how one lived. Dies just like one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die just like one lived. Dies just the way one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die just the way one lives. Dies laughing. Third person singular simple present indicative of die laughing. Dies like flies. Third person singular simple present indicative of die like flies. Dies like one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die like one lived. Dies non. A day on which courts are not held. Dies off. Third person singular simple present indicative of die off. Dies on. Third person singular simple present indicative of die on. Dies on one's arse. Third person singular simple present indicative of die on one's arse. Dies on the vine. Third person singular simple present indicative of die on the vine. Dies it out. Third person singular simple present indicative of die out. Dies prematurely. Third person singular simple present indicative of die prematurely. Dies the way one lived. Third person singular simple present indicative of die the way one lived. Now, a fuel derived from petroleum or other oils but heavier than gasoline/petrol, used to power diesel engines which burn this fuel using the heat produced when air is compressed. Diesel dyke. A forcefully masculine or butch lesbian. Diesel dykes. Plural of diesel dyke. Diesel engine. An internal combustion engine of piston engine type that operates using the diesel cycle, with fuel being sprayed into the hot, high-pressure air in the combustion chamber at the end of the compression stroke. Diesel engines. Plural of diesel engine. Diesel exhaust. Exhaust from a diesel engine. Diesel exhaust fluid. A liquid used to reduce controlled emissions from the exhaust of diesel engines. Diesel exhaust fluids. Plural of diesel exhaust fluid. Diesel generator. Any electricity generator powered by a diesel engine. Diesel generators. Plural of diesel generator. Diesel knock. In diesel engines, a repetitive knocking sound when delayed ignition causes sudden high pressures. Diesel laundering. The process of removing the dyes added to untaxed diesel fuel to enable it to be sold illegally as regular fuel at a substantial markup. Diesel loco. Clipping of diesel locomotive. Diesel locomotive. A locomotive powered by a diesel engine, often in a genset-like arrangement, i.e. diesel electric. Diesel locomotives. Plural of diesel locomotive. Diesel locos. Plural of diesel loco. Diesel motor. Synonym of diesel engine. Diesel motors. Plural of diesel motor. Diesel multiple unit. A multiple unit train of 2 or more coaches powered by diesel engines, usually installed underfloor. Diesel multiple units. Plural of diesel multiple unit. Diesel particulate filter. A device designed to remove diesel particulate matter or soot from the exhaust gas of a diesel engine. Diesel therapy. A form of punishment in which prisoners are shackled and transported long distances for days or weeks. Diesel tree. Copaiva langsorfii, a tropical rainforest tree whose wood is honeycombed with capillaries filled with oil. Diesel trees. Plural of diesel tree. Diesel electric. Describing a power system in which a diesel engine powers an electrical generator. Diesel electrics. Plural of diesel electric. Diesel hydraulic. Powered by a diesel engine via a hydraulic transmission. Diesel hydraulics. Plural of diesel hydraulic. Diesel powered. Powered by the diesel engine. Ealdum. the state of being dieselized or having achieved dieselization with the introduction of diesel locomotives. They are powered by a diesel engine. Dieselgate, the Volkswagen emissions scandal of 2015. Dieseline, a blend of diesel and gasoline possibly for use in high-compression engines. Dieselines, plural of dieseline. Dieselline, present participle and gerund of diesel. Dieselization, alternative form of dieselization. Dieselizations, plural of dieselization. Dieselize, alternative form of dieselize. Dieselize, simple past and past participle of dieselize. Dieselize is third-person singular simple present indicative of dieselize. Dieselizing, present participle and gerund of dieselize. Dieselization, the conversion of a petrol engine to run on diesel fuel. Dieselizations, plural of dieselization. Dieselize, to convert or adapt an engine to diesel fuel. Dieselize, simple past and past participle of dieselize. Dieselize is third-person singular simple present indicative of dieselize. Dieselizing, present participle and gerund of dieselize. Now, simple past and past participle of diesel. Dieseling, present participle and gerund of diesel. Dieselpunk, a genre of science fiction and art that combines fictional retrofuturistic elements with the technology, culture, and aesthetics of the period of history, beginning in the interbellum between World War I and World War Roman II and ending around the 1950s, known as the diesel era within the dieselpunk community. Deus, plural of diesel. Daily, characteristic of dieseling. It is, plural of dieces. Desinker, an engraver of dies for stamping coins, metals, etc. Desinkers, plural of desinker. Desinking, the process of engraving dies. Dies, any of several intervals smaller than a tone in ancient Greek music. Diesel, a fuel consisting of a mixture of diesel and alcohol. This, second-person singular simple present indicative of die. Deser, any organic compound containing two ester functional groups. Desterase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a diester, but especially a phosphodiesterase. Deesterases, plural of deesterase. Deesterification, the formation of a diester from a diol. Deesterifications, plural of deesterification. Diesters, plural of deester. Diestac, a component that holds a die that cuts screw threads. Diestax, plural of destock. Diestrus, or relating to the diestrus, a period of sexual quiescence between two estrous periods. Diestrum, the interval between two periods of estrus. Diestrus, alternative spelling of diostrus. Dies, abbreviation of direct interspecies electron transfer. Dies, alternative letter case form of Diet Council or Assembly of Leaders, a formal deliberative assembly. Rare spelling of diet. Diet Coke, a cola-based soft drink containing no or low amounts of sugar and produced by the Coca-Cola Company. Diet Cokes, plural of Diet Coke. Diet of Worms, a diet, a council or assembly held in Worms, Germany in 1521. Dietl. Of or pertaining to a diet assembly. Dietarian. Somebody following a diet, a dieter. Dietarians. Plural of dietarian. Dietaries. Plural of dietary. Dietarily. In relation to the diet. Dietary. Of, or relating to diet. Dietary fiber. Alternative form of dietary fiber. Dietary fiber. Substances generally of plant origin, consisting mostly of complex carbohydrates which are undigested when eaten by humans, and which therefore help the passage of food and waste through the alimentary tract. Dietary fibers. Plural of dietary fiber. Dietary indiscretion. The act, especially among animals, of eating things that should not be eaten, such as metal or plastic objects. Dietary indiscretions. Plural of dietary indiscretion. Dietary supplement. Any substance, such as a vitamin or mineral, taken as a supplement to food to replace nutrients that would otherwise be missing in a person's diet. Dietary supplements. Plural of dietary supplement. Diet. Having been on a specialized diet that limits caloric intake. Dieter. A township in Rosedale County, Minnesota, United States, named after settler Martin Van Buren Dieter. Dieterich. A surname. Dieterichs. Plural of dieterich. Dieters. Plural of dieter. Dietetic. Relating to diet. Dietetical. Synonym of dietetic. Dietetically. In a dietetic manner, using a diet or in the form of a diet. Dietitian. Synonym of dietitian. Dietitians. Plural of dietitian. Dietetics. The study of diet and nutrition in relation to health and disease. Dietetists. A physician who applies the rules of dietetics to the cure of diseases. Dietetists. Plural of dietetists. Dietitian. Misspelling of dietitian. Diet. Third person singular simple present indicative of die. Diethylene. An anticonvulsant drug. Diethanolamine. A hydroxy secondary amine HOCH2CHNH used as a chemical intermediate and to absorb acidic gases. Diethanolamines. Plural of diethanolamine. Diethazine. The anticholinergic agent 10,2-diethylaminethylphenethiazine. Diethanoid. Containing 2 double bonds. Diether. Any organic compound having 2 ether functional groups. Diethers. Plural of diether. Diethophencar. A particular fungicide. Diethoxy. 2 ethoxy groups in a molecule. Diethexidimethicillane. Synonym of dimethyldiethixycillane. Diethyl. 2 ethyl groups attached to the same molecule. Diethyl carbonate. An ester of carbonic acid and ethanol with the formula OCOCH2CH. Diethyl carbonates. Plural of diethyl carbonate. Diethyl ether. A clear colorless, highly flammable liquid with a low boiling point and chemical formula CH3CH2OCH2CH3, used as a solvent and in the past as a general anesthetic. Diethyl malate. The diethyl ester of malic acid. Diethyl malates. Plural of diethyl malate. Diethyl malonate. The diethyl ester of malonic acid, which occurs naturally in grapes and strawberries as a colorless liquid with an apple diethyl-like odor and is used in perfumery and to synthesize various other compounds. Diethyl phosphate, alternative form of diethyl phosphate. Diethyl phthalate, the diethyl ester of phthalic acid, a clear liquid used as a solvent, insect repellent, and in perfumes. Diethylacrylamide, the N-diethyl derivative of acrylamide. Diethyl aluminium, a diethyl derivative of an aluminium atom or cation. Diethylamide, the derivative of a compound formed by adding an amide group with two ethyl substituents, NC2H. Diethylamides, plural of diethylamide. Diethylamine, the secondary NCH CHNH. Diethylamines, plural of diethylamine. Diethylamino, the univalent radical CH3CHN derived from diethylamine. Diethylaminocalmarin, any diethylamino derivative of a calmarin. Diethylaminocalmarins, plural of diethylaminocalmarin. Diethylaminoethyl, a diethylamino derivative of the ethyl radical. Diethylaminoethyl cellulose, a positively charged resin used in ion exchange chromatography. Diethylaminomethyl, any diethylamino derivative of a methyl group. Diethylaminomethyls, plural of diethylaminomethyl. Diethylaminopropionalthoxycarbonylaminophenothioxine, the free base form of diethylaminopropionalthoxycarbonylaminophenothioxine hydrochloride. Diethylaminopropionalthoxycarbonylaminophenothioxine hydrochloride. Ethicizine, diethylaminopropionalthoxycarbonylaminophenothioxine with the addition of hydrochloric acid. Diethylaminossulfur trifluoride, the organosulfur compound CH3CHNSF3 used for the synthesis of organofluorine compounds. Diethylammonium, the quaternary ammonium cation CH3CHNH. Diethylammoniums, plural of diethylammonium. Diethylaniline, the tertiary NNC is H5NCH3CH that has many diethyl uses. Diethylanilines, plural of diethylaniline. Diethylcarbamazine, a synthetic anthelmintic drug. Diethylcathinone, a stimulant prodrug of ethcathinone used as an appetite suppressant. Diethylethiocarbamate, the diethyl derivative of the dithiocarbamate anion. Diethylethiocarbamates, plural of diethylethiocarbamate. Diethylene, two ethylene groups in a molecule. Diethylene glycol, a clear hygroscopic, odorless liquid which is described by the chemical structural formula HOCH2CH2OCH2CH2OH. It is toxic to humans and other animals. Diethylnadiamine, piperazine. Diethylenes, plural of diethylene. Diethylnitramine, a colorless hygroscopic liquid, an analog of diethylene glycol. Diethylmethionine pentacetic acid, synonym of pentetic acid. Diethylnitramines, plural of diethylnitramine. Diethylphenolamine, a precursor chemical to procaine, prepared commercially by the reaction of diethylamine and ethylene oxide. Diethylhexyl, any diethyl derivative of a hexyl radical. Diethylmalate, alternative form of diethylmalate. Diethylmalates, plural of diethylmalate. Diethylmalinate, alternative form of diethylmalinate. Diethylnitrosamine, the nitrosamine CH3CHNN equals O, which is both carcinogenic and mutagenic. Diethylphosphite, an organophosphorus compound with the formula C2H5OPOH. Diethylpropion, the drug diethylcathinone. Diethylpyrrocarbonate, The diethyl ester of pyrocarbonic acid. It is used in biochemistry to inactivate ribonucleases. Diethyls, plural of diethyl. Diethylstilbestrol. Alternative form of diethylstilbestrol. Diethylstilbestrol, a synthetic estrogen drug CHO2 used formerly to prevent miscarriage or premature delivery in humans and to promote growth in livestock. The medical use of diethylstilbestrol was discontinued in the US during the early 1970s due to its association with serious side effects such as reproductive tract abnormalities and increased rates of infertility in offspring exposed to the drug while developing in the uterus. It is no longer commercially available in the US and its use is currently limited to specially compounded formulations for veterinary care. Diethylstilbestrols, plural of diethylstilbestrol. Diethylstilbestrol, UK spelling of diethylstilbestrol. Diethylthiambutene, a particular narcotic painkiller. Diethylthioxantone, any diethyl derivative of thioxanthone. Diethylthioxantones, plural of diethylthioxantone. Diethyltoluamide, N-diethylmetatoluamide, DEET. Diethyltryptamine, a psychedelic drug closely related to dimethyltryptamine. Diethylzinc, a highly pyrophoric organozinc compound consisting of a zinc center bound to two ethyl groups, an important reagent in organic chemistry. Diethanol, two ethanol groups in a molecule. Diethylsinolene, any diethynyl derivative of sinolene. Diethylsinolines, plural of diethylsinolene. Dietic, relating to diet, dietetic. Dieteco, dietetic. Dietitian, non-standard spelling of dietitian. Dietitians, plural of dietitian. Diethetics, synonym of dietetics. Dieticyclidine, a psychoactive drug and research chemical of the aryl cyclohexylamine class. Diety, a subordinate or local assembly, a diet of inferior rank. Dietines, plural of dietine. Dieting, present participle and gerund of diet. Dietings, plural of dieting. Dietis, a person skilled at formulating diets, a dietitian. Dietists, plural of dietis. Dietitian, a person who studies or practices dietetics. Dietitians, plural of dietitian. Dialysis, without a diet regimen of food and drink intake. Diethan, a member of Japan's national diet. Dietman, plural of dietman. Dietologist, a specialist in dietology. Dietologists, plural of dietologists. Dietology, the study of diet's nutritional regimes. Dietotherapeutic, relating to dietotherapy. Dietotherapeutical, relating to the therapeutic effects of one's diet. Dietotherapeutics, dietotherapy. Dietotherapy, medical treatment by following a certain diet. Dietrich, a surname from German. Dietrichite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Diets, plural of diet. Death, plural of diet. Dietwise, in regards to diet. Dieting, having the quality of a diet. Diets, a surname. Dietse, a surname from German. Dietse, a monoclinic prismatic golden yellow mineral containing calcium, chromium, iodine, and oxygen. Dietsen, a surname from German. Dietsens, plural of dietsen. Dietes, plural of diets. Dietsmen, a surname from German. Dietsmens, plural of dietsmen. Diuges, a surname from French. Diuges, plural of diuges. Eukaryotic, having two nuclei. Dieuropium, two europium atoms in a molecule. Diversity, diversity. Divodamine, an indole alkaloid from Avodia rudicarpa, CAS registry number 1253379-22-4. Dewar, ornamentation of a metal surface by impressions with the dye. De, a surname from Spanish. De, plural of Ds. Diazubmena, plural of Diazubmenon. Diazubmenon, the last tetrachord in the case where two tetrachords were placed separately from each other, but with only the interval of a tone between them. The initialism of data interchange format. The alternative form of difference. Difalco, a surname from Italian. Difalcos, plural of Difalco. Difezzo, a surname from Italian. Difezos, plural of Defazio. Difbarbamate, a tranquilizer of the barbiturate and carbamate families. Difconazole, a particular fungicide. Diflecphalin, an analgesic opioid peptide used to treat itching. Difurine, an antimuscarinic. Difmethorax, a stimulant drug of the piperidine class, formerly used as an appetite suppressant. Dinacum, a particular anticoagulant used commercially as a rodenticide. Difnemizole, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Difenoconazole, a particular triazole fungicide. Dinexami, an antispasmodic drug. Dionexin, a particular narcotic painkiller. Difenzoquat, the herbicide 1,2-dimethyl-3,5-divinyl 1-H-pyrazolium. Dihermian, any combination of two fermions. Difermians, plural of difermian. Diphoric, having two phag ions. Diphorus, having two phas ions. Diphthalate, any compound that contains two phthalate groups. Diphthalates, plural of diphthalate. Diphthalomethane, curcumin. Diftarsone, an antiprotozoal agent. Diphthalone, a particular anticoagulant used as a rodenticide. The flipping of difference. Div-ac, a differential equation. Diff-EQs, plural of diff-EQ. Diff-file, a file produced by a diff program. Diff-files, plural of diff-file. Diff-lock, locking differential. Diff-locks, plural of diff-lock. Diff, abbreviation of difference. Diff-abilities, plural of diffability. Diffability, a psychological condition such as Asperger's syndrome, viewed as a natural neurological variation rather than a disability or disorder. Divable, suitable for processing by a diff program in order to show differences. Diffeation, a form of divorce among the ancient Romans in which a cake was used. That, simple past and past participle of div. Divi, a surname. Divies, plural of diffie. Diffenderfer, a surname from German. Diffenderfers, plural of Diffenderfer. Diffeological, having a diffeology. Diffeologically, in a diffeological manner. Diffeologies, plural of diffeology. Diffeology, the set of smooth parametrizations of a given set X, the set of smooth maps S right arrow X, where S is any open set letter 211dn, the theory of such constructs. Diffeomorphic, having a diffeomorphism. Diffeomorphically, in diffeomorphic terms. Diffeomorphism, a differentiable homeomorphism with differentiable inverse between differentiable manifolds. Diffeomorphisms, plural of diffeomorphism. Diffeomorphometry, the morphometry of diffeomorphisms. Differ, not to have the same traits or characteristics, to be unilike or distinct. Difference, the endless deferral of any ultimate meaning in a word or sentence owing to the necessity of recourse to a potentially infinite series of other equally uncertain words or signs. Diffordand, a municipality with city status of Esch-sur-Alzette canton in southwestern Luxembourg. Differ, simple past and past participle of differ. Difference, the quality of being different. Difference engine, a mechanical special purpose computer used to generate tables of values of polynomials. Difference engines, plural of difference engine. Difference equation, an equation involving an ordered sequence of real numbers at nn and some of its differences, where the first difference is defined as delta an equals an plus 1 an, and the k letter 1d57 aspirated difference is defined recursively as delta letter 1d4fan equals delta letter 1d4fan plus 1 delta letter 1d4fan. Difference equations, plural of difference equation. Difference gate, a logic gate whose output is true when the two inputs are different, a Boolean logic XOR gate. Difference gates, plural of difference gate. Difference maker, someone who or something that makes a difference. Difference makers, plural of difference maker. Difference of opinion, a disagreement. Difference of two squares, the identity x2y2 equals x plus yxy that holds for all real numbers. Difference quotient, a mathematical quantity of the form fa plus hfa slash h for some function fx, having two main interpretations. Difference quotients, plural of difference quotient. Difference set, a subset of a group such that any element of the group can be expressed as the difference or the quotient of two elements in such subset. Difference sets, plural of difference set. Difference maker, alternative form of difference maker. Difference makers, plural of difference maker. Difference making, that makes a difference, that is consequentially important. Difference, simple past and past participle of difference. Differences, plural of difference. Differences of opinion, plural of difference of opinion. Differences of two squares, plural of difference of two squares. Differencing, different, distinguishing. Differenda, plural of differendum. Differendum, an international boundary dispute. Differendums, plural of differendum. Divot, not the same, exhibiting a difference. Different breed of cat, something entirely different, a whole other thing or matter. Different clowns, same circus, synonym of same shit, different toilet. Different stories, plural of different story. Different story, any story featuring elements of science fiction or fantasy as opposed to typical stories which are set in the real world. Different strokes, different touches. Different strokes for different folks. Different people like different things. There's no accounting for taste. Differentiation, misspelling of differentiation. Differentia, a distinguishing feature which marks a species off from other members of the same genus. Differentiabilities, plural of differentiability. Differentiability, the ability to be differentiated. Differentiable, having a derivative set of a function whose domain and codomain are manifolds. Differentiable manifold, a manifold that is locally similar enough to a Euclidean space letter 211dn to allow one to do calculus. More formally, a manifold that can be equipped with a differentiable structure and atlas of letter 211d incompatible charts. Differentiable manifolds, plural of differentiable manifold. Differentiably, in a differentiable manner. Differentiate, plural of differentia. Differential, of or pertaining to a difference. Differential calculus, the calculus that deals with instantaneous rates of change. Differential diagnosis, plural of differential diagnosis. Differential diagnosis, the process of determining which disease from a set of possible candidates is causing a patient's symptoms. Differential equation, an equation involving the derivatives of a function. Differential equations, plural of differential equation. Differential form, a completely antisymmetric tensor of order P that is defined on a Riemannian manifold, an expression derived by applying a formalism to said tensor that represents an integrand over the manifold. Differential forms, plural of differential form. Differential gear, an arrangement of bevel gears permitting the rotation of two shafts at two different speeds whilst supplying the same torque, used on the drive axles or between the driven wheels of automobiles to aid cornering. Differential gears, plural of differential gear. Differential geometries, plural of differential geometry. Differential geometry, the study of geometry, especially geometric structures on differentiable manifolds using techniques from calculus, linear algebra, and multilinear algebra. Differential grasshopper, Melanopus differentialis, a New World species of moderately large grasshopper which can vary greatly in color from individual to individual. Differential lock, synonym of locking differential. Differential locks, plural of differential lock. Differential media, plural of differential medium. Differential medium, growth medium that allows two or more organisms to be distinguished from one another by some parameter, such as growth vs no growth, distinguishing colors, distinguishing morphologies, etc. Differential operator, an operator defined as a function of the differentiation operator, the operator which maps functions to their derivatives. Differential operators, plural of differential operator. Differential piecework, a type of system in which efficient and inefficient workers are paid at different rates. Differential psychologists, a psychologist who focuses their studies on differential psychology. Differential psychologists, plural of differential psychologists. Differential psychology, a branch of psychology focusing on how and why individuals differ in their behavior. Differential racialization, the process by which different racial and ethnic groups are uniquely racialized. Differential scanning calorimetry, a thermal analysis technique in which a tiny sample pan is heated together with an empty reference pan and the difference in heat flow between the two measured as a function of temperature. Differential screw, a mechanism that uses two screw threads to make small, precise adjustments to the spacing between two objects, as in focusing a microscope or moving the anvils of a micrometer. Differential screws, plural of differential screw. Differential steering, steering by means of driving the wheels or treads on one side of a vehicle faster than those on the other side, or driving the wheels or treads on one side in the forward and on the other side in the reverse direction. Differential structure, a structure defined for a topological manifold so that it supports differentiation of functions defined on it. Differential structures, plural of differential structure. Differential thermal analysis, plural of differential thermal analysis. Differential thermal analysis, the branch of materials science that studies the temperature-dependent properties of materials compared with some reference material. Differential thermometer. A thermometer for gauging very small differences in temperature. Differential thermometers, plural of differential thermometer. Differential topology, field dealing with differentiable functions on differentiable manifolds. Differentialize, synonym of differentiate. Differentialize, simple past and past participle of differentialize. Differentializes, third person singular simple present indicative of differentialize. Differentializing, present participle and gerund of differentialize. Differentially, in a differential manner. Differentials, plural of differential. Differentially, misspelling of differentially. Differentiant, a binary invariant. Differentiants, plural of differentiant. Differentiatable, that can be differentiated, that can be distinguished. Differentiate, to modify so as to create a difference or distinction. Differentiated, simple past and past participle of differentiate. Differentiatedly, in a differentiated manner. Differentiatedness, the quality of being differentiated. Differentiates, third person singular simple present indicative of differentiate. Differentiating, present participle and gerund of differentiate. Differentiation, the act or process of differentiating generally, without a specialized sense. Differentiation syndrome, synonym of retinoic acid syndrome. Differentiational, associated with or leading to differentiation. Differentiations, plural of differentiation. Differentiative, that differentiates or causes differentiation. Differentiator, anything that differentiates or causes differentiation in any sense, a distinguishing feature. Differentiators, plural of differentiator. Differentiatory, differentiating, serving to differentiate. Differently, misspelling of differently. Differently, in a different way. Differently able, disabled or handicapped. Differently able, alternative form of differently able. Differentness, the state or quality of being different. Differentnesses, plural of differentness. Difference, plural of different. Giverist, second person singular simple present indicative of differ. Givere, third person singular simple present indicative of differ. Differing, present participle and gerund of differ. Differingly, in a differing or different way. Differings, plural of differing. Differintegral, any type of mathematical operator which combines the properties of the fractional derivative and the fractional integral. Differintegrals, plural of differintegral. Differs, third person singular simple present indicative of differ. Divvy, a surname transferred from the nickname in turn from Anglo-Norman. Divis, plural of divvy. Difficult technicalities, spoonerism of technical difficulties. Difficiden, antibacterial antibiotic produced by Bacillus subtilis. Difficile, hard to work with, stubborn. Difficileness, the state or quality of being difficile. Difficilitate, to make difficult. Difficilitated, simple past and past participle of difficilitate. Difficilitates, third person singular simple present indicative of difficilitate. Difficilitating, present participle and gerund of difficilitate. Difficult, hard, not easy, requiring much effort. Difficult not to crack, synonym of hard nut to crack. Difficult nuts to crack, plural of difficult nut to crack. Difficult pill to swallow, synonym of bitter pill to swallow. Difficult pills to swallow, plural of difficult pill to swallow. Difficultate, to render difficult, to difficilitate. Difficultated, simple past and past participle of difficultate. Difficultating, present participle and gerund of difficultate. Difficulted, simple past and past participle of difficult. Difficulter, comparative form of difficult, more difficult. Difficultess, superlative form of difficult, most difficult. Difficulties, plural of difficulty. Difficulting, present participle and gerund of difficult. Difficultly, with difficulty, not easily. Difficultness, the state or quality of being difficult. Difficult, third person singular simple present indicative of difficult. Difficulty, the state of being difficult or hard to do. Difficulty level, the relative difficulty of completing a task or objective. Difficulty levels, plural of difficulty level. Diffide, to be distrustful. Diffidence, the state of being diffident, timid or shy, reticence or self-effacement. Diffidences, plural of diffidence. Diffidencies, plural of diffidency. Diffidency, obsolete form of diffidence. Diffident, lacking confidence in others, distrustful. Diffidently, in a diffident manner, without confidence in oneself. Diffidentness, the state or quality of being diffident. Diffie-Hellman, a particular mechanism for key exchange in cryptographic communications. Define, obsolete form of define. Dive, present participle and gerund of diff. Definitive, alternative form of definitive final, conclusive, decisive. Efficient, the act of cleaving or splitting. Divix, a discontinuous affix which occurs at more than one position in a word. Divixis, plural of diffix. Deflation, a blowing apart or away. Deflations, plural of deflation. Deflate, a surname from Irish. Deflays, plural of diffly. Defluence, a flowing off on all sides fluidity. Diffluences, plural of diffluence. Diffluent. Flowing apart or off, dissolving, not fixed. Diffluge. Any member of the family Difflugidae of amoebae. Diffluge. Jets, plural of difflugid. Diffogram, a diagram that uses diagonal lines to display the results of multiple pairwise difference of means tests. Diffograms, plural of diffogram. Difform, irregular in form, not uniform, anomalous or dissimilar. Deformities, plural of deformity. Deformity, irregularity or diversity of form, lack of uniformity. Diffract, to cause diffraction. Diffractable, that is able to diffract, cause diffraction. Diffractaic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Diffractal, an acoustic diffraction pattern produced when sound waves are diffracted through fractal pattern apertures. Diffractals, plural of diffractal. Diffracted, simple past and past participle of diffract. Diffracting, present participle and gerund of diffract. Diffraction, the bending of a wave around an obstacle. Diffraction grating, a surface having many closely spaced lines or slits used to produce optical spectra by mutual interference. Diffraction gratings, plural of diffraction grating. Diffraction limit, the minimum angular separation of two sources that can be distinguished by a telescope depending on the wavelength of the light being observed and the diameter of the telescope. Diffraction limits, plural of diffraction limit. Diffraction pattern, the pattern of lines or spots produced by diffraction, especially the two-dimensional pattern produced by X-ray diffraction that may be used to determine the structure of a crystal or of a crystalline compound. Diffraction patterns, plural of diffraction pattern. Diffractional, relating to or caused by diffraction. Diffractionally, in a diffractional manner. Diffractionist, a person who uses X-ray diffraction. Diffractionists, plural of diffractionists. Diffractionless, without diffraction. Diffractions, plural of diffraction. Diffractive, having the ability to diffract light. Diffractively, in a diffractive manner, by means of or accompanied by diffraction. Diffractogram, an image produced by a diffractometer. Diffractograms, plural of diffractogram. Diffractometer, a device that uses diffraction, especially X-ray diffraction, to investigate the structure of matter. Diffractometers, plural of diffractometer. Diffractometric, relating to diffractometry, measured using a diffractometer. Diffractometrically, by means of or in terms of diffractometry. Diffractometry, the elucidation of the structures of crystalline materials by the use of X-ray diffraction. Diffractor, that which diffracts. Diffractors, plural of diffractor. Diffracts, third person singular simple present indicative of diffract. Diffrangibility, ability to be diffracted. Diffrangible, able to be diffracted. Des, plural of diff. Depta, a municipality of Quirino, Philippines. Diffusabilities, plural of diffusability. Diffusability, the quality of be diffusible. Diffusible, non-standard spelling of diffusible. Diffusal, synonym of diffusion. Effusent, a substance that diffuses through something. Diffusance, plural of diffusant. Diffusate, material which, in a process of dialysis, has diffused or passed through the separating membrane. Diffusates, plural of diffusate. Diffuse, to spread something over or through, as in air, water, or other matter, especially by fluid motion or passive means. Diffuse idiopathic skeletal hyperostosis, calcification of ligaments near their attachment points to the spine. Diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, an aggressive white blood cell cancer, the most common type of non-Hodgkin lymphoma among adults. Diffuse large B-cell lymphomas, plural of diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Diffuse parenchymal lung disease, synonym of interstitial lung disease. Diffuse parenchymal lung diseases, plural of diffuse parenchymal lung disease. Diffused, simple past and past participle of diffuse. Diffusively, in a diffused manner. Diffuseness, the state or quality of being diffused. Diffusely, in a diffused manner. Diffuseness, the state or quality of being diffused. Diffusenesses, plural of diffuseness. Diffuser, comparative form of diffuse, more diffuse. Diffusers, plural of diffuser. Diffuses, third person singular simple present indicative of diffuse. Diffusists, second person singular simple present indicative of diffuse. Diffusa, third person singular simple present indicative of diffuse. Diffusability, plural of diffusability. Diffusability, a measure of the speed of diffusion. Diffusible, that can be diffused. Diffusibleness, diffusibility. Diffuse symmetry, misspelling of diffusometry. Diffusing, present participle and gerund of diffuse. Diffusiometry, misspelling of diffusometry. Apheria, the act of diffusing or dispersing something, or the property of being diffused or dispersed. Dispersion. Diffusion hypoxia, synonym of Fink effect. Diffusion barrier, a thin layer usually micrometers thick of metal usually placed between two other metals. It is done to act as a barrier to protect either one of the metals from corrupting the other. Diffusion barriers, plural of diffusion barrier. Diffuriumo, of or pertaining to diffusion. Diffuriumoi, by means of diffusion. Diffusionism, the belief that changes in one culture are caused by diffusion of ideas from another. Diffusionisms, plural of diffusionism. Diffusioness, of or pertaining to diffusionism. Diffusionistic, relating to diffusionism. Diffusioness, plural of diffusioness. Diffuriumus, that does not involve diffusion. Diffuriumusness, absence of diffusion. Diffurians, plural of diffusion. Diffusiophoresis, the movement of colloidal particles in a fluid due to a gradient in the concentration of another species. Diffusiophoretic, of pertaining to or caused by diffusiophoresis. Diffusiophoretically, with respect to or by means of diffusiophoresis. Diffusities, plural of diffusity. Diffusity, the property or degree of being diffuse. Diffusive, that is spread or dispersed across a wide area or among a large number of people. Diffusively, in a diffusive manner. Diffusiveness, the state or quality of being diffusive. Diffusivenesses, plural of diffusiveness. Diffusivities, plural of diffusivity. Diffusivity, a tendency to diffuse. Diffuse a capillary, describing capillary flows driven by diffusion. Diffusometry, the study or measurement of diffusion. Efeusen, a mathematical object relating to diffusive motion, used in the theory of electron transport in disordered systems. Diffusonic, of or relating to diffusons. Effusens, plural of diffusion. Diffuser, alternative form of diffuser. Diffusers, plural of diffuser. Di-Fi, Dianne Feinstein, American politician. Di Filippo, a surname from Italian. Di Filippos, plural of Di Filippo. De Fior, a surname from Italian. Di Fiors, plural of Di Fior. Deflagellated, having two flagella. Defloasum, a topical steroid. Difloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic used in veterinary medicine. Difloxacin, alternative form of difloxacin. Diflubenzurin, a benzoylurea type insecticide of the benzimide class. Diflucortolone, alternative form of difluocortolone. Diffluence, opposite of confluence. Diffluences, plural of diffluence. Diffluent, of wind. Which diverges, especially when viewed on a weather chart. Diflufenacin, a carboxamide herbicide 2,4-fluoro, 2-alpha-alpha-trifluoroentolaloxynicotinanili. Diflumet orum, a particular fungicide. Diflumetone, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Diflunisal, a certain non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Difluocortolone, a corticosteroid. Difluramine, the fluorine derivative of ammonia NHF2. Difluramines, plural of difluramine. Difluoride, any chloride containing two fluorine atoms in each molecule. Difluorides, plural of difluoride. Defluorinated, modified by the addition or replacement of two fluorine atoms. Defluorination, modification by the addition of two fluorine atoms. Defluorinations, plural of defluorination. Defluorine, the normal diatomic form of molecular fluorine F2. Defluorines, plural of difluorine. Difluoro, two fluorine atoms in a molecule. Difluoroalkyl, any difluoro derivative of an alkyl group. Difluoroalkylated, modified by addition of a difluoroalkyl group. Difluoroalkyls, plural of difluoroalkyl. Difluoromine, difluoramine. Difluoromines, plural of difluoromine. Difluoromano, a difluoramine group substituted for another atom or group. Difluorocarbene, the radical F2C used in organic synthesis. Difluorocarbenes, plural of difluorocarbene. Difluorocyclopropanol, a difluoro derivative of cyclopropanol. Difluorocyclopropanols, plural of difluorocyclopropanol. Difluorodiazine, either of two cis-trans isomers of the compound Fn equals NF. Difluorodiazines, plural of difluorodiazine. Difluorodinitrobenzene, any difluoro derivative of dinitrobenzene, but especially 1,5-difluoro-2,4-dinitrobenzene, which is used as a protein cross-linking agent. Difluorodiphenyl trichloroethane, a chemical compound having the same composition as the insecticide DDT, but with 2 chlorine atoms replaced by 2 fluorine atoms. Difluoroethane, either of 2 isomeric fluorine derivatives of ethane, but especially 1,1-difluoroethane, once used as a refrigerant and aerosol propellant. Difluoroethanes, plural of difluoroethane. Difluoroethylene, the halogenated hydrocarbon CH equals CF2. Difluoromethane, a dihalogenolcane in which 2 of the 4 hydrogen atoms of methane are replaced by fluorine, used as a refrigerant. Difluoromthanes, plural of difluoromethane. Difluorompyl, the univalent radical CHF derived from difluoromethane. Difluoromethylation, any reaction that adds a difluorompyl group to a molecule. Difluorompylations, plural of difluorompylation. Difluorompyls, plural of difluorompyl. Difluoroaminochloromethane, chlorodifluoromethane. Difluoroophenol, any difluoroderivative of a phenol. Difluorophenols, plural of difluoroophenol. Difluorophenyl, any difluoroderivative of a phenyl radical. Difluoropine, a potent stimulant drug synthesized from tropinone. Difluorotriphenyl silicate, the ANC-PH3F, its tetrabutammonium salt is used in organic synthesis as a nucleophilic fluoride force. Difluorotriphenyl silicates, plural of difluorotriphenyl silicate. Difluprednate, a corticosteroid. Difole, having 2 leaves. Difonzo, a surname from Italian. Difonzos, plural of difonzo. Diformate, any salt or ester containing 2 formate ions or groups. Diformates, plural of diformate. Diformazine, any of several compounds, typically dyes, that have 2 formazine groups. Diformazines, plural of diformazine. Diphosphate, having 2 foci. Diffractometer, misspelling of diffractometer. Difranco, a surname from Italian. Difrancos, plural of difranco. Des, plural of diff. Difucosyl, 2 fucosyl groups in a compound. Difucosylated, modified by the addition of 2 fucosyl groups. Dysfunctional, bifunctional. Defunctionalized, alternative form of defunctionalized. Defunctionalization, modification by the introduction of 2 functional groups. Defunctionalizations, plural of defunctionalization. Defunctionalized, modified by the addition of 2 functional groups. Defunctionally, in a defunctional way. Diffurant, a bicyclic heterocycle consisting of 2 fused furan rings. Diffurants, plural of diffurant. Diffurocoumarin, any organic compound containing a coumarin fused to 2 furan rings. Diffurocoumarins, plural of diffurocoumarin. That initialism of dwarf irregular galaxy. That, to move hard-packed earth out of the way, especially downward to make a hole with a shovel, or to drill, or the like, through rocks, roads, or the like. More generally, to make any similar hole by moving material out of the way. Dig a hole for oneself, to take an action or create a situation from which it is difficult to extricate. Dig around, to thoroughly search every part of an area or a container in hopes of finding something. Dig box, a box filled with dirt or sand for a captive animal to dig in as enrichment. Dig boxes, plural of dig box. Dig 8. To make a lot of effort with all one's resources. Dig down. To scrounge or spend money, especially large amounts. Dig for victory. To descend through the dungeon as quickly as possible without spending unnecessary time on the upper levels. Dig in. To begin eating. Dig in one's heels. To act in a determined manner by firmly maintaining one's beliefs, demands, situation, etc. in the face of opposition. Dig into. To research a particular subject. Dig on. To be attracted to someone. Dig one's grave with a fork. To shorten one's lifespan through unhealthy eating. Dig one's grave with a fork and spoon. Alternative form of dig one's grave with a fork. Dig one's heels in. To refuse to change one's plans or ideas, especially when counseled otherwise. Dig one's own grave. To behave in a way that is likely to cause one to lose or fail, including, but not limited to, result in death. Dig oneself in a hole. To put oneself in even more trouble. Dig oneself into a hole. Alternative form of dig oneself in a hole. Dig out. To remove something by digging. Dig out of a hole. To save someone or something from trouble. Dig over. To dig thoroughly through an area so as to loosen the soil and make it suitable for planting. Dig around. Synonym of dig around. Dig up. To excavate something. Dig up dirt. To examine in order to find negative information for public opinion, usually with the purpose of embarrassing or discrediting a person. Dig yourself. To obtain a proper understanding of something, to figure something out, to work something out. Digable. Alternative spelling of diggable. Digacetinin. A particular steroid glycoside. Digadolinium. 2 gadolinium atoms in a molecule. Diahunmin. A barangay of Dagami, late Philippines. Digalactose. 2 galactose entities in a single molecule. Digalactosidase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a digalactoside. Digalactosidases. Plural of digalactosidase. Digalactoside. Any disaccharide composed of 2 galactoside residues. Digalactosides. Plural of digalactoside. Digalactosyl. 2 galactosyl groups in a compound. Digalactosylated. Modified by the introduction of 2 galactose entities. Digalacturonate. Any compound that has 2 galacturonate groups. Digalacturonates. Plural of digalacturonate. Digalane. A hydride of gallium, Ga2H6, analogous to diborane. Digalanes. Plural of digalane. Digalic acid. Synonym of tannic acid. Digallium. 2 gallium atoms in a molecule. Digaloylated. Galated with 2 gallic acid moieties. Digamacylid. Any mite in the family Digamacylidea. Digamacylids. Plural of digamacylid. Digambara. One of the 2 main branches of Jainism, the other being the Svetambara, in which the ascetics wear no clothes. Digametic. Synonym of heterogametic. Digates. Plural of digami. Digames. One who marries a second time, a deuterogamist. Digames. Plural of digamis. Digala. Letter of the archaic Greek alphabet. Letter 3DD. Letter 3DD. Digamma function. The first of the polygamma functions, being the logarithmic derivative of the gamma function. Digamma functions, plural of digamma function. Dingas, plural of digamma. Digamate, having the digamma or its representative letter or sound. Digamate, containing the Old Greek letter digamma. Digame, of or relating to the Old Greek letter digamma. Diaras, pertaining to a second marriage, i.e. one taking place after a divorce or the death of the first spouse. Digeli, a second marriage as after the death or divorce of a spouse. Diganta, a male given name from India of Indian, particularly Assamese usage. Digastric, having two bellies. Digastric muscle, either of a pair of muscles having two fleshy ends connected by a tendon that depressed the lower jaw and raised the hyoid bone during swallowing. Digastric muscles, plural of digastric muscle. Digastrici, plural of digastricus. Digastrix, plural of digastric. Digastricus, synonym of digastric muscle. Diga, an inner city area in Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0786. Didbis, plural of Digby. Idby, a suburb of Exeter. Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9591. Digby chicken, a type of dried or cured herring caught at Digby, Nova Scotia. Digby chickens, plural of Digby chicken. Digby County, a county in Nova Scotia, Canada. Idiot, a native or inhabitant of Digby. Idiots, plural of Digbyite. Digynian, any trematode fluke of the subclass Digynia. Digynians, plural of Digynian. Digenate, of or pertaining to the Digynia class of trematodes. Digeneses, plural of digenesis. Digenesis, the alternation of sexual and asexual methods of reproduction. Digenetic, of or relating to a subclass Digynia of trematode worms in which sexual reproduction as an internal parasite of a vertebrate alternates with asexual reproduction in a mollusk. Digenic, produced by the interaction of two genes. Didenite, a black to dark blue opaque copper sulfide mineral with chemical formula Cu9S5. Digenite, plural of digenite. Digenomic, derived from two genomes. Digenas, relating to digenesis. Digentiobasal, having two gentiobasal groups. Di-George, a surname from Italian. Di-George syndrome, a syndrome caused by the deletion of a small piece of chromosome 22 in humans, associated with various birth defects. Digeronal, two geronal groups in a compound. Digerati, people who are considered the elite in using computers and the internet. Didgeridoo, alternative form of didgeridoo. Didgeridoos, plural of didgeridoo. Digermane, the hydride of germanium, G2H6, analogous to ethane. Digermanes, plural of digermane. Digermanium, two germanium atoms in a molecule. Digermylene, a germanium analog of ethylene, G2H4. Digermylenes, plural of digermylene. Digronimo, a surname from Italian. Digronimos, plural of digronimo. Digest, to distribute or arrange methodically, to work over and classify, to reduce to portions for ready use or application. Digestibilities, plural of digestibility. Digestibility. Quality or the digestible. 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 Digestant. Any drug that aids digestion. Digestants. Plural of digestant. Digestate. Material that has been digested, usually using acid or biomethanation. Digestates. Plural of digestate. Digested. Simple past and past participle of digests. Digestively. In a digested or well-arranged manner, methodically. Digestedness. The quality or degree of being digestive. Digester. One who, or that which, digests. Digesters. Plural of digester. Digestus. Second person singular simple present indicative of digest. Digestive. Third person singular simple present indicative of digest. Digestibilities. Plural of digestibility. Digestibility. The degree to which something is digestible. Digestible. Capable of being digested. Digestibleness. The quality of being digestible. Digestibility. Digestibly. In a digestible manner, so as to be digested easily. Digestive. An alcoholic beverage consumed after eating, so called because it is presumed to aid digestion. Digestives. Plural of digestive. Digesting. Present participle and gerund of digest. Digestion. The process in the gastrointestinal tract by which food is converted into substances that can be used by the body. Digestional. Synonym of digestive. Digestions. Plural of digestion. Digestive. Of, relating to, or functioning in digestion. Digestive biscuit. A semi-sweet biscuit, sometimes dunked in tea or crushed as the base of a cheesecake. Digestive biscuits. Plural of digestive biscuit. Digestive system. A system of organs for the purpose of digesting food. Digestive systems. Plural of digestive system. Digestive tract. A system of organs within multicellular animals which takes in food, digests it to extract energy and nutrients, and expels the remaining waste. Digestive tracts. Plural of digestive tract. Digestively. In a digestive manner, by means of digestion. Digestiveness. The state or quality of being digested. Digestives. Plural of digestive. Digestograms. Plural of digestogram. Digestome. All the genes and derived proteins that relate to digestion, especially of complex carbohydrates. Digestomes. Plural of digestome. Digester. Dated form of digester. Digesters. Plural of digester. Digestory. Relating to a digester. Digests. Plural of digests. Digesture. Digestion. Alternative form of dig a duck. Digability. The quality of digable. Dingable. Suitable for the American news aggregator dig. Dig. Simple past and past participle of dig. Dingest. Second person singular simple past indicative of dig. Degens. A surname originating as a patronymic. Didder. A soldier from Australia or New Zealand. Didder bee. A tribe of bees. Anthofarini. Digger bees, plural of digger bee. Digger pine, a pine tree of species Pinus seviana found around interior California valleys. Digger pines, plural of digger pine. Digger wasp, any of several solitary, predatory wasps of the families Phecidae or Crabrinidae that nest in the soil. Digger wasps, plural of digger wasp. Diggerius, the military slang and jargon used by diggers soldiers of Australia and New Zealand. Diggeress, a miner's wife. Diggeresses, plural of diggeress. Diggers, plural of digger. Diggers Rest, a suburb northwest of Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Dedes, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dayast, second person singular simple present indicative of dig. Data, third person singular simple present indicative of dig. Deity, a general intensifier. Detif, a surname transferred from the given name. Detif, pronunciation spelling of digging. Ditter, the action performed by a person or thing that digs. Digging around, present participle and gerund of dig around. Digging bar, a long metal bar with a pointed or wedge-shaped end used for digging post holes, breaking or loosening hard materials, or as a lever for dislodging heavy objects. Digging bars, plural of digging bar. Digging deep, present participle and gerund of dig deep. Digging down, present participle and gerund of dig down. Digging fork, a farming tool with a long straight handle and several short sturdy tines. Digging forks, plural of digging fork. Digging in, present participle and gerund of dig in. Digging in one's heels. Present participle and gerund of dig in one's heels. Digging into, present participle and gerund of dig into. Digging on, present participle and gerund of dig on. Digging one's heels in. Present participle and gerund of dig one's heels in. Digging one's own grave. Present participle and gerund of dig one's own grave. Digging oneself in a hole. Present participle and gerund of dig oneself in a hole. Digging out. Present participle and gerund of dig out. Digging out of a hole. Present participle and gerund of dig out of a hole. Digging over. Present participle and gerund of dig over. Digging round. Present participle and gerund of dig round. Digging stick. A durable stick, usually sharpened, often with attachments to facilitate pushing or pulling. Used in subsistence agriculture for digging or tilling. Digging sticks, plural of digging stick. Digging up, present participle and gerund of dig up. Digging up dirt, present participle and gerund of dig up dirt. Dead ends, plural of digging. Dead ends, a surname originating as a patronymic. Alternative form of diggity. Diggity-boo, alternative spelling of tickety-boo. Ditto, a surname transferred from the given name. Deyals, a surname originating as a patronymic. Did, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dei, a large often man-made pond. Dig eyes, plural of dig high. Die, simple past or past participle, adorned, decorated or furnished with, dressed, arrayed, or decked out. Dotted. Simple past and past participle of dite. Diter, one who dites. Diters, plural of diter. Diting, present participle and gerund of dite. Dighton, a surname. Dites, third person singular simple present indicative of dite. Diddy, a scale weighing device with a digital readout. Diddy, digital. Digibox, alternative spelling of digibox. Digiboxes, plural of digibox. Di Giacomo, a surname from Italian. Di Giacomos, plural of Di Giacomo. Di Giantomaso, a surname from Italian. Di Giantomasos, plural of Di Giantomaso. Idiva, to record distant images by coupling a digital camera with a pair of binoculars. Idibend, simple past and past participle of digibend. Idibending, present participle and gerund of digibend. Digibend, third person singular simple present indicative of digibend. Digibook, a physical book containing a sleeve for an accompanying optical disc. Databooks, plural of digibook. Digibox, a digital set-top box marketed in the UK. Digiboxes, plural of digibox. Digical, a digital camera. Digicams, plural of digicam. Digiphone, a fan of the Japanese media franchise Digimon, particularly the anime series. Digiphones, plural of digiphone. Digifoline, a particular steroid glycoside. Digifucosylobioside, a particular steroid glycoside. Digilandide, a particular steroid glycoside. Digilanogen, a particular steroid glycoside. Vigilante, a person who engages in vigilantism on or through the internet. Vigilantes, plural of digilante. Digilio, a surname from Italian. Digilios, plural of digilio. Digimatic, a series of still photographs digitally edited and presented on screen in a sequence. Digimatics, plural of digimatic. Diginatin, a particular steroid glycoside. Diginet, syllabic abbreviation of digital multicast television network. Diginets, plural of diginet. Diginin, a particular steroid glycoside. Didioia, a surname from Italian. Didioias, plural of Digioia. Digergio, a surname from Italian. Digergios, plural of Digergio. Di Giovanni, a surname from Italian. Di Giovannis, plural of Di Giovanni. Digipack, alternative form of digipack. Digipacks, plural of digipack. Digipaint, the use of computer technology to apply color fills to animation cells. Digipack, a form of jewel case for holding one or more CDs or DVDs whose outer cover is made of card rather than plastic. Digipacks, plural of digipack. Digipater, a digital repeater. Digipaters, plural of digipater. Digiprana, a particular steroid glycoside. Digiproside, a particular steroid glycoside. Digipurpuring. A particular steroid glycoside. Digerati, alternative form of digerati. Diger, the girth oi digraph. Digers, plural of digger. Did, plural of diggy. Digiscope, a digital camera coupled with an optical telescope for the recording of distant images. Digiscoped, simple past and past participle of digiscope. Digiscopes, plural of digiscope. Digiscoping, present participle and gerund of digiscope. Digisexual, a person who is sexually attracted to robots or other technologically mediated forms of sexuality. Digisexuality, sexual attraction to sex bots or other technologically enhanced sexual situations. Digisexuals, plural of digisexual. Digislate, a computer resembling a slate or tablet. Digislate, plural of digislate. Digispeak, text speak or net speak. Digisphere, the internet, digital media, and computers taken collectively. Digistraci, a particular steroid glycoside. A position in a sequence of numerals representing a place value in a positional number system. Digit high, synonym of thumb. Digit sum, the sum of all digits. Digit sums, plural of digit sum. Digit addition, the addition of all the digits of a number, the sum so obtained. The repetition of this process eventually leads to a single digit, the digital root of the original number. Digital, having to do with digits, fingers, or toes, especially performed with a finger. Digital addiction, an impulse control disorder involving the obsessive use of mobile devices, particularly social media or the internet or video games. Digital addictions, plural of digital addiction. Digital age, alternative letter case form of digital age. Digital age, the current era characterized by the widespread and increasing use of digital technology in society. Digital amnesia, synonym of Google effect. Digital art, art produced using computer technology as opposed to traditional art. Digital arts, plural of digital art. Digital audio, the representation of sound recorded in or converted into a digital form. Digital audio tape, a signal recording and playback medium developed by Sony and introduced in 1987. Digital audio workstation, a software package that allows someone to record, edit, and mix audio material. Digital autism, autism-like symptoms thought to result from excessive screen time. Digital backlot, a motion picture set that is neither a genuine location nor a constructed studio, but consists of a stage with a blank background to be digitally replaced during post-production. Digital backlots, plural of digital backlot. Digital blackface, the practice where non-black people co-opt online expressions of black imagery, slang, catchphrases, or culture, often to convey comic relief or express emotions. Digital brown shirt, a right-wing blogger. Digital brown shirts, plural of digital brown shirt. Digital camera, an electronic, often battery-powered device for recording and storing photographs in digital format, especially on a flash card. Digital cameras, plural of digital camera. Digital cash, digital currency. Digital certificate, a public key certificate. Digital certificates, plural of digital certificate. Digital clock, a clock that displays the time hours, minutes, and sometimes seconds in digits, rather than by hands on a dial like an analog clock. Digital clock. Plural of digital clock. Digital commons, digital property, often but not necessarily in the public domain, especially intellectual property when expressed and reproduced using digital formats. Digital computer, a computing device that processes signals that change in discrete, quantized steps as opposed to an analog computer. Digital computers, plural of digital computer. Digital converter box, a set-top box that processes digital signals for an analog television set. Digital converter boxes, plural of digital converter box. Digital courage, the sense of being able or emboldened to say something to someone over digital media, text, instant message, etc. that one would not normally say face-to-face. Digital currencies, plural of digital currency. Digital currency, any currency, money, or money-like asset that is primarily managed, stored, or exchanged on computer systems, especially over the internet, and does not have a classical physical form of fiat currency that can be held in the hand. Digital dark age, the lack of historical information in the digital age as a direct result of outdated file formats, software, or hardware that becomes corrupt, scarce, or inaccessible as technologies evolve and data decays. Digital dark ages, plural of digital dark age. Digital detox, a voluntary break from the use of computer technology, electronic devices, and the internet intended to benefit people who spend an excessive amount of time using such technology. Digital detoxes, plural of digital detox. Digital direct marketing, a marketing method that uses the email of a consumer to send advertisements and other forms of communications to a target audience. Digital distribution, the delivery or distribution of media content such as audio, video, software, and video games digitally. Digital divide, the gap between those with regular, effective access to digital technologies and the computer literacy to use them and those without it. Digital divides, plural of digital divide. Digital electronics, a field of electronics involving the study of digital signals and the engineering of devices that use or produce them. Digital era, the historical period characterized by the existence of digital technology. Digital exhaust, information created by a person using the internet or other digital activities, especially when used for commercial purposes. Digital footprint, digital evidence of a person's activities and interactions with others on the internet, TV, mobile devices, etc. Digital footprints, plural of digital footprint. Digital forensics, the analysis of digital media to detect forgery or manipulation. Digital gap, synonym of digital divide. Digital caps, plural of digital gap. Digital gold, a form of digital currency based on mass units of gold. Digital good, an intangible good sold through the internet, such as a software license, ebook, or serial number. Digital goods, plural of digital good. Digital graffiti, an internet version of conventional graffiti, changes to the content of websites, etc. by unauthorized persons. Digital handcuffs, digital rights management seen as undesirably restrictive. Digital hardcore, a fast, abrasive music genre that melds hardcore punk with electronica. Digital health, a discipline that includes digital care programs and other technologies to enhance the efficiency of healthcare delivery. Digital hoarding, excessive acquisition of and reluctance to delete electronic material no longer valuable to the user. Digital humanities, an academic field concerned with the application of computational tools and methods to traditional humanities disciplines such as literature, history, and philosophy. Digital image, an image composed of pixels. Digital images, plural of digital image. Digital immigrant, a person who was born or raised before the widespread use of digital technology. Digital immigrants, plural of digital immigrant. Digital ink, digital drawings and slash or text. Digital libraries, plural of digital library. Digital library, a library in which collections are stored in digital formats as opposed to print, microform, or other media and accessible by computers. A type of information retrieval system. Digital media, media stored in digital rather than analog form. Digital media, plural of digital media. Digital medicine, a medicine such as a smart pill that uses digital technology. Digital meter, a type of measuring device which records the use of electricity and water and which then electronically reports the usage to a utility company at regular intervals. Digital meters, plural of digital meter. Digital mind, a synthetic mind designed to run on a computer. Digital minds, plural of digital mind. Digital native, a person who has grown up in an environment replete with digital interactions and ways of communicating, thought to increase difficulty with traditional non-digital teaching methods, work practices, etc. Digital natives, plural of digital native. Digital nomad, someone who earns a living from telecommunication technology while living in a nomadic manner, typically working remotely from various locations such as coworking spaces, cafes, and public libraries. Digital nomadism, a lifestyle in which one travels widely around the world and still works at one's job via telecommuting digital remote work. Digital nomads, plural of digital nomad. Digital overhead, a document camera. Digital overheads, plural of digital overhead. Digital pad, a load-bearing pad on the underside of a toe of an animal's paw. Digital pads, plural of digital pad. Digital paper, pattern paper used in conjunction with a digital pen to create handwritten digital documents. Digital pet, synonym of cyberpath. Digital pets, plural of digital pet. Digital piano, a type of lightweight piano which reproduces the sound of a standard piano by electronic means. The keys are designed to feel like the keys of a real piano and often to resemble them also. Digital pianos, plural of digital piano. Digital poverty, lack of access to modern, capable digital devices and networks. Digital PI, the field of public relations expanded to include digital spaces such as social media, online newspapers, e-magazines, and smartphone applications. Digital predistortion, alternative form of digital predistortion. Digital predistortions, plural of digital predistortion. Digital predistortion, a technique used to increase linearity or compensate for nonlinearity in power amplifiers. Digital predistortions, plural of digital predistortion. Digital press, a high-speed industrial digital printer. Digital presses, plural of digital press. Digital remastering, a process of creating a digital master from existing analog recordings. Digital remasterings, plural of digital remastering. Digital restrictions management, synonym of digital handcuffs. Digital rights management, a set of access control technologies that restrict the use of proprietary hardware and digital files by an end user so as to enforce copyright restrictions. Digital root, the single digit obtained from a number by repetitive digit addition. Digital roots, plural of digital root. Digital rupee, a blockchain-based digital version of the Indian rupee currency. Digital rupees, plural of digital rupee. Digital scarcity, the lack of access to digital infrastructure such as the internet. Digital service provider, a company that provides an outlet to distribute media online. Digital service providers, plural of digital service provider. Digital shadow, synonym of digital footprint. Digital shadows, plural of digital shadow. Digital sharecropping, a system where the intellectual property generated by users is owned and sold by just a few digital platforms. Digital signal, a signal that only takes discrete values contrasted to an analog signal that can take continuously varying values. Digital signals, plural of digital signal. Digital signature, a signature within a mathematical scheme for verifying the authenticity of digital messages or documents. Digital signatures, plural of digital signature. Digital slow motion, synonym of time stretching. Digital still camera, a digital camera. Arrive it is DSC. Digital still cameras, plural of digital still camera. Digital stimulation, a method of stimulating a bowel movement by inserting a gloved finger into the rectum. Digital stimulations, plural of digital stimulation. Digital storage. The recording or storing of information data in a digital, machine-readable medium. Digital subscriber line, a family of technologies that provides digital data transmission over the wires of a local telephone network. Often, this notion is used for the asymmetric digital subscriber line AESL, the most commonly installed technical variety of DSL. Digital subscriber lines, plural of digital subscriber line. Digital target, a computer-generated symbol representing an aircraft's position based on a primary return or radar beacon reply, shown on a digital display. Digital targets, plural of digital target. Digital television, the broadcasting and receiving of television services via digital rather than analog signals, either broadcast or via cable or satellite. Digital televisions, plural of digital television. Digital thermometer, an electronic thermometer. Digital transformation, the adoption of digital technology by an organization. Digital transformations, plural of digital transformation. Digital twin, a digital model of an intended or existing real-world physical product, system, or process. A physical twin, it serves as the effectively indistinguishable digital counterpart of it for practical purposes, such as simulation, computer-aided manufacturing, testing, monitoring, and maintenance. Digital twins, plural of digital twin. Digital versatile disk, synonym of DVD. Digital video, an inexpensive, high-quality video format used by both consumers and professionals. Digital video recorder, A personal video recorder. Digital video recorders. Plural of digital video recorder. Digital wallet. Synonym of e-wallet. Digital wallets. Plural of digital wallet. Digital watch. A watch, usually electronic, that displays time in the form of numbers rather than by a dial and hands. Digital watches. Plural of digital watch. Digital watermark. Auxiliary data embedded in a data file for subsequent identification and verification of the file. Digital watermarks. Plural of digital watermark. Digital weapon. A malicious software program used in cyber warfare. Digital weapons. Plural of digital weapon. Digital to analog converter.